someone says this just that's your future. Your future is not fake. It's getting laid and wearing what you want. When someone says this just did, it's very exciting.
There you go. That's it. But yeah, he is Malcolm Hatchet, everybody. Come on. The future. Yeah. Malcolm, come back out. Ladies and gentlemen, the return of Malcolm Hatchet. Malcolm!
Stop being a kid.
Here he is, Malcolm. Wow. Time stamp it. I love it. If I find out you really go through.
By the way, maybe I'll find a world. In a sad turn of events, local stand-up hero Jeff Garland has been committed to a site. By the way, if it's all this.
Whoa, there they are. Right? You already pulled them up. That's a fuck, yeah, that's a true jack-o'-lantern. Yeah. Yeah, the iTunes.
Welcome back to Conversations that could happen after this podcast.
There you go. Indeed.
Truth is, you get caught up. You really do. I apologize for one last thing.
I pulled that name out of the bucket before I brought up Malcolm. I pulled out the name and I kept it out, and we're going to pull it through. You ready for this? Ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy to follow Malcolm Hatchet. Let's make some noise for Nikki Belcher, everyone. Nikki Belcher. Nikki Belcher. This way, Nikki. Oh, yeah. Come on, Nikki Belcher, everyone.
Some place here, let me tell you. I've been waiting to get on this place for so long, in my 20s, you know. Now look at me, I finally got on. They with my age. They with my age. I got two jokes. One's a misogynist joke, and one's a racist joke.
Neither.
I know a lot of white people. Jesus. It's maybe because I'm Italian. I'm an FBI, full-blooded Italian. I'm also an IBM. You know what that is? Italian big mouth. Okay?
I want you to keep going. Just keep going for as long as you can.
An Italian.
Oh, come on. Let's just be right. Yeah, Italian, you fucking got it. You waited all these years, dude. You got it. You're all good.
Nobody's fucking
You
out.
got anything.
When Italians make love, they make a whole deal out of it. First there's the spaghetti sauce, then there's the meatballs, then there's the pepperoni.
By the way,
No, I know. It might be the most.
Why do I need these guys' approval? They're not laughing. Nobody's laughing anyway.
You are a badass
Why do I
motherfucker.
need their approval? I'm old enough to be here. Fun. You know what I mean?
wrong enough to be my father.
You're old enough to be my illegitimate son. You know what I mean?
Nikki, first of all,
What is this? The Mueller investigation?
Stop.
You know, I'm trying to get one laugh out of here. Come on, that's my laugh, my laugh.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you go more. I'm gonna let you try more. But you just relax. Nikki, shut up for a second. Just look at me. Look at me, Nikki. Nathan, shut the fuck up, you old fuck. Shut up.
He acts like my
I've never
son.
had anybody an old fuck before. Sorry you had to
He acts like my son.
I'm gonna feel bad about
He
that.
could be my son.
Nikki, just listen to me. Don't talk into the end of the microphone for a second. Just break. But no, it's that he's all turned around. Whose ball is in my yard? Over here, over here, over here. Just don't talk.
He didn't say anything. This just in. Young man,
Your
you're the old man of
now.
bitch.
Watch this look. You loud bastard. Alright. First of all, let me tell you, you are my new favorite comedian in the world. Congratulations.
You're not so bad yourself.
No, 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 no.
What are you gonna do? Act like you did.
Touch the story. Don't touch the story.
What are you gonna do with that story?
The story. It's just there. Stop.
Nikki, your mic is turned off because you're so unbearable. We did it on purpose. We're in full control. Nikki, yeah, you broke the rules. You're not listening or making any sense. So now you just have to listen. Nikki, fucking breathe. This whole thing runs without you every other week.
They got my mic off. They got my mic off.
Crazy man. This guy went in and saved his feet like
Anything
the hands of the golf course.
Why don't you shave? Why don't you shave and then give it? Why don't you?
Nikki, have you ever done Nikki?
That part is over. Your voice amplified.
Testing 1, 2.
Nikki, we're not going to let you come in and just wreck everything. If you promise to only answer questions.
It's just it. Joe Pesci has a meltdown in the comedy Wow.
Relax, Nikki.
No, it's not safe. You think this is funny? You think this is funny? What you're doing, you think it's funny? It's not funny. What are you, a comedian?
I love that you have a catchphrase, not mean, after nobody is laughing. Like, it's totally something you say, like, as a... Oh my god. Nikki, you have to listen. Stop fucking talking. It's too many of your medications.
Her face coming out tonight and not sleeping. Your face right now, the look of shock, is so awesome. I don't know what to say. She literally is like this. It's not a senior citizen. Fuck that. She's looking at him now. She's never seen anyone like you.
And it's not because you're a senior citizen, by the way. You have the exact same outer shell as one of the greats of all time, John Rickles, and he was able to run laps on everyone for days. So you can't blame it on your...
I don't think you can ever come on the stage ever for the rest of your life. So much money. You should be boundaries. Don't say anything. But I do think that if I make a film, I would want to see as much as I can on the stage. And I think you'd be character. I think you'd be so interesting in the movie. I think if a movie actor or a TV actor, don't think I'm not taking it. You don't know what the book is about.
Why is it not working on the stage? It is something.
Why is your sense of humor not working on the stage?
Yeah, why is it not working on the stand up?
I think after a minute it might work on stage because he's so silly ridiculous.
I thought he had some good stand up.
Yeah. Let me tell you something.
This would have been Jeff Garland explains the meaning of the word delusion. This just in.
Oh, Nikki's gonna try everyone. Here we go. This might be the one. This just in.
What? Man's head falls in guacamole. This just in. Man murders point. It's just in on a bigger point than he does.
Now that correct.
That's fake news. I can see. Wow. I've heard of the Godfather, but the grandfather. This just in. Donald
It's just out. Nikki Beltry, everybody. There he goes. He did it. You're going the wrong way already. Go that way. Nikki Beltry, everybody. Fuck yeah. What? It's just going a different way altogether. Not with broken color. Part of water is very bizarre. By the way, when you talk to him, he had a big laugh on his walk out. He walked out the opposite entrance in which he came on the opposite side of the stage, and then had a funny walk. It was very bizarre. He actually turned funny literally after we dismissed him, so that's another first here on Kill Tony.
And he went in with a women's wrestler.
That's interesting. I think you've been going into the women's restroom the whole time. You've been coming to the company. What do you guys think? We go to the bucket one more time? You guys want to do it? Hey, one more time. One more time. Oh, one more time for the great Jeremiah Watkins.
Where'd the guitar player go?
His dog's leg stopped working the other day, so he had to go. Yeah, like something with the disc. Right? We confirm that?
Well, yeah, that happened, but he had a show.
I thought it was the dog's leg.
That is true. It's just the other show before the final act.
Pull another name out, and it is Jesus Claro Lavaderos. First, Jesus Claro Lavaderos. Wow. Hell yeah. Look at this badass motherfucker.
I'd like to announce before he begins that I like everything.
Yeah. Put your hands together for one of the baddest motherfuckers I've ever seen. Jesus Claro Lavaderos. Hell yeah, there you go.
Yo, what's going on, big dog?
Definitely one of my favorite.
Hey, long time no talk, man. How's it going?
Oh, kicking ass. Hey, your name's Jacob. Apologies. I had my device muted. What's good, big man?
Oh, my bad.
No, not your bad at
A
all.
lot of shit.
All right,
I'm doing pretty good, I guess.
it's great to
Hey, you
hear.
know how I've been doing some genealogical research, right?
Yeah.
I've been trying to trace my mother's mother's mothers. You know that, like, 'cause a rabbi told me to like find out who I am and if I got any Jewish mothers in my family. So I mean, I've been doing that for a while, and I came across like a brick wall a couple of years ago, like 3, maybe 4 years ago, and I mean, I just been stuck on it ever since, and I could not break through it, but I did. I finally did.
Okay. What you
It's
discover?
awesome. Unfortunately, I did not find any Jewish mothers, but I don't know if it's a fortunate thing or unfortunate thing, but I discovered something a little different than Jewish mothers. It turns out that the woman I was looking for was not the right name because she used an alias. And her name is completely different. So I went on the name that was the completely different one, and sure enough, that was it. It struck gold, like right there. And I don't know if you're familiar with history. Um, you know who Billy the Kid is?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. He
I
was
mean,
like.
everybody's heard about him, right?
Yeah. He's um like a bank robber from like the 19th century.
And see, that's also a common misconception.
Okay.
You know what his name is?
Uh, William something.
Well, the common misconception is that his name is Henry McCarty and that he was like a bank robber or something. But that's a complete false narrative, kind of like the OJ thing that you told me about.
Okay.
Obviously, you remember that conversation where
Yeah.
like everybody thought like
Absolutely.
he was the one that did it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, the thing is well, the entire narrative of that entire Henry McCarty story is based around a Chinese man giving a description to, or giving a report to a local authority figure about who robbed his laundry, because he was a laundry store owner.
Okay.
And I started looking at things like subjectively, because like who doesn't have like any like kind of like fantasies about like, oh, I'm related to an outlaw or something like that. So I kind of like, maybe it could be, who knows? But I kind of look at the narrative and I was thinking like, maybe that narrative of the Chinese man is false, because that completely undermines the entire Henry McCarty story with everything in it in its like entirety. It completely tears it down. When you look at it like, maybe that Chinese man who was telling the story about who took his laundry, maybe that's a false narrative. Maybe there's a hardened Civil War veteran with a gang behind him that pretty much outnumbered the law enforcement in the local town that
Okay.
may have done that. And the Chinese man was so scared of them that he blamed the local pickpocket whose stepfather was a town drunk.
Hold on a
Which
second.
makes
Hold on a second.
a
Hold on a
little
second.
more of a
Jacob, you gotta fill me in.
okay,
Fill me in on the backstory. Who's the Chinese man? What is this about a laundry?
the Chinese laundry owner. He owned like a cleaning store in Silver City,
Okay.
New Mexico.
Okay. So give me the background. What year? I mean, I get like maybe 1890s or something, but tell me everything you know. Give me the backstory because I'm not an expert in Billy the Kid.
I wasn't either, but apparently I kind of ran into being one.
Okay, so tell me what you've learned.
But what I've learned is the entire story of Henry McCarty is based on him stealing laundry from a Chinese laundry shop. And the owner of that place told the local authorities that
this kid, Henry McCarty, who they call it is in fact the one who's guilty, and history remembers him as being a scrawny little child, pretty much like a teenager, like very scrawny. He doesn't have muscles. He's not war hardened. He doesn't have any experience in military or anything like that. And then just looking at that perspective alone, the rest of the stories kind of falls into place to where it's almost incomprehensible for a child of like even 17 or 18 to kind of like pull off all the things that were supposedly attributed to Billy the Kid. So it kind of just made me think, like, what if it was a hardened Civil War veteran? Because I just recently discovered that, well, my third great grandfather, he served in the 2nd Arkansas Infantry or Artillery Unit as he dragged cannons along with like mules and shit like that back and forth.
Okay, I'm listening.
And
I'm listening.
Well, he served in the Civil War, of course.
Okay.
And after that, there's he's registered as a Teamster, which means back then the Teamster was somebody who also did the same thing that he did in the artillery unit. Is he dragged wagons back and forth with supplies, like textiles, ammunition, anything another fort would need or anything like that. After the Civil War, he kind of continued on doing that.
Okay.
So just with that alone, I mean, it would enable him to be a traveler, which means like you travel back and forth constantly. That's his job. And I kind of connected the dots, like, what if he was in Silver City? You know what I mean? As opposed to the Billy the Kid being Henry McCarty deal. Because I'm just looking at things like just rationalizing from a different perspective, I suppose, because the entire construct of Henry McCarty is built upon like speculation and no proof whatsoever. But I just kind of want to put myself in a Chinese store owner shop's shoes. Like, if I have a hardened Civil War veteran with arms to the teeth and has a lot of friends and they outnumber the local police, I mean, pointing this man out to be a criminal and charging him for a crime that would cost him maybe like a day in a jail cell and then get back out and be really pissed off at you versus a local pickpocket whose dad is a town drunk. I mean, even his stepfather hated this kid because he was a pickpocket. It just seems like maybe that narrative is completely false, and that could be a possibility of what less transgressed that back in like the 1870s.
Okay, and let me just try to retell this back to you to make sure I understand it correctly. So, Billy the Kid, his name was really Henry whatever, and he was being blamed by this Chinese laundry shop owner because he was kind of like a scoundrel, a pickpocket and such. Instead of blaming the real person who was responsible for some of this stuff, which might have been like an adult man and you didn't want to piss that guy off, so they just blame this kid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I looked into this this Billy the Kid stuff a little more, and one of these jaw-dropping moments I've had is this guy named Rushy Bill, because I was interested. After I started thinking like that could be a possibility that this narrative was false, I started looking into Billy the Kid more, like where he was, what he was about, and all this. And this guy named Rushy Bill came across my feed, and I started like reading into this guy. Apparently, he was famous in 1950 or something like that for pretending to be Billy the Kid, as in saying that he was Billy the Kid or something like that. I don't know what the deal was because I don't know too much about him, but I read into him a little bit, and it just completely blew my mind to think, like, why would someone pretend they're Billy the Kid when they're not? I mean, the birth years didn't even match or nothing like that. I mean, even if he lied a little bit, he would have been like 2 years old by the time Billy the Kid shot his first person in Arizona.
Okay.
So, I mean, I personally thought this dude was a fucking fake. Like, completely fucking wrong about everything. He was just trying to, cock chalk fucking, Billy the Kid things. Maybe for money or fame or something, but I have no idea. But I didn't believe it.
Right.
But as I researched my own family, the fake name that I told you that I was looking for, that I had a lot of trouble with earlier in my research.
Yeah.
The woman,
your grandmother.
Julia girl, I told you I had Rick Wald on.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that she had a baby that died. She died in childbirth, giving birth to a baby in 1881, and that child's name was William Henry. And as I was looking through this Brushy Bill stuff, he's notable for saying to reporters, I mean, it's definitely documented, that he was not born Brushy Bill Roberts, but in fact, he was born William Henry. And right there, I'm just like, there's some weird connection there going on. You know what I mean? I started putting some pieces together. It's very awkward when it comes to that.
Okay.
Very much a coincidence, but not only this, but the infantry unit that my third great grandfather was a part of.
Yeah.
The Second Arkansas Artillery is pulled under the commander of Bedford Forest or whatnot, but the field general and whatnot was Roberts, the same name that Brushy Bill got adopted from.
Okay.
Which is very awkward to me. At the same time, I'm just like seeing these whole bunch of things that's like line up perfectly, and I thought I'd tell you about it because I mean I don't want to be related to a murder. I mean that's the thing. Like most people kind of do, I guess I think, but I mean I just think that could be a possibility. That's what it is. Because the only thing holding the Henry McCarty story up is basically him stealing clothes in Silver City, which my third great grandfather would have been very much a part of, traveling back and forth from Prescott.
Okay. So let me just make sure I understand. You were doing this ancestry search for something for your grandmother, and that came up
Yes.
fruitless from a Jewish standpoint, but it came up with some interesting information in terms of this Billy the Kid connection. Now, if I'm understanding correctly, your great 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 grandfather served, I would take it, in the Confederate Army in Arkansas as a traveler, or like someone who would move cannons and stuff. And
Well,
then
yeah, he hauled artillery wagons back and forth.
Okay, and then after the war,
He was a teamster.
he was a teamster, and that allowed him to travel.
For one.
Okay, where's the connection? I just need help with the connection between that great 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 grandfather or whatever and Billy the Kid.
Well, the connection is his name's William, and he went and everything that's placed with Billy the Kid is documented where my third great grandfather would have and definitely did travel, and is documented in the Charlotte Hall Museum as such. That's actually where I'm getting this information.
Okay, so do you think that your great great grandfather or whatever was Billy the Kid?
Not only that, but to bring you back to what I was saying previously earlier, that not only do I think that, but I also believe that Brushy Bill Roberts is that missing baby that my great 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 grandmother gave birth to in this carriage. I think he's my second great uncle.
Okay.
I thought this dude was full of shit until he said his name.
Okay, and what evidence do you have of this? Where are you getting this information?
My genealogy, all the kids' names lined up is William and Henry and Bell. and, it just there's just so much I can start from.
Okay, I mean,
It just all lines up. I mean, the people that adopted Brushy Bill's last name is Roberts, and that's exactly the name of the person who's commander and who was actually head of the 2nd Artillery Unit in Arkansas, where he in fact served. And
Okay.
when you look at it from that standpoint, a grown man, a trip with Civil War knowledge and a hardened vet would be more or less actually able to pull off the things that really the kid did, as opposed to an uneducated child. Who, I mean, just in the military standpoint, like the Lincoln County War, they didn't go around looking for scrawny children who had no experience firing guns and had no war experience. Like, that wasn't their first choice. They wanted hardened vets.
Okay. I mean,
they wanted to win.
Isn't it pretty easy to solve this by just taking a DNA test and seeing if you're connected to any of the offspring of Billy the Kid?
That's the thing. I would be the offspring of Billy the Kid. That would be my third great grandfather. And the Roberts guy obviously was adopted, so none of his family with the Roberts would match mine anyway. I mean, obviously I would match my own family, so I don't need to test that.
Yeah, exactly. So you get it tested through, I guess, 23andMe's out of business, but Ancestry.com, that's really the predominant genealogical.
Well, I mean, that's not going to solve anything, because I would have to assume Freshy Bill's body.
No. You did he have any offspring?
Undocumented, that would be what I think would believe to be my great grandmother. That would be his daughter, and Brushy Bill would be his son, and he had another daughter named Henry, who is ironically my father. I mean, my second great grandfather. I mean, no, not my second great grandfather. It would be my second great uncle. Would be my second great grandmother's brother. He was killed in Arkansas because for some reason he was born in Arizona and he moved to Arkansas and was killed. I mean, after he had a family and whatnot, and he actually had a dispute, I guess, with his brother-in-law and / business partner. I mean, it just everything kind of like falls into place with the pieces. I look at it from my perspective. Not that I want to be related to that, but it just I wanted to see if those pieces would fit, and they do perfect.
Okay, so it's quite interesting, but really you don't have
the dates.
You just have like very common names of the of the 19th century, and you don't have anyone in your family who said, "Hey, this is how it went down." So I mean, you're making some assumptions here, and I'm saying that it's pretty.
Yeah, but so is the story of Billy the Kid and Henry McCarty. That's one big assumption, and it's based on a Chinese guy's pretty much lie. The entire story is based on just that alone. That's where the story takes place.
Okay, I get that. I get what you're saying. Can you take if you want, a DNA test and see if you're related to anyone related to Billy the Kid or anybody in that?
That would be me. I mean,
but there are other people who claim to be his relative.
But they're not. I mean, the only thing that I would actually consider that for is to see how he died. You know what I mean? Like, if he really did die in 1881, because in 1882 it was documented that he got hit by a wagon, his own wagon, mind you. And I don't believe that one bit. So if I were to guess, I would take a DNA test and see if I can attribute where he might have gone through that by documented people with the same blood type as me. the same matrilineal DNA, I would be able to see if he actually made it, like Mexico or something. You know, there'd be kids popping up there.
It wouldn't necessarily be matrilineal. It just would be DNA. It could be patrilineal as well.
Oh, very true. Yeah. But I just find it a little awkward because all the pieces start to fit in my perspective, and they just don't add up in the Henry McCarty story at all. I mean, first they fall apart just under scrutiny with the Chinese guy lying. Like all it relies on is that guy being scared to death of a Civil War vet as opposed to a child being a pickpocket. You know what I mean? It's like that entire story narrative, and plus the letter that he sent to get this, the governor Wallace at the time was also a veteran, but for the Union. So I'm looking at, as soon as I read that guy's letter, it's like I'm thinking about it like this is all sarcasm. He isn't calling himself Kid Antrim. He's saying he's the one that they assume pretty much is Kid Antrim, based on the Chinese man's telling the local authorities who did it. It just mystifies me in that perspective, and I just thought I'd share that with you because I don't even know who else is out.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting, and I'm glad that you felt comfortable sharing that with me. I want to make sure that you are correct in your assertions. There's no way to guarantee it, perhaps. But to me, it's like, okay, if I think I'm related to this person, and it's of that much interest to me, well, then I take a DNA test. And then within the DNA test, at least Ancestry.com, what they will do is email everyone who has taken a DNA test with Ancestry.com and make you aware that there's someone new. And if you make your settings correct, then they will allow you to contact those people and if their settings are open as well. And you could follow this up. Hey, we're related. We're like fourth cousins or something like that. Did you know that we may have some kind of connection to Billy the Kid? And maybe they know more to it, or maybe they don't. But
I've actually thought about that exactly. And not only that, but I've also looked into assuming Brushy Bill's body for DNA testing. But the thing is, I've researched it, and the thing is, like, as soon as I would have to leave out the whole Billy the Kid thing completely because I would have to go through what I was actually, previously known for 2 years or 3 years now that my third great grandmother died in childbirth, giving birth to a kid named William Henry, which is also documented in the Charlotte Hall Museum. And it went missing because, in Arizona, in the same amount of time, a very wealthy, predominant Protestant family, opposite of a Dolan faction, adopted my great grandmother, my second great grandmother and her brothers, or one sister and one brother, and the baby is not accounted for, and it's documented that she gave birth to this child and died. So it's like, where's the missing fucking baby? And I read into it, and I got accustomed to realize they had wet nurses back then.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, women who were essentially constantly lactating and babies could get nursed from these people.
Yeah. Well, the Carters are the ones who adopted these children, and they could not have children, and they didn't adopt anyone before or after. So the thing is, if she gave birth to a child who died in childbirth, there'd be no way for that child to survive if it wasn't for a wet nurse, and the people that adopted them wouldn't be able to do it, so they would need to hand that baby off immediately to save his life.
Okay.
Just to keep the baby alive.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that baby's Brushy Bill.
All right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, why wouldn't you just take a DNA test?
I mean, the only reason for me to do that would be to know what happened to him when he died.
There's a lot of reasons to do it.
When he supposedly died.
There's a lot of reasons to do it. It could,
Well, I do want it.
Okay, well then, then order one and take it, and then you'll know a lot more. I think about the situation, about your family, and I mean, has anyone in your family ever taken one?
No, I would be the first.
Okay, well, keep in mind that that would put your DNA and your family's DNA in a database, which, depending on how you feel on that, you're probably already in the database. And the human genome has been mapped since the 90s, so um, there's a and there's the National Geographic Genographic Project, which all of these different DNA tests to which they're linked, and that was in 2004. And it it could tell you that you're related to some people that you didn't know previously, or more people who just know this story.
Oh yeah, I definitely want.
Do you have any
Well, the thing
family?
is, like, I don't even.
Do you have any family in New Mexico or Arizona?
Correct, I do.
Oh, you do.
Yes, of course.
What do you mean?
I
What do you mean?
Generations deep.
What do you
like
mean?
From 1860s, 1870s, 1880s, all that.
Okay, but
that's why I told you my third great grandfather. He was born in Tennessee, I think, and well, he ended up in Arizona because of the war. After the war, apparently he just traveled west. That was like the thing to do back then. People were just like land claims,
manifest
gold or something like that.
manifest
Who knows?
manifest destiny. Absolutely.
But I've got several generations, and they're documented well in the Charlotte Hall Museum in Phoenix, and I mean not Phoenix, Prescott, and they lived in Phoenix as well. And if you're a traveler, like William was, Silver City is like you need to go back and forth and trade no matter what, and it's gonna happen. You're gonna go there. They called them Teamsters back then. You would have like textiles, cloth, and ammunition, goods, and stuff like that to trade and barter for. But the people who adopted my second great grandmother and her children and her brothers, they're cattle ranch. They were very wealthy cattle ranchers, and they were all Protestant. And he was a local predominant judge, and his son. They were very, very, they were settled in that land. You know what I mean? Like they had a stick in the ground that was theirs.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I mean,
so if he was a Teamster, which is documented that he is, and he worked for him, he would go back and forth. You know what I mean? And trade and barter with him. And I'm thinking it all kind of fell apart around 1877, 1878, somewhere around there, because and then plus the whole Confederate thing. Like if you're hiding from Union troops and you're an active known Confederate soldier, you're not going to, well, especially if you've been in as many battles, you're not going to just tell everybody your name, especially if you fought like under like in Lincoln County War under an alias. People are looking for that alias, and you're definitely not going to use your real name.
Right. Okay. So to me, the answer.
So Union troops would definitely be looking for him.
To me, the answer is if it's of that much of an interest to you, just take a DNA test, and it'll tell you all this stuff for certain.
I mean, this is well documented in the museum. That's actually where I got this information from. The assertion of him being a kid is obviously an assumption, but all the pieces fit together under that assumption, and they fall apart pretty much under the McCarty thing. I mean, just in the Lincoln County War alone, the kid would have been like 17 years old, and you don't really take those people to be first pick in a war that you want to win. And then plus all the attributes that all the crimes are attributed to Billy the Kid being, well, having some sort of military background and expertise with weapons and skill set of being an expert workman. I mean, those take years and years and years of like developing that would not be attributed to a child.
Okay.
There's just so many like indiscrepancies I'm poking holes in.
Okay. I mean, my answer is the same with that. Take a DNA test; it'll tell you if you're related or not.
For sure. I mean, I'm not obviously. I went first and the first and the first, and that's how I got where I got right now. To where my third great grandmother is. Her name was not Julia, but that's an alias.
Right, I get that, but especially when you get a lot of people who change their names, and like death at birth and things like
Even
that.
more so, they're Confederates.
Right, just the people who you think to be your family may not actually be your family. Not saying your interconnected family. Of course, your sister, your brother, all those people, your mom, your dad. But I mean, going back several generations, like didn't you say that your great great grandmother died at childbirth?
Correct.
Okay. You don't know if that necessarily.
But the people that adopted her children knew them very well, and that's actually documented in the museum of who adopted them.
Okay, so at least that's.
So they would definitely know who her children are.
Okay.
But I definitely need to take a DNA test.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever seen one, it's amazing. It provides a family tree on everyone who shares your DNA and tells you and you can like follow that back up like hundreds of years to like British royalty.
I'm thinking that if I take this DNA test, that it's going to tell me what exactly happened to Billy the Kid. Like if he had kids on the run, it would pretty much track that if they were involved in the database. That is.
Yeah, exactly, and that would be my thought too. That you could see if he had any progeny that were not accounted for, or perhaps off the record.
I mean, it's just very awkward that it's documented that this woman changed her name and had an alias, and then this guy was a Confederate, but he didn't want to change his name. I mean, he definitely changed his name too. I'm thinking the Bonnie part actually comes from a bonnet that my great grandmother wore as a child. Maybe that was like a nickname for her. And William and Henry are obviously the names of him and his child.
Okay.
It matches up.
Okay. So you had a grandmother whose name was Bonnie.
No, her name is Ida Bell.
Okay, her name is Ida Bell.
She wore a bonnet as a child. Most children did have a bonnet.
Yeah, so she wore a bonnet as a child. And are you thinking that she had the nickname of Bonnie because she wore a bonnet?
It's unequivocally that she's related to Ida. What's up?
Is it? Do you think that she had a relation to Ida Bell because she?
No, she's documented as being her mother, and that's an assumed alias.
Okay, where does the
So I mean,
where does the Bonnie part come in?
I'm thinking maybe that was a nickname, Bonnie.
Okay, that's what I was confirming that you saw. I mean, that could be. I don't know. I mean, but it is quite interesting, and I
because if you're willing to live and die underneath an alias, you want that alias to actually mean something. And I'm assuming it means his case.
You're assuming it means his kids.
Correct.
Okay, well, I applaud you for doing all this research, and my big question to you.
The thing is, I actually stumbled upon it within a week. What's your question?
It's a thing that I always ask you, and that you always say that you're going to do, how many rabbis have you written to in your area, making them aware of your desire?
Interesting.
Yes.
I've only written to one rabbi.
You didn't hear anything back, right?
I sent you a message. Correct, I didn't hear anything back.
Okay.
I should probably keep on writing.
What? I mean, you may not remember what my strategy was, and it was this: if you write to a rabbi once a month,
Write every single month.
exactly. After 6 or 7 months, this person's going to see that you're very serious.
So
And
just keep it up. Don't
I mean,
skip a month.
look, I would think that, look, any Orthodox congregation is going to say, Jacob, you got to move here, and you're going to say, I've got my brother, and they're going to say, okay, can you at least travel here once a week for Shabbat? And you're going to say, maybe. I might be able to do that. My sister might be able to watch my brother from Friday at sundown to Saturday at sundown, plus a little bit. And then they're going to say, okay.
Watching my brother is not being able to lift him, and she's physically incapable.
Okay, but didn't you say she's married?
No, of course not. No.
Oh, she's single?
Living in the same house as me.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about your state, but do they offer any type of most states do, especially with like Medicare and stuff.
Respite or something like that?
Yeah,
they don't do anything. I've already tried that. They come over and just give him like a little tiny like workout as like move his legs and whatnot, give him water in bed, but they don't like help him even go to the bathroom. And I got to do that still, even in front of them, and I've done that several times.
Okay. I mean, can he wear a diaper for 24 hours?
Yeah, of course. I can always get away for a day or two.
Exactly, and that's all that the community is going to say. We recognize that you have a challenge here, so if you can make arrangements, and I wouldn't put this in your letter, but later on, just explain to them, hey, this is the deal. The most amount of time you'd ever need to get away is 3 days, and I know that's an extended amount, but it's never like you're gonna have to be gone for a week. And if anything, you could talk to your sister.
But the bad part about that is, sorry, go ahead. I mean, cut you off.
You could say, sis, this is really important to me. I'm traveling to Louisville or wherever, and I need your assistance with changing his diaper for 72 hours. That's it. And make sure he's fed. And then when I come home, I'll make sure he's bathed and I'll take care of him.
That is definitely something I can possibly be able to do, but there is just one tiny like little flaw in that. But I mean, it's not a huge flaw, but I mean, it's just like my mom's comfort thing is we only have one working vehicle at the moment. So I mean, my mom doesn't really want to be strapped without a vehicle if there's an emergency or something like that.
Okay, so here's what
see how that could be
here's what you do. You say, Mom, here's Uber. You could even take a practice Uber with her. If you need to get somewhere within the next 72 hours, you just press this button. It'll take you anywhere you want to go. Additionally, here's a list of taxis that are in the area that will pick you up. Anything, if it takes it, I will pay for it. I know you don't have a lot of money, but this doesn't mean that you can't necessarily save a little bit for this if you can. And you say, I just need the car for 72. You could even just rent a U-Haul for 72 hours if you need to.
Exactly. I mean, that obviously takes a lot of money that we don't have. The weird part is, like, I got interested in Judaism when I first moved to Kentucky about 6-7 years ago, almost 8 years ago, because my neighbor was actually trying to be Sephardic Jewish. He ended up turning to Messianic Judaism, but it got me interested in Judaism right there before he switched over. And right there, I kind of just kept up with it on my own and kind of pursued on my own.
Okay.
And I ended up actually finding out my grandfather was Ashkenazi because of the name. It means like animal fat farmer pretty much, and it's Ashkenazi origin. So I'm like, okay, it's kind of like, maybe that's the reason why I'm so interested in Judaism. I understand it a little bit more.
Okay. I know you don't perhaps live in a big town, but there are jobs there, are there not?
It's always their jobs.
Okay, so any community is going to say, in order to be a practicing Jew generally, you're going to need, unless you're independently wealthy, which some people are, but if you're not, you're going to need some type of way to support yourself. So,
Yes, I know.
and so they
But the
say,
thing is, my mom's kind of like they bogart that car. They don't let me drive it unless I have money.
okay, uh, Uber, they have Uber. You could
I mean,
you could drive Uber. I know that they have the car, but
that's very true.
like you can. They have a Uber has a program where you can basically rent a car from Uber to be able to Uber in your area, and then I understand you're like, I can't leave my brother for that long, but you could leave him like with
But
Uber.
hold on one second. Hold on, I gotta tell you this. It's not really like it's like a mixture of different things. My mom, she's got like as stubborn as she is, medically, she's not even allowed to lift anything past like a water bottle because she's got a protruding thing down there. You know what I mean? Her wound is falling out,
Okay.
and medically, she's not allowed to even lift anybody. So I mean, we're putting that burden on lifting my brother for more than like a day or
No,
two, kind of like,
no, we're not asking
or
that.
even like
We're
one
not.
day.
We're not.
Kind of like,
We're not asking that. I mean, you have to help yourself in this situation because no one is going to be able to perhaps
no one's helping me. I know that.
right. So you would say, okay, I'm going to drive for Uber, or I'll do short pickups in my area, or whatever, and I'm literally not going to be traveling anywhere more than 20 miles away from my home. And if my mother needs me, she can call me on my cell phone, and I can come home right away. With Uber, you can shut that thing off right away and go back home. Or if there are no rides in your area, go
You
back
have to
home.
have a car though.
Like I just said, you can rent a car through Uber to Uber. Now, do they charge you? Yes. But you make more than what you're going to be charged, and then that gives you the freedom to do what you need to
Sure.
do. Additionally, no one says you have to do Uber.
There's not that many people that make money out here in Uber. Even if I did have the money to do that, to rent the vehicle, which I definitely do not.
Okay, what about
I
Postmates?
don't know.
What
If
about
it was a busy city like Memphis or Louisville or whatnot, I mean, you can bank on Uber. But I live in a town. This town got devastated by a tornado. There's like maybe like 6,000 people here, and then
okay?
there's just like nothing really here outside of that.
Do you,
There's not that many people that don't have their own vehicle
okay?
because of that.
Do you have a McDonald's?
Correct.
Okay, so you can do DoorDash, Uber Eats, Postmates, and you don't need a new vehicle to do that. You could literally say to your mom, "Mom, I know you want to bogart this car, and that's cool. It's just whenever there's an order available, I'm gonna use it. I'll be back in 15 minutes, and this allows me to make money and to follow my dreams.
Very true.
And I'll give you a little bit of the money
That
too.
is a good pursuit.
Yeah, and then you don't have to be out and about. And there are people every single day in your town, guaranteed, who have the funds who want McDonald's delivered to them. And what else? Whatever else.
Very good.
Taco Bell, Kentucky Fried Chicken, whatever it is. And so with Uber, you need to have like a more modern card, but with Uber Eats, you don't. You can have anything you want with Uber Eats. And so you apply through Uber Eats and you say to your mom, hey, this is going to allow you to make a little bit of money too because I know it's wear and tear on your card. So for every $100 I'll make, I'll give you $10 of it or whatever you want to do. You don't need to make huge amounts of money. You're going to need to make at least maybe a couple $1,000s for your shul dues and maybe another $1,000 for perhaps some type of charity that you may need to give to or the program, and you're going to need maybe like over the course of a year, like $5,000 to dedicate to this, and that will include your gas. Oh no, gas would probably be different, but okay, maybe six or seven, um, and your mom will be able to make money on this. You won't ever be away for more than 24 hours a week, and you're gonna have to buy some diapers for your brother or whatever, and Um, but I'm about solutions. I reject excuses. And so whatever excuses you want to give, and I know these are good excuses. These are good excuses. So I'm not saying you're just making things up. You have challenges, and I understand that. But it's about a
I think my heart's a little bit more bigger than my pockets sometimes.
okay, but I mean you are a smart, able-bodied person. You've got a clean record. You can basically
No, I do. I do not have a clean record.
okay, clean enough. I mean you're not doing anything right now. Um, and I,
No, I mean, like, back in 2011, I have fired a gun in my backyard. It was a cornfield, and my neighbors who recently offered a threesome didn't like it, and I didn't like threesome, so I mean, I popped the pumpkin, so I wasn't about to say that in court. They can go fuck themselves. But they upped it to a charge because I felt embarrassed to say the truth.
okay, I
So
mean
I got a felony.
okay, shit happens. That's not a big deal. I've known people to convert to Judaism who spent time in Pelican Bay, spent 20 years in Pelican Bay as a young person. They theirs was they when they were 18 years old they stole somebody's PlayStation 2 and their weed, and I think they had a gun with them when they did it, and they considered it like aggravated assault and burglary and such, and they got 20 years. They were able to convert. I was at their wedding. So if they're able to do it, don't think that that's going to hold you down. And it's been enough time, 2011, that like you don't have any driving things, do you?
I'll give speed tickets here and there, but it's been way more than 3 years.
Okay, there you go. So the thing is, you can apply, and at least for a conversion program, there's no background check. They just want to know the uh, whether you're heartfelt in your endeavor, and um, but you don't even know. I mean, you you have to send letters. So no one says right now you have to make any major changes in your life. You're doing fine as a Noahide, and maybe you just live and die as a Noahide. And if that's the case, then you tried, and there's honor in that. And at least in the world to come, there is a place we believe kabbalistically for righteous Gentiles. So you can see that as you want. But you should know that if this is something that you really want to take on, you can if anything, I would just want to connect with the rabbi and connect with the community and say, look, my brother is however years old, and he may live for another 30 years, he may live for another 10 years. But whenever I have the opportunity and the freedom to be able to do this, whether it's now to be able to travel regularly or perhaps when Mashiach comes, whenever that is, I'm going to do what I can to be a part of your community. And so here I am. This is who I am. I'd love to meet with you. I'd love to have coffee. Most any rabbi generally will have coffee with you, or at least have an exchange of emails. And I can tell you, like I get emails. I do my best to answer everybody's messages, but there are some rabbis, especially congregational rabbis, who don't have as much free time, and they may not see it as something that they feel is something that they're going to take seriously the first time or the second time, but maybe the third or fourth or fifth time. And especially if they got letters, that's going to be that's like
Don't give up.
yeah, exactly. It shows that you have chutzpah. It shows that you have fortitude. It shows that you have the drive to be able to do this. And right now, I know in your heart that it's there, but you've got to work around some of the challenges that you have. And the biggest one is probably the financial aspect of this. And so you'd have to talk with your family and say, look, uh, if anything, I mean, I know that's not a very big town, but you could, there are ways perhaps if you want to undergo this that you could say, I'm going to work just a lunch shift as a server. Restaurants don't do background checks. So you could work, I don't know, at like if there's a restaurant around. And again, same thing. Talk to the owner. He doesn't like you.
Exactly. Money's money.
Money's money, exactly. And no one says you have to work there for 24 hours straight. No. If you could say to them,
Here's another thing, though. I'm looking at a different perspective as well. Security because way back when, I was kind of in a poor position in life where I may have been a little bit. Well, it's kind of helped my court case too. I was diagnosed with bipolar, so I got money from the government for it, and I applied with all that. The thing is, if making a certain amount of money takes away my benefits. Like, if I get hurt or something, I need to go to the hospital. That's like all my livelihood right there, and there will be nothing financially left in me. You know?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. You should know most conversion programs don't allow people with those type of psychological issues. I don't. I just know that the ones that I've known do not. So that might be something that you have to keep knowledge of as well. Many times there are psychologically fit aspects of these programs. They may make you see a psychiatrist. They may look through your medical record. Again, you're joining a family here, and it's kind of one of those things that there are some things that I hate to say it, but Judaism does not want within the bloodline, and those that is one of them. But I get what you're saying too. You were just diagnosed with this just to get by, or whatever, just to get money, or whatever it is, and that's not my determination to make. But okay, but just keep in mind that that is and basically an auto rejection. But that doesn't mean that I'm making the decision for that. It is up to a based in. But I would be honest with them because they're going to ask you about your background and such, and you be as honest as you want to be. But just know that eventually everything that's done in the darkness is brought to light. So even if you were to, get into the program or whatever, somebody in the community.
I'll be honest no matter what.
Yeah, somebody in the community is going to be interested in what you're doing, and they're going to search through your background. Somebody within even your own life, or something will get publicized. Um, and look, as I've said, I've known people who have far worse than what you have, and they were able to do it. So, but just keep in mind that mental health aspect of it could be an automatic disqualifier. But that's not for me to determine. Um, and I get what you're saying. Well, what if I get hurt? Okay, I get. If you get hurt, well, that's more reason you should have Social Security. And no one says that you. I think you can make. I think you can make up to $600 a month. So that's $600 more of additional income that you could be able to make and still get Social.
Well, that's what I'm making now.
Okay, but I think you can make up like in addition to that. Like if you get Social Security, I believe. Now I'm not an expert in it. You can make some small amount of additional income. And the fact that you have $600 coming in is enough. I mean, I know. Look, you've got food, but I mean, don't you get food stamps?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately, my sister, I live in a house that has literally like $1 more than what they ask for all the government subsidies.
Okay.
So I don't block. I can't. I mean, if I live on my own, I could obviously do that, but I don't.
Okay.
Because I recently got into a car accident, and not recently, but I told you about the truck accident, right?
No, you did not.
Oh, well, 4 years back, I got into a truck accident. I got like $50,000, and I ended up going in with my mom to buy this beautiful house that we have now. So I mean, that's and pay off all my mom's and sister's debts and all that.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean that's a sad thing to happen, but also kind of a windfall. But you couldn't. I mean, I think you're going about this the wrong way. You contact the state and you say, I need food stamps. They're going to say, all right, what's your household income? You're going to say, I get Social Security. They're going to say, do you live with anybody? And you can say, I live in the garage or wherever you live, whatever, and you pay rent to them. and then they're not part of your household anymore. They aren't part of your household.
Really?
Yeah, they're not part of your
That's a very
household.
good perspective.
They're not part of your household. They have separate families. You're not the parent of anybody. That's what they're talking about. And you're not supporting them. And the big thing is they're not eating your food. This is for you independently. And you can be like, yeah,
Well, I
I
tried to support my both of those friends.
don't tell them that. You don't have to tell them that though. You just say that I am renting a barn or whatever, a garage, and they're gonna say, with whom are you renting a garage? You say friends, because your parents are your friends, and so's your sister, and they say, okay, what's your monthly rent? And you say $600 a month or whatever, and they may ask for proof of that, and that's fine. You can give your sister some money if needed for a few months or whatever is necessary, and then you can show that you are independent from your sister's income shouldn't affect you.
That's what I've been told because of the household income that we are all collectively one household.
You're but not if you
But like you're saying, like down to the garage.
you live in the garage and you pay your sister rent like a tenant. You're not the same household. And
But there's no address on it. I don't get mail there. There was no actual viable proof of that.
yes, there is. You can get mail at your sister's house and she just gives it to you.
Very true. There's always ways around it.
Yeah, I mean, I've lived in homes with people with like nine different people in it, and I I just have a room, and the mail is delivered to 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, and the manager of the house gets my mail and delivers it at my door. That doesn't mean that I personally need my own like sub mail address of that. And I've had that too. I've lived in hotels, I've lived in apartments where I do have that like A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever it is. It just depends, but you're basically like subleasing a house, and I know you're proud of like buying a house, and that's a good thing. You don't have to tell them that. You just say my my friends own a house and they let me live in the garage, and if you need to send me any mail, here's the address. Like the less
Can we come over there and inspect it though, and make sure that's what's taking place?
and that would
There's
be
no like some sort of like
and that would be
person does
exactly
that.
and that's what exactly what would take place if they did, which never happens, but if they did, if they got that curious, they come to your house and they'd see that you're living in the garage and you've got your dog Oliver and you're just chilling.
Very true.
They're not going to take a
I mean, I
DNA.
definitely
They're not going to take a DNA
want some
test.
paperwork off.
They're not going to take a
Do
DNA.
that.
They're not going to take a DNA test of your mother and your sister and say, "Oh, well, you have some kind of familial relation." They're not going to do that. That's not realistic. So you call the state and you say, "I need food stamps," and they're going to say, "Okay, what's your monthly income?" You're going to say, "I take care. I'm a caretaker for an individual," and they're going to say, "Okay, what's your relation to the individual?" You don't have to say. You can say they're a friend, and they're going to say, "Okay." Um, if they really delve into it, you can still say that they're a friend. They are your friend. There's no. That's not a. That's
I
not.
drink a lot of sweet tea. I had to look at the real quick.
Okay, you
Hold
go
on
to
a
the
second.
bathroom. Go and then come back. Pilly, what's up, my man?
Hello, Rabbi. It's been a while. Fine.
I'm well, thankfully. How are you, big dog?
Yeah, fine. I actually wanted to apologize. It's been a while. Come to your life and say hi to you.
Absolutely. No need to apologize. You're always welcome here. I've seen you come in sometimes, and I've been busy. But what's new, my man? What's good?
Yeah, the thing is that I had a problem. You sent me a link to pitch some Web3 projects a few months ago. So I actually pitched a project. I saw a project that pays me $20 every
Okay.
weekend for reading. Like I have to read their project. So at some point, I feel the project actually crashed. So I think the project gets robbed. So
Okay.
there is no more payment from the project anymore. So I don't know if I can see any other offer of like a new job opportunity.
Absolutely. No one says that you can only have one of those jobs. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? You should have 5 of those jobs.
So how do I get more?
Okay, so I sent you a script, right?
Okay.
Did I not?
No, you did not.
Okay, let's see.
And one more thing, my ex account got suspended, so I created a new account and I pushed the followers to $100. So I'll have to follow you back.
Okay. So I did send you a little bit of a script. But let me. I'll send you a different one.
Hey, Basso,
Yo, just one moment, my man.
sure, take your time.
All right, so Billy, I'm gonna send you a message, a script that you can read in Twitter Spaces, and I'm gonna send it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm also gonna send you a message that you can send to people when once they hear what you're saying, and you can just send it to them. It's basically a menu of your services and how you make $10, $5, $10, $20. So I want you to read through the 2 messages that I sent you, Kelly, and let me know
Okay.
what you think. So what you do is you go into Twitter Spaces and you read the first message, and then you'll get people who are interested or DM you or whatever, and then you send them the second message.
Okay. Can I get the link for the species one more time?
For for Twitter Spaces.
Yes. Like I'll go to the website and check their projects. So it will divert me to the space on X. I think Shilling. I've forgotten the website. Sure.
Spacesdashboard.com.
Okay. Okay. Let me type it. Okay. Thank you very much, Rabbi.
You're welcome. Go to the. I sent it to you.
All right, Rabbi.
Okay, so read.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, read the. So there are 3 messages in there. The first one says, "GM everyone, my name is Pilly and I'm one of the most effective marketers in Web3. Yada yada yada." Then it closes with "Thank you for the opportunity to share." The next is the message. It says, "Hi, I'm Pilly, a Web3 marketer, and I specialize in promoting projects through social media. And so for free, you'll repost 5 of their existing posts on your X account. For $5, you'll share their content on 5 of your social media accounts of their choice. $10, you'll do 10. $20, you'll do it for all of them." And then I sent you at the end a link that is um, for Spaces dashboard. Do you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I
You're,
really appreciate it, Rabbi.
you're welcome. Come back soon and let me know how that goes, okay?
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Big Dog. All right, back to Jacob. So uh, you don't have to worry about them coming to your house. There's gonna be none of that. In the worst case, okay, they're gonna see that you're living in a garage. You're not living in a 5 room condo. It is what it is. They'll be able to see it on Google Maps or whatever, and uh, they know that you're getting Social Security. They know that you're not making a lot of money here. So that will give you $600 a month because you really shouldn't have any, not not any major expenses if you're like basically you're spending $600 on food and you're subsidizing your family. Now you're going to get food stamps, which depending on your state is anywhere between maybe $100 to $300 a month, and then you could have your mom get food stamps. She's of age to get food stamps. She doesn't know how to do that, so you help her through that.
No, she's kind of like a paranoid schizophrenic almost.
Okay,
Like,
so she should.
Everyone's like out to get her.
Okay, that's fine.
And like if you do something slightly illegal or even lie, it's horrible.
Okay.
Not even lie, just like you alter the truth to make it beneficial to you. It's like, oh, no, don't do it. They'll find out. We're going to jail, and they'll take my kids away. And like, she's all about it.
Okay, I get that. I get that. Just to give you a heads up, that's another thing that generally is not something people do not want. I don't within conversion programs. Like they will ask you, do you have any of that in your history? Just making you aware of that. But you.
Well, I mean, she's olderly. She's not actually diagnosed with that or anything like that. And she's just kind of like very paranoid.
I get that. How old is she?
About 70.
Okay, stop.
You're
fine.
70?
So she gets Social Security, right?
I don't believe so.
Why the fuck not? She should have been getting it for the last 10 years.
I don't know. I've never really asked her.
Okay, so you have to say, Mom, you are of an age that you can get Social Security. You're entitled to it. You paid into this for 50 years. So we're gonna.
So I mean, she worked and had a job and everything. So I think she obviously should have.
Even if she didn't, she doesn't get
the food stamps thing.
Okay. Even if
the household income.
Stop. There are millionaires who get Social Security. Social Security is essentially a guarantee after age 60, whatever. So you just have to help her with that. You have to say, Mom, we're gonna call the Social Security office because you're entitled to. It's gonna be like $1,000 a month, which is gonna help all of you.
Yeah.
All right, so you gotta help her, and then also she can get food stamps, and she can live a nicer life than what she's currently living.
She's very counterproductive towards everything I do and say. I don't really have much support from anyone in my family, anything I do.
Okay, but this is something
and they don't want me to do anything that goes against what they want. I mean, it's hard. It's like a workout trying to help them because they don't really want to help me in turn help them. You know what I mean?
Okay, it's very simple. You go in with your mom. You say, Mom, I want to talk with you. Let's have a cup of coffee. She say, okay. You have a cup of coffee and you say, did you know that you're entitled to Social Security? And she's going to say, no. And you're going to say, well, you are. And so here's a phone.
I think she might have dialed for that, though, when she was 65.
Okay, she's not getting it. That's the thing. For one reason or another. She didn't follow through or whatever. So you need to help her with that. And you say, Mom, this is your money, and it's going to go in your account, and it's legal, and it's free. You're just not getting it. And so I'm going to just give you the phone. I'm going to call the number, and then you just talk to them. And you're going to start to get $1,020 a month.
Based on your previous job and income and all that, right? Your work experience.
It's not really that. It's like it's basically I don't want to say universal at $1,000, but it's anywhere between like $900 and $1,200. Yes, perhaps based on some of those things, but and your retirement age and stuff. But she's entitled to that. This isn't a loophole. This isn't a trick. This is completely legal. And if anything, talk to your sister and say, hey, sis, you know that Mom can be getting $1,000 a month from Social Security? Then your sister's going to say, yeah, you're probably right on that. I'm just too busy with the kids and stuff to be able to focus on that. And you say, no, I know. But if anything, can I just count on you if Mom doesn't listen to me that you'll help me and we can both sit down and all she has to do is make a telephone call and she can start to get this and your sister will say, okay. And then if anything, if your mother's like, I don't want to do that, uh, there are other ways around this. Perhaps you can try to get power of attorney over your mother if she's not thinking rationally. But And you can
She
also
has not been thinking rationally most of my life.
okay, but that's fine. But I'm saying at this moment, if she's not thinking rationally and she's not serious, you can get a caseworker involved, and a caseworker can help to get you power of attorney over her. You can basically say this to the caseworker: this woman is so stubborn that she will not apply for Social Security, and she's going to die. And the caseworker can help to get that to a a an adjudicator to perhaps allow you to be her power of attorney so that you can get her Social Security. The thing is, you're not.
That's half the reason why I'm not able to get my brother as I'm not able to get the money for being caretaker for my brother is because I don't have he's not my dependent or child or whatnot, and the state will give only the person who's caretaking this.
Okay, so all of this, you need a caseworker, and so
if you hold on for one more second, I gotta let my brother right now. Actually.
Sure.
Good. Hello?
Yeah, so you need a caseworker. It's clear, and
Yeah, I just found out my mom she definitely gets Social Security, and she gets like I guess they take out a lot for Medicare, and she ends up with about $700 a month.
okay, that's good. So does your brother get Social Security?
Of course he does. He's been on it his whole life.
Okay, so your brother gets it, your mother gets it, and you get it. Okay, so now you just
And my sister gets Social SFDI or something like that. She got injured in the Navy.
okay, so then you all have some type of support, and now you just have to um,
The thing is, like the bills alone are just like just a little bit more than what we all collectively make a month, and we're like financially bound to one another. Can't leave, you know what I mean? Because it's all like cyclical. I mean, it just goes round and round in the vicious like debt circle. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul, and you end up taking out loans, and you got to pay that back, and it's like a never-ending vicious cycle.
I get it, but you can at least get. I get it, but you could at least get another $300 a month through you getting food stamps. Your mom doesn't get food stamps, and she should.
No. She thinks because my sister's income is the highest actually in the house, it puts us a little bit over because we've always put me on the
Okay,
everybody in the
so
house
tell your
list.
sister, hey, start charging mom and my brother and me rent. And then we're no longer the same household.
Yes, that is a very, very good thing that you just said that. I mean, I definitely have to tell my sister that because my mom, she's kind of like, that's dishonest. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but you don't have a chance any other way. And if your mom,
I know.
God forbid,
Well,
goes,
thanks to Lord and Hashem that I've even made it this long. Just the way things have been going.
right. So, you should get your mom food stamps. Did your brother get food stamps?
Nope.
Okay, so you got to help them with that. They don't know how to do it.
It's not even like they don't know how. It's like they see any kind of like maybe slight alteration of how you see the fruit is a complete falsehood. And you shouldn't do it, or you get arrested, or you get my mentally handicapped brother taken away to the state. I mean, all kinds of just like scenarios that aren't really real, but it's just keep perpetuating.
Okay, so you can say, Mom, it's not, you don't even say it's food stamps. You just say it's EBT. She won't know what that means.
Well, she knows exactly what that means.
Okay, so she knows
But
it.
yeah, we definitely need some more income and more resources in the house because we're pretty much drained of all that. Just to keep our heads afloat.
Exactly. Okay, so then you just get a caseworker, explain to the caseworker what's going on with your family. Or I wouldn't even do that. You get a caseworker for yourself, and then have your mom get one for your brother, and he can get food stamps, you get food stamps, and your mom will get food stamps. And that's another $1,000 or so that you don't have to be putting towards food. You can put it towards your bills.
Very true. I mean, there's so many other people that play that game, and they are complete liars. I mean, it's not even like a slight alteration; they're just like straight up manipulating the system.
I mean, everybody's got their own reasons. So,
Sure.
you just, but like your mom, if she's like, that's dishonest, you can say, it's not dishonest. You're of the age where this is a provided benefit of the state. You paid into this. You can ask the, caseworker if you want. And our sister is charging you rent and you're paying rent to her, and I'm paying rent to her, and our brother's paying rent to her. So we're not the same household. We don't share food, and you need this benefit and you're entitled to it.
Okay. Would you be able to tell her that? Because I mean, she doesn't really listen to me. Maybe she'll listen to you. Who knows? I mean, I would love to see.
Okay, so this is what you do. I mean, I can, but I'm just some random person on the internet. Go to
Exactly.
go to ChatGPT.
Like who are you telling my information to?
Right.
Like,
just go to ChatGPT. Just go to ChatGPT, and it will say, and you can just say, ChatGPT, my mother doesn't want to listen to me about food stamps being a benefit of hers. Please give me the best set of bullet points in a speech to be able to talk with her in a very understanding manner. She may have some mental issues that make her not trust things. Just do that right now. I'll wait.
okay.
And make sure to put like, hey, she's 72, she's low income, what your state is.
All right. Let's see the search. Oh, SNAP is funded by federal income taxes, not a specific payroll tax. For lifetime of working payroll, federal income taxes, and contributions to the economy directly funded this program. Um, supports local businesses, and ensures she can have afford healthy food. There's all kinds of bullet points. It frees your account for utilities, medication, and housing. keeps her healthy, proper nutrition, living in her own terms.
So those are all the points that she needs to hear. And then it's literally like a phone call that she has to make. But you don't even have to make a phone call. You can apply for this all online.
Yeah.
They send you a packet, and then you fill it out. You send it back, and then they just have to have a phone interview with her. That's it. She doesn't have to go anywhere. And then all of a sudden, she gets sent a card, and now she can provide for herself, and she can use that card at the store, or she can just have stuff delivered. EBT is like I'm fairly certain, like you can just order from Walmart to your house.
Yes, you can.
So she doesn't have to go anywhere, and you just say it makes it a lot easier on your life, mom, and you've earned this. This is something that you earned. Just like you get Social Security, you're entitled to this as well.
Very true.
So that should end that. And then you say also, since you're the guardian of our brother, of my brother or whatever, your son, you need to get this for him as well.
Well, he's my half brother, but still, I don't really call him anything but my brother. Because I mean, I'm not trying to give a divide or anything like that. Like I like him because he's handicapped. I mean,
Is it her son?
correct.
Then
Yes,
that's all that.
That's my half brother.
Then that's all that matters. And so you say to her, and so for my brother, your son, you're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, there's no reason why he shouldn't get that because I mean, he's definitely not able to work or doing anything.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. These are benefits to which you're entitled, and so you just need to make sure that she's aware of that. I mean, you can go on the website right now, and it just says apply for food stamps, and you
I
apply.
mean, you definitely brought some really good points that I definitely need to bring up to her, especially that my sister should charge her rent and he rents and all that. And that in itself would give us an entirely new household.
Yeah, but just right now, go to the website for your state and just apply on her behalf. It's not like she's signing it. It's like the packet is just sent to her home, and then once the packet arrives, you say, "Mom, this packet is was state sent by the state to allow you to get benefits for your son and for yourself, and I'll help you fill it out, and then we'll send it back, and then they'll send you a letter saying like when the day of your uh, meeting is, like on the phone interview. You do the phone interview, and then you've got food stamps for her and your brother.
Well, actually, you know what? No, come on here. He's actually telling me something. Like if Allie were to say that he's charging you rent and charging me rent and charging Ronnie rent, that we could get a whole bunch of food stamps our way and help ease our financial burden a little bit more than we already are. Well, I'm just saying that's a real thing. It doesn't really matter who he is. He's saying things that are actually factual. Did you ever think about that you can get SNAP benefits?
Then Ryan
It doesn't matter. As soon as Hallie said she charges you rent and Ron rent, you are a completely different household.
no, man, it's still like too much money.
But you're not hearing me. I'm saying if he charges me rent and charges you rent, charges Ron rent, you are a different household. You don't qualify as everybody under the house because you were your own household at that point. And no, it does not how they look at it. No, it's not for us. Oh, yeah, so
In case of things they're back in once they say, well,
okay, here you go. Here's what's going on. You there, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear any of that?
I did. I don't know if I would have gone about it the way that you did, but that's fine. I would read.
Sorry, what What did I do wrong?
I wouldn't have just said, "Hey, this is what our sister needs to do." I would explain to her, read her what ChatGPT said.
That she's been paying into it her whole life, and she deserves it.
Yes, that's what I would do. That's what I said to do.
Hey, did you know that you deserve this? If you've been paying into it your whole entire life.
That's a long time. I know the ins and outs of it. I know what you can do and what you can't. And hopefully we're going back in. You guys have tried since I've been broke my whole life. No, you're wrong.
No, I'm saying that you paid into your whole life and you deserve this. You're old. Yes, if you work, you paid into it. That's the bottom line, and you deserve to get some of that back. That's all it is. That's all it is. You're getting something that you deserve back.
When you get Social Security after 62, you get so much according to how many credits you work in your life. I didn't work in the house because Dad did most of it. I didn't have that money to get any more than I got.
But you're still old.
You can actually separately. Even if I make 10 million, you pick them together and you should keep it behind of the two. You have to go by law. You can't claim both. I can't claim Social Security myself. I have to go by it. Because
Why can't you?
it's illegal.
It's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's too.
Well, why were you telling me that was your friend?
Oh, you there, Rabbi?
Yeah, just we're not talking about Social Security. We're talking about food stamps.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say, but she kind of went the other way.
Okay, so that's why you have to explain to her. We're not talking about Social Security, Mom. We're talking about food stamps.
It's still the same argument. She thinks it's illegal.
Okay.
Even slightly alter anything out of any kind of disproportion.
Look, my friend, just go to ChatGPT. Explain to ChatGPT exactly what's happening. My mom will not understand that she's entitled to food stamps because she thinks she's getting Social Security. Put your state, put her age, and put what she's getting in Social Security and see what it says.
I put my mom doesn't understand she's entitled to food stamps. Can you suggest why she should?
That's not what I said. Say that she said that she thinks that she's not entitled because she gets Social Security.
Yes, it says that you're not disqualified for getting food stamps because of the fact millions of seniors receive full.
Exactly, and that's what she needs to know.
Well, I'll go tell her. Here, stick on with me. I'll tell her in front of you.
I'm not going anywhere.
See if it's copacetic. It says receiving Social Security does not disqualify you from getting food stamps. It's actually you're entitled to it. Millions and millions of people who are past the age get those benefits as well, and you are entitled to that as well.
Dad told us together, and they told him he was too much older to fight for the financial limit. And here's the other thing. Why don't you just kill yourself as an illegal? You can first. And if you can, if you want to fraud, go ahead.
That's not fraud. You will earn that.
I didn't turn over you. Did I get hurt?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You are.
Yeah. It was the single mothers in the
Yeah, and once you started off as a single mom before you married dad, you could have been getting that then, way back then, and wouldn't have stopped.
I did.
I'm saying, okay, well, you can still continue that and get more. All you gotta do is have Nelly pretend to charge you rent.
Yeah, I had to pretend. We all did.
Okay, then, you don't even have to pretend. So all you have to do is say that he charges you rent in those bills.
It's illegal.
No, it's not illegal. You are entitled to that. You need to get a caseworker. That's probably why.
You know, you go down.
You are not going to go to jail. All right, what's up, Rabbi?
Yeah. Why are you using the term pretend? It's not pretend. Have your sister charge your mother.
I told her it's not pretend because she actually pays.
Exactly. So what you should do.
That's what I told her.
Yeah. So what you should do is you can call the state and say, look, my mother thinks that this is fraudulent. She doesn't have enough money to be able to eat every month, and this is causing undue harm to our family. Can you please let her know what the process is from a legal perspective? Because we don't have enough money to make ends meet. We're all on government assistance, and my mother's not listening. That millions of people like her are entitled to these benefits and utilize them.
I almost told her that verbatim.
Okay, but you didn't call. I would, if I were you, I would.
No, in different words, but I did tell her.
There's nothing wrong with you calling a caseworker and asking for advice. Look, my mother thinks that this is fraud. It is not fraud. Millions of people have.
No, it's something she's entitled to.
Exactly.
I literally told her that she's been.
Exactly. So.
You've been thinking it's fraudulent, but it's not. She's actually owed that.
Agreed. And but I wouldn't have gone to my mother first. I would have talked to my sister first. And I would say, hey, can you charge us rent so that we all have lower household incomes? Like basically right now, your family is being treated like, I don't know.
They enable one another, so whatever one thinks the other one does.
Okay, this isn't
it's different. This isn't. It is like online stuff.
This isn't a question for me. This is a question for a caseworker. So you should call a caseworker, explain to them the situation that you're having, and they can help you. And if anything, they can speak to your mother, and then that's the state telling her that it's not illegal and it's not fraud, and it doesn't have anything to do with anything illegal, and then she can get the benefits that she needs. No.
It is not illegal.
No. Jacob, what are you doing? Jacob.
Yeah, I know that.
Jacob, what are you doing? What are you doing?
You're entitled to food stamps.
Jacob.
No one said that they're connected. No one said that. I'm saying you're entitled to that. You're not disqualified because you're on Social Security.
So you are over their income limit for how many people live in your house. You don't get it.
But you don't live in their house if you pay their rent. You live in your own dimension, your own little room.
We rented a house and bought this one. It still didn't qualify.
You're looking at it like a whole structure. You're not looking at how the government looks at it. Like you are your own entity. You are your own person in your own life.
You know, individually.
Yes, you can individually. You can all individually get that. You are actually owed that by the state. And the state will actually tell you that you are actually owed that. It doesn't matter about the same address. I can get it in the garage. Oh, wow.
So I go to jail. And now you put this for again. Okay. Yeah, so get up there. I don't care what doesn't matter. There's nothing from us like it. With any I'm have to come.
But you are owed that by the government. The government would actually side with me. You are owed it. You are owed food stamps. If you pay bills for Hallie, that's essentially paying rent. That is not a fraud. That is not a lie.
Stamps charge,
they're government subsidies.
I don't know.
No,
They're a bonus.
yeah, and you're entitled to a bonus. Yeah, and you don't have that much of an income. Hallie does. You are completely separate from that. No, I'm not breaking down that. Okay, I'm just a little bit.
Jacob, call a caseworker. Have a caseworker explain this.
You're definitely right. I should definitely have a caseworker explain this.
So,
because I don't believe that you're wrong at all.
Okay, yeah. So you should leave this call, as much as I love to talk with you, and you should call your local office, talk to a caseworker about what's going on, and then you will be able to have that caseworker perhaps be able to explain this to your mother. And I understand what your mom's saying. She's not She doesn't know the law, and neither do you. And frankly, I don't know what it is in Kentucky. I'm just telling you of the experience that I've known people to have that generally, if you are not sharing food, which you shouldn't be under this system, and you're taking care of your brother, and he's entitled to food stamps,
Yeah, he is.
and she's not getting those. So you need to have a caseworker work all these things out. It's very complicated.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. We definitely need a caseworker for this because there's a lot of government subsidies that we could be applying and qualifying for that is just not happening.
Absolutely. So go call them. Go call them and let them know what's going on.
Definitely, I will. Most definitely. I
All right.
appreciate your advice, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. And then update me.
All right, man. I'll get back to you on that.
All right. Very well. Take care.
All right, God bless, man. Talk to you later.
You too. Is that legal? No. I think it should be. I think they should be able to work it out.
Jeremiah?
Breaking news: the Texas Chainsaw Massacre killer has been identified. Honestly, Tony, it's just nice to hear Frank. Nice to hear Frank and take some other work than friend good.
We have officially met the president of the Los Angeles Raiders fan club once and for all. The defender is Abaneros. Is this your first time ever going stand-up? Fuck yeah, how about that? Big badass motherfucker just popped his cherry.
Little nervous.
Little nervous, hell yeah. How old are you, Jesus? 59. What made you want to try stand-up for the very first time? Just a little experiment? Yeah.
Becomes a bucket list at 59. What did you do? See what I do. I don't think you have a future, but I do think you're a gentleman, and I think you should keep doing this show. Oh, by the way, that's one of the
I'm interested to know more about your life these years. Can you tell us more about what have you done your whole life? Fuck yeah, I never would have guessed that from a man named Jesus Claro Lavanderos.
You're busy. You got one. Habaneros actually translates to very scary man. But by the way, you got to go on there. Here you go. I'm the largest and strongest. You know how it is, right? You got great cardio. I just sound
Do you have it too? You have diabetes as well? Shout out for you diabetes. I'm sorry, motherfucking diabetes! Somebody ready for me to drop this new fucking sugar?
Unfortunately, their hands are missing. Right? Yeah, but the only thing they can, I guess it's just me and you, our things don't work. No.
It's just you've been trimming trees. What else you been doing? All these things. What are you even doing?
I don't like that. Retired in January.
You did?
I'm listening to the feeling. Just retired. But listen, really serious here. So, keep it stop. I'm not talking about that shit. Just sugar.
Take care of yourself.
Stop while you're at it. I don't want you to
Just trim it out of your diet, branch off into other foods like your Jesus, congratulations, 39 years of marriage. You just popped your cherry up here, all the way from being on a pre-slap to the main stage of the Comedy Store. Look at that drawing, Jeff. Look at that drawing from Ryan G. Isn't that crazy? Look at you. You're sure Jeff. Look at that.
That's crazy talent.
Oh, cool. There he goes, everybody. One more time for Jesus Fleur, Habanero. Kill Tony's going to New York City, Montreal, Cleveland, Fort Wayne, Nashville, Lansing, Grand Rapids, Detroit, and Toronto. Kill Tony live. And you're going to, yes, and I'm going to be doing your show. I'm doing Joe's show to the end of the
You are.
Yes.
And I improvise my own set. Don't know it for an hour. Improvise myself. But tonight, when I'm actually sure.
Thank you so much. How about one more time for the great Chef Garland, everybody?
What a great show.
How about we make a good laugh for the great powerful Jeremiah Watkins, everyone? Come on, hey! KCLA News. He's got a lot going on. A new episode of Jeremiah Wonders is out. Who's your guest this week, Jeremiah?
Steve Simone is on Jeremiah Wonders.
Wow, former Kill Tony guest, legend. Jeff, we're going to take a picture real quick. How about one more time for Gilbert Joel Jimenez, everybody? Gilbert's mostly sorry on all social media and everything like that. Hey, there's a new episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm coming up next week. By the way, make sure you catch Jeff Garland and Ben. We're taking Kill Tony everywhere.
Yes. You can get Kill Tony t-shirt at shopsquad.tv. Lawrence in that box.
Live audience, thank you so much. Have a great night. We'll see you guys soon. Josh Martin, Ryan J. Bill, everybody. Thank you. Good night.
Berkata Adonai Elohim Melech Haolam Asher Kadeshanu B'Mitzvah V'Zman Al Mitzvot Tiferet. Baruch Shem Kavod Mitzvah Torah Mabed. Shema Yisrael Yes. Baruch Shem Kavod Mitzvah Torah Mabed. Test. Yes. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, elevate, elevate. I know that this is the good side. 11th of Sivan, 5782. Last time, 1897. Thirty-seven sixty-one, creation of the Lord, birth of Adam. Sorry, 3631, 136, son of Adam, 135, 26, 235, 107, chapters 134, 36, 3.5, 17, 17,
33, 66, 95, 17, 33, 01, 460, Alexander Gavin at this point. 31, 39, 622, how much is going to be at this point? 32, 74, 687, and 2 some kind of return. Can't think about this.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah just always existed and that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Catholicism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Takeo for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks. Well, we're about at 5 after, I'm going to pick up with some summary from last time, so we all be on the same page. Same page of completely mysterious books that no one really understands, which is great. That's some summary, and we'll jump into it after I open up things a little bit more for questions, just in case there's so many hard questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. You ask me questions like how to make a goal, and I'll tell you I have no idea. Here are 3 books in Aramaic that allegedly tell you how to do it. Go forth, have fun. So as we covered last time, we took a look at some of the really foundational texts that go on before what I might call proto-Kabbalah. Anytime I hear the word proto anything, it just sounds like completely pretentious academic speak. But what I mean here is these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite, or they're going to be informed, they're going to get some really important terminology to become Kabbalah, but they're kind of bridge texts in the period before the rise of Kabbalah, we'll get to in earnest tonight, and they're texts that underwrite or undergird or allow or serve as a foundation for what's going to become the Kabbalah as you may know it, or as you don't know it and you're here to learn more about it, or you've heard this word from Madonna or whatever. If you get Britney Spears, God bless her, has a couple on too. I don't know. Maybe the Lord help her. She needs help. And not she doesn't need help. The people that are doing terrible things to her, they need help. At any rate, the Secret Against Ra is probably one of the more famous baseball books. It's a very tiny little book. Like I think I said last time, and it's no more sentient. It's only a couple thousand words long. And it's a book of cosmic genesis, which is just a $2 word. It means something like how the world came into being. We're still writing cosmogenic books, right? If you ever read The Great History of Time by Stephen Hawking, other kinds of books like that, we're still very interested in how the world came into being. And the Secret Against Ra is an early attempt to describe that using two different categories. The first category is the Sephiroth of nothingness, right? The Sephiroth belly box. And as I talked about last time, we're not really sure what these are. What we do know is they're not divine emanations. And we know that because the text never refers to them as such, and never even sort of invokes that notion. That notion's going to come a bit later, and we'll see it in full force tonight for sure. And the other, of course, is the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And what we have in the Secret Against Ra is a story about how the world came into being, with God using the two Sephiroth of nothingness, probably mathematical terms of some kind, right? Some kind of math term. And then the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and using those together, God fused creation out of nothingness. And I love this image of human. It's as if God is sort of like hammering away at nothing on something. And it's really, I've always found this image to be very beautiful because it doesn't have this sort of God just went and then everything came into being. It's a kind of working class God in mind, building things out of nothing with numbers and letters. I always appreciate the working class God healing the world out of being this Rosie the Riveter God. This is not the aristocrat God speaking from a throne from on high. So I appreciate that image a lot more. The lofty God. So what we have, right, in these images of the undergirding structure of Secret Against Ra is that word and being have a continuity. That language and speech and ontology and metaphysics are connected in a very deep, powerful way. Parmenides, this is echoing perhaps an idea going back to Parmenides, where Parmenides says that there is no difference between thought and being, between logos and ontos. So ontos and logos is the same kind of idea. By the way, that idea is come rolling back in the 20th century, the 21st century. And so, in many ways, this is a pre-modern notion, but it's become both a pre-modern and a post-modern notion at the same time. The snake always swallows its tail. So, the second is this idea about how language and being relate to one another, and how being emerges from divine language. And again, like the snake swallows its tail, right? It's also how one speaks. But it can also, because we speak, and if we can speak correctly, right? Not that I can, but if we can speak correctly, right? We can force reality to our will. We can magically use reality to do what we want. And of course, that's going to underwrite the entire Golden Legend. And that Golden Legend, of course, is all the way back in at least as early as Babylonian Talmud, where some rabbis were able to use Hilchot Yetzirah or Sefer Yetzirah to shape into being living creatures, whether they were calf or vegetarian. Now, they're not perfect, right? Because we never speak as well as God does. I don't know what dialect of Hebrew God speaks. But we never speak as well as God does. And the idea, right, I mentioned that God speaks in many Hebrew. I always love the way many sound. They have this, they still separate between all the different pharyngeal and glottal sounds that are well known to both Sephardic and Ashkenazi Hebrew. By the way, the Babylonian Talmud says that you can't pronounce the difference between Aram and Aleph, that God doesn't hear your prayers. It's a minority position, but I do like the rigorous attention to linguistic detail on the part of at least that rabbi. Anyway, what we have in the Golden Legend is the ability to speak being into being. We can speak beings into being, specifically other people and even other animals. And of course, when you remember back to that line in the Babylonian Talmud, it says that if you're really righteous, you can speak the entire world. Right? So this is a really critical concept. It's not just that you can create people, right? That's already miraculous enough. But you can create a whole lot. You can create an entire world. And so is a truly tremendous idea we found in Jewish mysticism, reaching all the way back to the Talmud, and of course, to Yetzirah, as it appears sometime before the 10th century. I say sometime before the 10th century because there's a lot to think about. I have my position, which I think I made last time, but there's a lot to think about when exactly this text comes into play. Now, over there in Europe, the backwater that was Europe, again, we should always remember that Europe in the 10th century was a place that no human being in their right mind wanted to live because it was a dark ages movement of a bunch of barbarians killing each other. Back in there in the backwater that was Europe, the Middle Ages, we have some elements come together in what is called Ashkenaz, that is to say, now called Germany. Again, Ashkenaz is sort of a more broad term for Germany, but sort of in the German milieu. But we have a couple of different mystical movements going on. And the two mystical movements that really matter for us are going to be what is called the Cherub Circle and what is also called the folks called the German Pietists of Chassidei Ashkenaz. The unique Cherub Circle is going to be very important because they're going to develop a very unique theology in which they really see the idea of Ha'azalut, right? And Ha'azalut is the idea of, or Ha'azalut is the idea of divination, which is to say that God doesn't just create beings in the sense that there is God, there is being, and God is outside of being. Rather, you can imagine, or you also imagine those like really fancy weddings that have the big pyramids of champagne, right, where there's like one champagne, right, being poured at the top and it goes down all the different glasses. Well, imagine that there's an infinite amount of champagne, and God is the champagne being poured down all the glasses, right, and all of those glasses are reality. And so, or whatever, or candles lighting one another, there's lots of videos for this. I even heard one of like milk overflowing from boiled milk. I don't know if boiled milk, but apparently. Anyway, so the idea, right, is that what you have is rather than creation being distinct in the creator, what we have is the idea that creator and creation are part of a continuum. They're part of a spectrum of reality where God is the most real thing, and at some level it tatters off into non-being, right? It tatters off into non-being. And that's a very different distinction of God's over here, and then there's creation over there, and God and creation are distinct. So this idea emerged in the unique cherub circle, and remember that unique cherub was a kind of individual angel, a very special kind of angel, Metatron maybe, that is able to be the outer glory of God. There is an inner hidden glory, God's inner transcendence, and then there's an outer glory, right? And this outer glory is the unique cherub, right? And then that unique cherub communicates the outer glory to the rest of the Olam, and that outer glory sort of echoes out into being. And that outer glory is part of what creates our world. I also mentioned the Chassidei Ashkenaz. There's a lot of debate about the Chassidei Ashkenaz at this point. An earlier theory of the Jewish mysticism found that it was an entire movement of Jewish mysticism in the early part of the 11th and 12th century in Germany and Ashkenaz. I would say Germany because Germany conjures up so many ideas because of European Jewish history. And because Germany wasn't a state at that point. Germany was like a bunch of tiny little boring states. It's like saying you're the king of Hamtramck. Like that's what Germany was. It was 300 Hamtramcks all went together with a bunch of different kings. I like saying Ashkenaz because Ashkenaz communicates how amorphous the areas are. Right? What was Ashkenaz? You have a general idea of what we're talking. Something about Germany. We're talking about the area around Regensburg. So you may know another famous mystic also from the area around Regensburg. That's Hildegard of Bingen. Hildegard of Bingen and the Chassidei Ashkenaz are very close proximity to one another. And again, what's really important about them is they preserve a lot of magical texts. They preserve a lot of the Nephilim literature. They preserve a lot of the amulet literature. They preserve a lot of this sort of strange ascetic literature that seemed to emerge at that time. And what we now think, what scholars now think, is that rather than being a mystical movement in Judaism, it was a kind of particularly weird family who just so happened to be very, very powerful. Right? Who happened to be actually very, very powerful and have a good bit of money and a good bit of influence. And so the Chassidei Ashkenaz were famous in many ways because entering in Italy, and they're being pushed into the Ashkenaz via the Colonist family. Also, just mention the Colonist family has one of the earliest examples of a possible transgender Jewish person poet. So we have a Thomas, one of the members of the Thomas family, writing a poem wishing that they were a woman, actually, and probably expressing some, again, something like kind of queering transgender identity. The poet wrote the Columbus family. That document is not too well known, but it is in a great collection of history in Judaism. And of course, as I'm sure you know, one of the main things that's going to make Kabbalah very interesting is how gender bending it is. That God is going to be female, male, masculine, feminine, and neither of these. And so part of what's going to make Kabbalah so fascinating is the gender bending that's going to go on. We'll talk a bit about that tonight. So again, what degree that comes out of the Columbus family and the Ashkenaz, we don't know. They're also one of the few aesthetic Jewish movements in history. That's to say, Jews who intentionally harm their bodies in order to get closer to God. Judaism doesn't typically have an aesthetic dimension so much. They're fast, but they're very well constrained and allowed to go beyond them. But the Ashkenaz movement had lots of different penitential and aesthetic practices, like rolling around thinking of snow, tone for your sins, which I guess in the wintertime here in Michigan, if you want to try out the Ashkenaz practices, take your clothes off, roll around the snow, and see if you're supposed to be done. You're malleable there. As I mentioned last time, also, the other main text that's also critically important for the development of Kabbalah that we get to tonight is the Sefer Bahir. And the Sefer Bahir is the first time in which we have the idea coming from Sefer Yetzirah, right? Like the world is formed from the Sefer of Elimah, the Sefer of nothingness, and from the unique cherub circle over there, Ashkenaz, we have the idea of Hatzalah, of illumination. Those are in the Sefer Bahir slammed together, they're synthesized. And for the first time in the Sefer Bahir, we see the idea that God is in fact 10 emanations. That idea first appears in the Sefer Bahir. And so, in that way, the Sefer Bahir is the first true Kabbalistic book. So sometimes people ask me, where should I start studying Kabbalah? I want to start reading Kabbalistic literature. Well, if you don't want things to be too complicated, start with the Sefer Bahir. Because it's the first. Now, does that mean it's going to be the most introductory? No. Because if you've ever studied any philosopher or any mystic when they're trying to forge new ideas, those texts are often the most difficult because they're having to synthesize and work with ideas that are half-formed. They're very half-formed and they're very worldly. And a classic example of this is I told you before, right? One of the first book of metaphysics, you can go read Parmenides' books, or you can go read Aristotle's books on metaphysics. Now, those are some of the most difficult books about metaphysics ever written. Why? Because they're inventing it, right? They're inventing the very language by which you describe things that aren't physical. It's the most abstract, difficult things you can imagine. So the language is very difficult. And so the Sefer Bahir is notorious in this also. Now, again, is it always impossible to understand? No. But it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. But again, I think that the Bahir is a perfectly approachable text in lots of other ways. The other things, two things to say about the Sefer Bahir that are crucially important as we begin to get into Kabbalah tonight is one, Sefer Bahir is a pseudepigraphic text. I like when I say pseudepigraphic without making a single mistake. Pseudepigraphic texts are just texts that are written, and if they were being written by someone else, almost always someone more famous in the first place. Taylor Swift probably not going to write a pseudepigraphic text because Taylor Swift is famous enough to write Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is going to sell her own book because she's mad. Well, if I write a book, I might attribute it to Taylor Swift. That's probably a bad idea because I'm pretty sure that she would sing. But, right, what I could do is attribute it to someone who couldn't sing. So what I would attribute it to is the kind of Acuna, right? A guy who lived 2,000 years ago in Palestine, and he had a kind of general mystical idea. That's exactly what these guys are doing. Or attributing to Enoch or Abraham or Moses or whatever. There's a long history of doing this in Jewish lore, and the Sefer Bahir is attributed to a first century sage. That same structure is going to be picked up by sacred Bahir is that there are what I call Gnostic elements in a text. Gnosticism, as you may remember, was a religious current in the late classical world, somewhat, yeah, the late classical world, that 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries has come to longer. In some ways, it survived even into the medieval period and so on. And the Gnostic idea is the idea that there is the world is fundamentally good, right? There is a good world, an evil world, physical is bad, the spiritual world is good, it's half, now this prison world, right? We live in a prison world of brutality and chastity out of that world. And we see some elements of that in the sacred Bahir. And also, by the way, in the sacred Bahir, it's one of the first times we begin to see the idea of this feminine divine. It's there that we see wisdom being personified as divine. And that's going to be a huge shift as a minute as we how proper, because it's also going to be the time where the Shekhinah goes from not just being feminine gender grammar-wise, like it is in Talmud, to being feminine gender divine-wise, like it is in Kabbalah. So again, one of the things you'll see about beginning in Kabbalah is that often what makes Kabbalah very radical is not that it reads text in strange ways. What makes Kabbalah very radical is it typically reads text very literally, hyper-literally. So if Shekhinah is a feminine gender grammatical word, they say, no, it's not just grammar, folks. That's being. Because the Torah never makes any mistakes, ever. Nothing's so accurate. And so if the word is grammatically feminine, that means God must be feminine. Full stop. And so part of what makes Kabbalah so fascinating is not that it bends things around, of course it does that too. It's just how literal it takes things. And so we'll see that as we get into the season so far. Alright, folks, just briefly, any other questions before we jump into Proto-Kabbalah tonight? Still be in the Proto-Kabbalah world tonight. But again, I think a lot of the stuff will still be in Kabbalah. This might be a difficult question, but the authors of these texts, any idea or any speculation on who they might be? We have a lot of speculation. Josh Weiss has, I think, the best book about Sefer Yetzirah. He claims that it's being written in what he calls the terror of biblical circles. That's to say, people who are adjacent to the rabbinical world, but also have their knee or have their toe in the philosophical world and the Christian Syriac world. We forget that prior to the Islamic conquest, there was an enormous amount of translation of philosophical texts into Syriac by Christians in places like Syria. And that world was a booming philosophical world. And what is happening is that they're covered by the armies of Islam. And then that view of that world existed as eclipsed. And those texts were rapidly translated into Arabic. And so Sahih Weiss argues, I think, convincingly that if we look at some Samaritan literature and we look at some Syriac literature, there are texts that look a lot like the Sefer Yetzirah existing in those milieus. Does that tell us who? No. Does it maybe tell us when, where? Kind of. So someone with rabbinical knowledge, they're writing in very pure Mishnah Hebrew, probably in contact with the rabbinical world, but also probably having their toe in the philosophical world, maybe in the mystical world, somewhere there. But the problem is that once Islam took over those areas, in which the Umayyad Caliphate took over, the data gets really jarred. They're talking about a period of maybe a couple hundred years and 150 years. So that world existed and it was politically eclipsed in a literary sense. The Sefer Bahir is this. It could have originated in Europe. It could have originated in Mesopotamia. There are people, scholars, who are much better at this stuff than I am, much more articulate, much more learned. Convincing arguments have been made on both sides. Some people say it originated somewhere in Europe. Some people have originated somewhere in Mesopotamia. I've never seen an argument that this is led up. So the Bahir is just one of these texts where no one really knows exactly where it originated. The Bahir is much more closely So it's so hard to know exactly where these texts emerge and how they develop, but Sacred by Hair is profound mysteries. So I don't have. I think you have to look at the literature and see the arguments, but I've never seen a convincing argument about someone like weird. We do know where it took hold. It took hold primarily in Europe. And for many people, that's a good argument in Europe, and that's where we see it flourish. Sacred Yetzirah is weird because it seems to flourish in 5 different places simultaneously all through the world. So we see versions of it, we see commentaries being written in Italy at the same time they're being written in Iraq, at the same time they're being written in Egypt. And you're like, how the hell did this text get to these different places fast? And why are they all far-right commentaries in the 10th century? What happened? Right? And the answer is we don't know. Scholarship is still working on this problem. It's profound because we know they weren't working together. It's not like the Saigon, the Shabbat, and Donolo, and Yehuda Barzilai over in Spain were all saying, hey, let's write commentaries on Sacred Yetzirah. They didn't even know they were doing it. And yet, it's so, I don't know. It's something's going. There's a story. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know. And also, by the way, Sacred Yetzirah is also composed in what is sometimes called the Jewish Dark Age. There was a period after the Talmud, but before the rise of the Midrash, where we have basically no documentation. There's a 300-year period in which nothing seems to have been written. Right? And yet, Sacred Yetzirah was. So it's super bad. It's a weird thing. It's super hard. Again, and sometimes I tell people, young scholars who want to get into this field, they're like, is there anything left to do? And I'm like, I have no idea. Basically, we don't know. Basically, we don't know. It's going to take people to read Persian. It's going to take people to read Arabic. It's going to take people to read Hebrew. And people are going to be in these archives in countries like Iraq, in countries like Iran, because it's in those places, I think, where if there is a clue in Syria, if there's a clue in Egypt, it's going to be the state archive of those countries. And I'm looking into someone to build a work in those countries to do the work. Geopolitics subsumes this kind of literature, unfortunately. The questions we're going to jump into tonight. All right, folks. Let's talk a little bit about what Jewish mysticism looked like just before the rise of Kabbalah. Just a couple of social currents that are worth reporting here. I don't have to tell you all, right, that already by the time the Kabbalah appears, Jewish mysticism is already really complex. It's already intertwined. There are already several currents of it. Jewish mysticism was one thing by the time Kabbalah appears. You have lots of currents. Sacred Yetzirah, Hillel literature, Jewish magic. Jewish mysticism in a broad way is already very complex by the time Kabbalah appears. So, in many ways, it has a lot to work with. It has a huge repertoire of things to work with. Secondly, the Jewish world, once Kabbalah appears, had already spent centuries being racked by what is called Maimonidean controversy. Now, I'm not going to get deep into Maimonidean controversy because it's incredibly complicated, but basically what we have is a debate about the merits of Maimonides. You may remember this, you may have forgotten, or you may not even know. Maimonides is one of the divisive figures in the history of Judaism. Now, I know that now everybody likes Maimonides. Maimonides High School, Rambam this, Rambam that, everybody loves this. That was not the case in the Middle Ages. There were people that were very pro-Maimonides, and there were people that were very happy to get Maimonides' books and Dominicans to burn them. Jewish communities went to the Dominicans and said, hey, we heard you got burned heretical liturgy. Yeah, here's some. And they gave them Maimonides to burn. So, in a big way, Maimonides is an incredibly polarizing figure. Very polarizing. But on the one hand, many people thought Maimonides rationalized every aspect of Judaism away. For them, Maimonides took Judaism and just made everything better. And Maimonides didn't bat an eye to it. He center of all oil space, making everything mechanically move around. Do you really care if you pray in a church or synagogue? You might not care. And so they tell you, right, if you're a wealthy doctor, wealthy lawyer, or physician, wealthy poet, musician, and some guy comes along and says you're going to convert or leave, do you leave your fancy job? Or do you go, yeah, it's all about the same. Well, that happens. And many Jews felt that Maimonides led other Jews into conversion. He assimilated them, right? Again, think about all the things we talked about in the 20th century about how many people love to hate on assimilation. Well, this is one of a reaction in the Spanish Jewish world, especially French Jewish world, where Maimonides really got, people really polarized with Maimonides. Well, one reaction to rigorous rational philosophy is a kind of romanticism. And we know that because we've seen it happen over and over and over in history philosophy, right? Kant gave way, right? Kant, Descartes, the hyper-rationalism of people like Leibniz gave way to the romanticism of people like Goethe, right? And Schelling in the 19th century German situation, right? You can't imagine the Baroque ideas of Hegel as anything other than a response to the hardcore rationalism in a certain kind of way of Kant. So romanticism is always a reaction to rationalism in some way, and we see it actually play itself out here in the 13th century. Also, what's really important is Jews at the time in Spain are living under the administration, at this time, are living under the administration of Alfonso X. Now, Alfonso X is one of these guys you probably haven't heard of, but it's actually really, really important in the history of a lot of things. Because Alfonso X was probably one of the most tolerant and curious monarchs in European history. He allowed for and encouraged translation between Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin. He encouraged poets and artists and mathematicians. He was probably one of the most benign, enlightened despots. In fact, if you want to think of an enlightened despot for its on, it was Alfonso X. He was called Alfonso the Wise. And again, also when you get these epithets right, like when you're Philip the Fair, Philip the Bold, or Rabbi the Ugly, they typically are kind of accurate. And Alfonso the Wise was a great wise dude. And in his administration, the Jews were probably allowed the greatest amount of civil freedom until the book. So if you want to think about it in those terms, right, Alfonso X probably allowed Jews more freedom in his realm than any of European leaders as a whole. And so Alfonso the Wise set up a relatively liberal, again, within the confines of medieval Christendom and all things that go into that, but a relatively liberal world in which new ideas can be published, Jews can travel, they can do things. Also, what's important to note about this at the same time is that Jews and Christians are living in unusually close proximity, especially in Spain and Girona, and they're talking at a level that they really haven't prior and they really don't ever after. They're influencing each other. Two things that really worth mentioning here. One is the Cathar cult, right? Cathar heresy, heresy, whatever. The Cathars were kind of, it seems like a lay-led, semi-agrarian, dualistic movement of Christendom that lived in one Catholicism remained outside of it, and they were intensely persecuted by the Catholic Church during what is called the Albigensian Crusade. People forget that the first Crusades were not Christians against Muslims, they were Christians against other Christians. The Albigensian Crusades were the crusade against, in many ways, Christians, Albigensian Catholic Crusades. And also what's important to note about this time period is this is the time period of the rise of the Marian cult. And I think Marian cult, just know that I'm going to use the word cult for using the religious studies term. I don't mean the word cult in a negative way. I just mean as an intense religious movement. And I have to say there was an intense spike in Spain at this time around the image and theology of Mary, and Mary adoration became intense at this time period and around the early 13th century around Mary. There was a lot of intense veneration of Mary at this time. That's going to matter in a minute, because that's going to be a marketing problem for the Jews. Because Mary is very charismatic. People really like Mary. You think you've got the church? talking to what might think about people. Well, it's a fine man. If the Catholics got the married thing, what are the Jews going to get? You know the answer. China, right? In many ways, the outlet of China, the feminine aspect of God, is the Jewish response to the rise of Mary consideration. Anything you can do to do better. You got the mother of God, we got the feminine God, right? This is a kind of theological whatever should they see and the development of Kabbalah. Back there on the left, you see on parts of the 10th. I have a coin. I collected a coin that I have every conceivable or beyond the old path. And I actually have a silver star of parts of the 10th. You can even see an image that he's really picky about his image. It's especially beautiful in a way that previous and after the Spanish movie stories and that. But on parts of the 10th really wanted to have a beautiful points to see that in his image. He's a fine. All right. So, what are the kind of core philosophical problems that are going to intervene in the rise of Kabbalah? Because one of the things I always like to point out to people is that mysticism and rationalism are never really opposed in history until now. It's only in the aftermath of the 18th century that we really oppose the mystical and the rational. You don't see that in the Middle Ages. You don't see it in the classical period. It's a really modern thing. It's a big kid, right? In an attempt to solve a group of philosophical problems. And when we say philosophical, what we really might say is theosophical. They're philosophical problems that heavily overlap with theology. So it's not quite philosophy, it's not quite theology, it's something in between. Because there was already developed Jewish theology, and there was already developed Jewish philosophy. Maimonides, Talmud, right? And there was the traditional visions of God that had been heard from the Talmud. Well, this isn't either one of them. This is something in between, sort of a cutting edge kind of thing. So the question became this. This is basically a Neoplatonic question for folks who know a bit about history of philosophy. And I say it's a Neoplatonic question because Neoplatonism is now moving into Europe via the Islamic context for the first time. And that question is a pretty basic question that we have an answer for. We have an infinite God. Because no one wants to find out God, right? You don't want a God who does stuff. Like, you ask God, like, hey, what's the derivative of this? God doesn't know. You don't want a God who doesn't know calculus. You want a completely transcendent God, all knowing, all powerful, all wise, all good, all the things. Right? You want this God. Everybody wants that transcendent God. And yet, we ain't transcendent. We're immanent. I don't know everything
like a giant bee.
Guaranteed. Right? I don't know everything about the Kabbalah. I don't know everything about those things. 99.999 things I don't know. I don't know anything about anything probably. This is a basic philosophical problem. How do you understand? Because this is a basic math. Infinity minus 1 is still infinity. Infinity minus 10 million is still infinity. Infinity minus 12 billion, 11 billion, whatever. You can't subtract it out, right? When you think about trying to pull the infinite toward you by subtraction, you never get to it. If you try to get to infinity, right, by adding, or the more you never get there either. Because no matter what you add to a finite number, you'll never get to infinity. How do you bridge the gap? And Neoplatonism is famous, infamous, for trying to solve this problem by adding in what they call hypotheses. Hypotheses is just how you learn more things that are in between. There's things that are in the middle, there's states in the middle. And so you can see that these go from really complicated, right? Right? So this is the most simple one here on the far left, the system of Plotinus, the very famous Greek Roman philosopher of the 3rd century. And then 5 of them, the Roman philosophy, right, this very small image, you can see how very complicated this is done. Now, right, these are just intermediaries between us and God, between the one and the simple. Now, if you look at this image, right, or this image, I bet you can already see where we're going. If you've ever seen an image of the zipper, the tree of life, right? See how they look the same? They're starting to look similar? It's because is in fact infinitely transcendent. They want to maintain that. And they want to maintain that God is immanent. God is the God of the Hebrew Bible that walks around and rules everything in the Garden of Eden. They want to maintain God's radical transcendence and God's radical immanence. They want to have both. Because they have to have both. Because if God showed up to some guy who gave him a bunch of rules, God is immanent to this world. And also, if God is responsible for being, God must transcend being. Because being can't come from being must come from something else. And so God must also be beyond being. And how Kabbalah going to solve this is by introducing three concepts that anyone here who's studying Kabbalah or has heard of, but you may not know why they're there, right? If they're there because they solve these three philosophical problems. Now, solve is a small word, but in the mind of the Kabbalists, they solve this. First, this concept of being so. This is the infinite hidden God. This is the God beyond all beings. And so just means the infinite, right? Right? It's just the God beyond all beings. This is the God that is transcendent, that is unknowable, that is beyond everything that you could ever imagine, and is beyond all English regulations. But you can't end there. God has to get here. How does God get here? God emanates out of that vast, infinite, beyond being, that vast nothingness, no thingness, right? God is no thing. God has to begin to enumerate. God has to begin to emanate out of God's self. And how does God emanate out of God's self? Well, God emanates out of God's self in 10 separate. And those separate are the emanations cascading out of the Godhead, out of the infinite nothingness of the Godhead, something. And bit by bit, a ladder is built, reaching down into the infinite. And the very last rung of that ladder is God's presence. Shekhinah, feminine aspect of God, right? God pours out God's presence. And as God pours out God's presence, that in the shelter of that presence, right, is the immanent reality of God in this world. And in some sense, is this world. That's the final of this world. So the solution to this problem, the gap between the infinite and finite, this neo-Platonic problem, Kabbalah is a very, 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 very complicated way of solving that problem using these three philosophical devices. Ein Sof, Sphira, Shekhinah. Now we're going to greatly complicate that story as we get into this, right? But my argument is that if you boil it down to the basic problem, that basic problem, the gap between the finite and infinite, and the basic solution of these three things. Now, I say basic, not basic at all. And also, when we get into Kabbalah, I will see it's much more complicated. Right? It's going to get much more complicated. Let's talk about some of the early roots of Kabbalah. The earliest one we can talk about, right? We may need to stretch this lecture till next time. That may have to happen. We're actually talking about that stuff. We'll make what time we have, and we'll get to take it next time, or we leave off and make up some more. Next time. The earliest school of Kabbalah that we can recognize as such is what we call the Eden Circle, the speculation circle. This circle existed somewhere either in southern Spain, although more recent scholarship lives in France, although more recent scholarship lives in Spain. And this group of folks seem to have been a very small group of rabbinical elites focused on these kinds of problems. For them, they also thought the idea that there's some kind of ladder gapping between infinite and the finite. And for them, however, that ladder is actually 13 separate. And what they do is they say there are 10 separate, but the 10th separate contains 3 additional spheres. Right? So they think there are 13. Now you might be asking why 13? Well, because they're trying to solve another problem. And that other problem is that there seem to be 13 attributes of the mercy of God in the rabbinical literature. And they think that it's much more logical to be 13 attributes of God rather than 10. So they kind of roll the last 3 into the final 1, and nested flavors, like flames, like fragrances, right? That when you smell a beautiful rose, right, it doesn't take anything away from the rose. Now, if it does, they know that. But the idea that when you smell that rose, the rose still stays the same, even though you get the fragrance. So in some ways, you can think about that the rose emitting fragrance is an image or an emanation of God in the world. In fact, this idea survives over at the University of Rose. The idea that the fragrance is giving off by the flower that is God. By the way, it's simple, right? Flower and always connect together with poetry. Poetry, you get this weird aspect of the nature of God, where God is feminine and male at the same time, but an active force, right, but also a passive force that humans are the ones smelling God to get along. So again, you get this idea of gender based authority and having the image of the overflowing fountain is very good. Actually, looking at these fountains and imagining these cascading fountains in the Middle Ages of Spain is kind of like what God is like. Actually, looking at the medieval fountains, I've actually gone to Spain and seen some of these medieval fountains in Castile, and they're still there from this time period. You're like, oh wow, that's what they were seeing in one of the symbols, right? Sometimes they imagine the sun going down, they can see the sun coming through the light, going through water, and that image to them is very powerful of how the universe, how the cosmos functions. They're also very interested in the Cyprians and Ra. They do write some commentaries involving the creation of the golem, and they're very interested philosophically in how creation began and persists. About 32 very important works of the human circle, the earliest circle of Kabbalists there, probably in Spain, survived. Although some of their works only have page long. The most famous work they produced was a text called the Fountain of Wisdom, and the Fountain of Wisdom goes on to be reprinted and reprinted and reprinted. Focusing on the survival of the human circle. There's a book, I'll give a reference at the end. If you want to read basically the major works that have come down to us from the human circle, I'll give you a book that you can check out if you want to read some of their works. Many of them have been translated, some of them. The other major group here is going to be the Brabant Circle. Specifically, the Brabant Circle being led by Isaac Klein, who is also referred to as Simon the Four, which means the one who is full of life. So the idea is that while Simon the Four could see from birth, he could see from his eyes, he could see like his soul, and it's the fact that he was blind without an ability, actually his ability, because Psychic Horror wasn't deluded like the rest of us. Psychic Horror could see the inner structure of reality, whereas they just see a bunch of illusions. And the idea that Psychic Horror was not blind was blindness. So I always like to refer to him as Psychic Horror rather than Isaac Blind, rather focused on his ability than as a disabled person. At any rate, Psychic Horror is derived in the late part of the 12th century, and he is, as so far as we can tell, the first full-time Kabbalist. He was an adjunct Kabbalist. He was a full-time Kabbalist. He was a Kabbalah, he was a Kabbalist tenure track. And we can thank him for fixing the amount of the Sephirot accumulations to 10. After Psychic Horror fixes the number of Sephirot to 10, he uses verses of the Bible from 1 Chronicles 29:11, and he fixes the number of Sephirot to 10, and never changes that. Psychic Horror basically sets the stage for the Kabbalah in terms of eliminating the amount of Sephirot that there are. And what he argues is that the Sephirot actually inspired our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God under transcendent state. The Sephirot are kind of intermediate world between worlds. And our world is what's connected behind the ladder of the Sephirot to the world of transcendent. So, and this will be the name, by the way, of on Kabbalah is to what degree does the Sephirot exist in our world, beyond our world, or are they a part of our world, they transcend our world, all these they exist. They exist before, after creation, right? When God said yes before, that inaugurated the development of the Sephirot, just prior to that. So, you know, what I'm arguing is a really dramatic Genesis story does double duty. Right on one level, it's a story of how our world came to exist. But right on a deeper level, a more transcendent level, it's the story of how our outcomes in the world separate came into existence. And so if you know how to read it correctly, according to Psychic Horror, this very esoteric way, you can read into the Genesis story the greater natural coming into being of the world. And its commentary is, to my mind, the first commentary to do exactly that. Now, let's say we're so hard, we're going to, beginning next week, spend hundreds of pages. So again, Psychic Horror sets the stage for what's going to become a huge unfolding of the world of the Torah and all the Kabbalah proverbs. Now, as you might imagine, Psychic Horror also prohibited teaching these ideas to public, even rather than writing them down. He had a famous quote that he said to some of his students over in Castile, where he said, and I'm blind in Vermont, he said, look, if you, he said a book concealed in a cupboard, if you look at a book in a cupboard, it's not concealed. It's going to get out, right? And so he says, write this stuff down, right? He said, candle concealed in a cupboard. Why? Why should I? If you try to conceal a candle in a cupboard, see if someone's going to see it. Well, if you try to conceal this stuff in books, it's not going to work. Why? People are going to find the books. People are going to publish the books. They're going to copy them. And so he's the first person to actively forbid the writing down of Kabbalist ideas. And it was for a very brief time successful. But people are very briefly. Right? Very briefly. Because as soon as he gets over to Spain and Girona, the brothers, the Kabbalists over in Girona, he began disseminating this material. And what ended up happening is they further disseminated and they further wrote it down and they began to disseminate. You see here, this is the Girona synagogue. It's still there in Girona. It's very weird to walk around the old Jewish sections of Girona, knowing that Kabbalah was basically burned there. It's just like Kabbalah and Girona was saying that Jews were in those areas. Rabbi Azrael, one of the Psychic Horror students, systematizes the Sephirot for the first time. And not only does he systematize the Sephirot, he systematizes the very earliest doctrine of the Sephirot into what is basically a Kabbalistic catechism. When I say catechism, I mean catechism. Question answer catechism. Again, Catholics and Jews, they kind of talk to each other. Catholics are like catechism, right? When you choose to scholastic literature, this Western answer structure, and they copy it. And Rabbi Azrael was the first to really systematize, for the first time, Kabbalah in many ways produces the first systematic account of how Ein Sof derives separate So it's something like an early Kabbalistic catechism. It's a really fantastical text. Also, one of Rabbi Azrael's students is Nachmanides, probably known as the Ramban. Nachmanides is one of the most famous Bible commentators in the entire Middle Ages. And famous for pointing out mystical parts of the Bible in his commentaries. Now, his commentary itself isn't overtly mystical, but he always says, right, I'm not being happy, you know. He always points to these very clear instances, right, where there's a Kabbalistic thing happening. Here's the thing. There are these signposts in his commentaries telling, right, there's a Kabbalistic thing that's a secret here. And in many ways, Nachmanides' commentary is very mystically immune commentary on the Bible, goes to great lengths to making the Kabbalah more mainstream. This can be an issue, right? Kabbalah always has been a problem. It's always been the case that it's been very liberating, but rabbis have always been pretty skeptical of it for many years. And Nachmanides, one of the main things he does is legitimize a lot of Kabbalistic ideas by including them in what they can be one of the most definitive Bible commentaries ever written. So sometimes you have to innovate it, what happened with Sigrienza, right? Sigrienza basically became part of the Jewish canon because of the very famous Jews like Martha, Shadowolo, the Sadduceans, all commentary. Well, Jacob commentary don't even must be true. Well, you know, Maimonides, as I've written, right, if you understand this, right, I'll read it there, right? If you understand this, right, I'll read it, and then, according to the way of truth, then it must be some kind of must be. Also, Jacob Shusha is important here as well. He basically moralized the right, right? He's very moralized the treaties. He doesn't moralize the treaties, go right all the way get into. And also, he's an attack on how most interpret the Word of God. This is very polarized because one of the things probably what I want to do is maintain earlier forms of mysticism, like conversion on mysticism, whatever, you know, the results of God. And part of what Shusha wants to do is maintain a very traditional, mystical understanding of the Word of God, as opposed to my modern theory that will symbolic God literal and more rational. Last one from this is starting to wrap up with this team. We now live over the Castile, right? Into northern central Spain. Drama will come on bring itself out of southern France and Spain over here now to Castile. The Castile circle really existed on two brothers, Cohen brothers. I know you're now thinking Cohen brothers, like movies. No, the Cohen brothers in Castile, and they both claim to have found hidden lost books. Now, these hidden lost books that claim to have found, typically look at that as claims history of a lot of skepticism. But they had their line. Scholars think they have access to some relatively unusual books from maybe late antiquity, maybe a little later, but we reason to believe that some of the things they were looking at weren't completely made up out of their head. And what we get in Rabbi Jacob is a very interesting interpretation, a very esoteric interpretation. Letters, that idea of esoteric interpretation is letters origin right here, we get another version of it here in Rabbi Jacob. And in Rabbi Isaac, we get perhaps one of the most shocking books, I think, top three shocking books ever written in Judaism. This is a book called The Treatise of the Emanation of the Left-Hand Side. And what Rabbi Isaac argues is that flowing down the left-hand side of the human emanation structure of the mind is evil. That evil is a quintessential aspect of the development of God. That the separate have an inherent evil concept that could not have been. Right? Now, this is very important. Because traditionally in Judaism and Christianity and Islam, people have typically been imagined to be a privation. It's like cold deprivation of heat, where darkness is a deprivation of light. Many people look at darkness and darkness, evil doesn't exist on its own. The Cohen brothers, simply just trying to make the trees with the emanation left hand side argument. No. Evil is part and parcel of the structure of reality. It could not have been otherwise. And further, God didn't try to constrain it. It didn't work. God tried to constrain it 3 different times. Every time, reared back to horrifying reality. And by the third time, what ends up happening is there's an entire separate system on the backside of the separate system that's evil. So imagine the divine system, right? With like all the dots that separate. Well, imagine they have a first version. That inverse version is evil, right? Now the first 3 are destroyed. God destroys those, but the rest are made. And the last 7 that remain are demonic forces that still hold on reality. And those demonic forces are part and parcel of the necessary structure of reality. mental to reality is going to go directly to the Zohar. So what's going to end up happening is this evil is going to be here basically until the Messiah comes and this world is going to be transformed, purged. So insofar as it is a reality, that reality is penetrated, inherently logically penetrated. Now, the idea, right, is that we can resist that evil by doing the mitzvah. This idea coming from the treaties and the national inside that when you do the law of God, you follow the Torah, you're not just following the rule of God, what you're actually doing is metaphysical warfare. So when you observe Sabbath, when you lay to felon, when you give money to the poor, you're not just doing the mitzvah. You're engaged in a titanic battle of good versus evil, where the goodness pushes back against the demonic forces of evil, by pushing back the demonic forces of evil, creates a kind of gap, and into that gap the Messiah will come. And so the idea is that the Talmud is also pretty clear on this. Messiah only comes in two circumstances: when a generation deserves it because of their righteous deeds, or when the world is so evil, only the Messiah can fix it. And so the idea here is you must do the work of creating a gap through righteousness and the forces of evil.
What the fuck is that sound?
Come through, wipe it all out. So the treaties of elimination.
There's some giant fucking albatross in here.
The development of the Kabbalistic conception of it, which is not anything like the Maimonides, it's nothing like the Augustine, it's something like the proponents of Al-Ashari, the Islamic tradition. This is a rigorous idea that people real, part of reality, but actively resisting. Again, some Christians who look at the relation to see also their thoughts on it. Right? You need to get the art of the greatness, right? Where you ever seen the art of science fiction, right? You can see that around the time of the early Middle Ages, Jesus is hanging on the cross in very serene. But by the high Middle Ages, he's bloated, green, he's dangling almost in a Y shape. His body is frail, broken. Evil becomes a huge conception in the 13th century in Spain. See those ideas into the Jewish spirit, hatred, and actually on that side. It's in this circumstance, folks, that we start to wrap up this evening of this question. Start one a little bit longer than normal. It's in this circumstance that we function really well. Right? In Castile, in the middle of the 13th century. And it is around mostly law, mostly the local Sacred Zohar proposed. And if you know anything about Zohar, anything about Kabbalah, this is the central text of Jewish mysticism, the Sacred Zohar. And I will say, in many ways, it's the last text to gain universal recognition by all of the world's Jews as scripture. I'll say that once more before we end for the the Sacred Zohar, the book of the Zohar, is the last text to gain universal recognition from Jews in Yemen, Jews in Spain, Jews in North Europe, Jews in North Africa, Jews in North America, and South America, Jews in Greece. All of world Jewry came to accept the authority of the Sacred Zohar. It is the last Jewish scripture to become a Jewish scripture in many ways. The only Jews who really rejected it were 19th century reformers. They rejected it. Right? So they began. Prior to that, there was no Jewish group, no community that didn't think that someone was able to honor was a piece of scripture. I argue we've got to reclaim this scripture. Liberal Jews, right? We've got to reclaim it. I think it's one of the most amazing documents ever written in the history of spirituality. It's an amazing document. We should reclaim it. And we should reclaim it because of what it does to the children. We should reclaim it because of what it does to the language. It's the most modern text in many ways. We should do it for what it does to all the amazing things that we should reclaim it because it's ours. And it should not be the The Jesuit Don will Kabbalah, I would say, is pound for pound the same best book of Kabbalah, early Kabbalah you can get. Early Kabbalah is pretty aptly titled. He covers a lot of stuff, the trees, the humanation, the trees and image, left and science, also in the early Kabbalah. Also, there's a really great book he has on the Cherub Circle. The guy that invented Hatzalah, humanation. He has a whole book on them, really fast. You'll need to highlight that. If you want to read about the Human Circle, earliest Kabbalists, Herman has a really great book on them. The entire text of the Sefer by here is reproduced by Kaplan, although I will say that my caveat with Kaplan is that Kaplan is practicing Lorianic Kabbalist, Lorianic Kabbalah as a base, and he kind of reads back the literature of Sefer Yetzirah and Sefer by here, later Lorianic, and distorts it a little bit, but still a good text, still a good translation, nonetheless, and reproducing features.
There's a pterodactyl in here. So
I can do an entire class on Sacred Zohar. Easily do an entire class. We're going to spend an entire class on it, doing my very best to get you oriented to it, so that you can feel confident, at least getting into some of the sections, because it is an intimidating text. I'll admit, it's as simple as intimidating text I know of. Like Hegel, Fisher Price, compared to the Sacred Zohar, right? Like just you put it on your spirit, it's like trade tools. So that's it on the Sacred Zohar next week. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work in providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Wow, hi everybody. Make some motherfucking noise. Here it goes. Tony, Linus Gangback. How exciting is this, everybody? One of the most jolly little comedy festivals in the world. What a positive, fun vibe here. You guys excited for this shit or what? Ryan Redman is here. How many of you are excited to see some great New York comedians tonight, huh? How many of you are hoping to watch people bomb here tonight? I think these people want to see blood, Brian. For those of you listening to the podcast, hundreds of thousands of you out there, we are doing this show in Montreal next week, July 25th, Rothschild'S Comedy Festival. And then the 1st of September in Cleveland, the 4th in Fort Wayne, the 12th in Nashville, September 20th in Lansing, the 21st in Grand Rapids, and the 22nd Detroit, Michigan, and then September 28th in Toronto, Canada. So if you guys want to make a long drive there from New York, we'll be there in Toronto in a gigantic theater at their Just for Laughs Festival. But we're here tonight. This is our second annual Skank Fest. How many of you were here last year? How many of you, this is your first Kill Tony ever? Wow, look at that. Some new blood. It's exciting. People sign up before the show for the chance to get 60 seconds to do stand-up comedy in front of us and our esteemed judges and our amazing band. And after the 60 seconds, boycott. And so let's get this fucking thing started. You guys ready or what? I'm gonna bring up the guests. Tonight's guests were both guests on last year's Skankfest. Why not? It's the Skanks themselves. Big J. Okerson and Dave Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Louis COVID is promoting his fuck. Big J once had to pull a man off the stage to be security when Jeremiah got attacked by a guy on mushroom.
As you guys all know, Big J was genetically predisposed to security. It just comes out sometimes. That or a manager at a Wawa. He took a left. I think you can understand that too.
I'm excited to have you guys back. It's been an amazing festival. Everything's been fun and dandy. Let's just keep the fun train moving along, shall we? You guys ready to meet tonight's band? Every week we have a band on the show. Jeremiah, the band leader, commits to a new character every week. I never know what he's going to be.
What the fuck? There is a fucking pterodactyl.
Wow, hi everybody. Make some motherfucking noise here at Kiltony, live at Skankfest. How exciting is this, everybody? One of the most jolly little comedy festivals in the world. What a positive, fun vibe here. You guys excited for this shit or what? Ryan Redband is here. How many of you are excited to see? Some great New York comedians tonight, huh? How many of you are hoping to watch people bomb here tonight? I think these people want to see blood, Ryan. For those of you listening to the podcast, hundreds of thousands of you out there, we are doing this show in Montreal next week, July 25th, Just Relax Comedy Festival. Then the 1st of September in Cleveland, the 4th in Fort Wayne, the 12th in Nashville, September 20th in Lansing, the 21st in Grand Rapids, and the 22nd in Detroit, Michigan, and then September 28th in Toronto, Canada. So if you guys want to make a long drive here from New York, we'll be there in Toronto in a gigantic theater at their Just for Laughs Festival. But we're here tonight. This is our second annual Skankfest. How many of you were here last year? How many of you, this is your first Tony ever? Wow, look at that. Some new blood. It's exciting. People sign up before the show for the chance to get 60 seconds to do stand-up comedy in front of us and our esteemed judges and our amazing band. And after the 60 seconds, we interview them. We find out a little bit more about them and their lives and what makes them different or like us. And so let's get this fucking thing started. You guys ready or what? I'm gonna bring up the guests. Tonight's guests were both guests on last year's Skankfest. Why not? It's the Skanks themselves. Big J Ogerson and Dave Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Louis J. Gomez is promoting his fight. Dave Smith, Louis J. Ogerson. Big J once had to pull a man off the stage and be security when Jeremiah got attacked by a guy on mushrooms.
As you guys all know, Big J was genetically predisposed to security. It just comes out sometimes. That or a manager or a law. He took a left. I think you can ask too.
I'm excited to have you guys back. It's been an amazing festival. Everything's been fun and dandy. Let's just keep the fun train moving along, shall we? You guys ready to meet tonight's band? Every week we have a band on the show. funniest humans in the world. He's the leader of the band. It's the Kill Tony band. Jeremiah Watkins, everybody. Here we go. What is this, little brother from every sitcom?
I'm a kid from a Disney sitcom, you dummy.
Wow, that is so fucking specific. Man, is this your first show that you've seen at Skankfest?
Oh, yeah, I'm not a lot of places like this.
Jeremiah, do you have a girlfriend?
No. Well, fucking It's gonna be a lot of fun to have a Disney child star on the show. Your friend man on sound effects, clearly. And Jake Smith and Big J, you guys ready to start this shit or what? This is it. The pieces are in place. This is Kill Tony live from New York City. You get 60 seconds, by the way. You know your time's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry ones, Hollywood Bear.
What up, Miss Aquarius?
With us. Traveled all the way. Now, last year, if any of you do remember,
How was your day?
everybody that we pulled out of the bucket was great. They were all like great comedians. They had all been
So
doing
far,
it
so
for
good.
like 8, 15 years. Pretty much
Okay,
just, you know, what does everybody do here? It's not Uber driving, it's something else.
Eating,
Right?
eating, eating.
One job to work.
There you go, girl.
Yeah, Uber's the ones. They were all oh yeah.
And I came coming up and I finished out after. I didn't go to bed till like 12 o'clock.
Why so late?
Because, well, I went to bed right, and then I thought it was the other stuff I looked at. When I looked at myself, I felt like the right side had like a pain, like it was like a food or a cookie. So when I got in the bed, but it was in the room, it didn't. I was like, oh no, I can't do this, so I'm asleep. So I took some lotion. Meaning for I couldn't take that. I couldn't take that pain.
Okay.
I'm gonna go too early.
There you go. You want to play? Do you want to play now so you can get to bed earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
How was your day? Tell me about your day. I love your day.
Oh, I don't know about how exciting it can be. It's just I scheduled a podcast for next week, so that's good. And I created a bunch of accounts and just had my boss working on stuff and uploaded some of my old podcasts and had my class and um, just it takes a while, but like connecting all the devices and everything. So I got all that done, and now I am going to upload my podcast to a bunch of different channels, and hopefully they get preserved there, which will be cool, so people can watch them. And um, I have I've been on a total of something like 15 or so podcasts, I think, something like that. So it takes a while though to like say you want to upload it to 3 different channels. That's 45. 3 times 15. That's 45 different uploads. That can just that just takes a long time. All right, you should have an invitation.
And I'm on. Yeah.
Mr. Aquarius, I can tell you right now, I'm gonna play this game better than I've ever played it. I feel it. I don't know if I'm setting records, but I'm just gonna light this bad boy up. I'm just gonna light this bad boy up. Get it?
Go ahead. Do it, Rabbi.
We'll try. Give it to me. Ooh, almost. Okay, I'll take it. Give it.
Good job. No.
Get it, get it, get it. Ooh, you almost got it.
Well, I'm in a different setting. I'm in the dining room. Okay.
You're in a different setting?
I'm in the dining room. I'm not on my bed.
Oh, I see. A different location. I got you. Okay.
I'm on my bed. And I'm eating. Okay. That's a little bit better.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, get it.
All right.
Nice. There we go.
All right. Sorry. All right. Let's not split. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Get
I
it.
got this.
Oh,
Good.
that was almost it.
Thank you.
What a terrible throw. One of the worst throws of my career.
Mm. Oh. Oh, yeah,
What a
better.
great
Me, I'm
spare.
better. Okay.
She takes the lead, folks.
Okay, go ahead, everybody. You got it.
No
Take
doubt.
the lead, take the lead, take the lead. Let's go, take the lead.
Got it.
Break it. Yay. Mm-hmm. You win, I win. I win, you win. Hello.
Reload, Mr. Flores.
Look at Bobby picked up my kind of. Mm.
Get it. This is not good. This is not good at all.
Wow. Okay, at the same time.
Right, this is one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game, and I am gonna get it. Oh, come on. Come on.
Fine. Fine. What's the book? I got one. Okay. So two. No three. Yay.
You did get three, madam.
Let's go.
No doubt. Am I gonna get anything but splits? That's three splits in a row. That's garbage.
Okay. They're all together. You can get that.
But when?
Only
Okay.
one.
No, Rabbi, I got distracted.
There we go.
Yes. Good job.
That's what I'm talking
I
about.
don't know why they listen to me. Every time they say about strike sometimes, they listen to me.
There you go. You got it. All but one.
All right, let's go.
No doubt.
Rabbi, take the lead. Take the lead, Rabbi. Take the lead.
No doubt. Got it.
Mm. Okay.
You win, I win.
You and I.
I win,
Go
you
ahead.
win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
It's Fairfield.
Word, girl.
Good job, Rabbi. You did that.
You did it as well, man.
No, we both have. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I need to go on my iPad later. The kids here. I'm going to pay my talent and relax and I'll be back, okay?
Okie doke. I hope you feel better, and I hope you get all the sleep that you need tonight.
Thank you. Now I'm better. Now it doesn't hurt me to think that motion, but I just don't want to go in the bathroom. I don't think it's trouble. I don't know how I did. I just don't want to do the same thing I did. I don't know what happened. I just got to take it easy, take my time.
Yes, ma'am.
But Saturday, but I'm just more good sleep than I did yesterday. All righty. See ya.
See ya.
Later.
Later, Gator.
Works with a name like Diego Lopez, probably Brown once did what I did there. Can somebody check the kitchen? Oh, shit. All right, I pulled another name out of the book. I put your hands together for Andrew Shilabanu. Andrew Shilabanu. Here he comes. This is it. It has to be done. A man with a backpack and a lanyard. It is Andrew Shilabanu. What's up, Skankfest? All right. All right, so I was shopping for a flashlight, and it's pretty overwhelming. So I go to the combo pack section, and you're just flooded with these vaginas out, assholes and thousands of flashlights. It's a lot to deal with. So there was one that didn't. It stood out. It was a combo pack that had with a great vagina, which I'm thinking isn't very realistic, unless she's dead. Am I right? Like they fish her out, it's not for example. Anyway, so it's blue and green. It's called Alien versus Predator combo pack, like the movies. I'd be nervous to stick my dick in that alien things that were wearing those little choppers and say would fight off my helmet, but I don't know. But in the Predator one with disgusting kind of fangs on the outside, I remember that part of the movie where it's like, yeah, Predator, got the bratwurst for you. Get to the chopper so I can pound your shit. I don't remember that part though. Anyway, so there was even a weird one. It was a Walking Dead pack. It was a zombie's vagina, and I think it's called Walking Dead one. I don't know, what was the Walking Dead flashlight?
It was like, but it's like, it might be necrophilia. It's like, if I should knock on their door and check them out, you might have some dirt on them. Literally, they might have cemetery soil on their fingernails.
Wow, California. Ended with a low there. Well, yeah. Do you have any of these flashlights in your backpack right now? Here, right
We
here.
got for sale. We just snakes flashlight. Tony Angelo.
Yeah.
This kid.
Yeah, oh, little Jeremiah.
I didn't like this guy one bit, Tony.
One day.
Oh, man.
Well, 4 coins in a swear jar.
Andrew, is any of that true? Were they being flashlights?
Yeah, they really exist. You can go there right now and go to the deal section.
Do you work for flashlights?
No, this is just like this came to me. And I saw it. I mean, I literally just saw it, and I was like, this is funny, and I'll talk about it. I was really happy.
Yeah. Well, you were right about one of those things. You did talk about it.
How many times you done comedy? I took like a comedy class and like,
We can tell.
like 2 months, 2 or 3 months. That's a pretty big portion of not taking comedy class. I'm just surprised. They were doing the comedy class and the teacher was like, now really explore the different types of flesh. Maybe, I don't know, you can take this one a few wonders and you alien one that bites off your helmet. Throw in a Schwarzenegger impression. I like it. God damn it. Comedy classes are such goddamn bullshit. They help comics ripping off younger comics. You should never be in a position in life where you go, my professor told me, and my mom told me too. Really, my daughter too. I didn't do that job. I think there was like a principal in there. I was just like, hi, but principals are the worst.
Andrew, how old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Do you own a flashlight?
I do not.
No. Do you have a girlfriend?
I did. We just broke up. That's actually how it happened. I was just like,
You ran your material by her and she's like, put your shit in your backpack and get the fuck out of here. No. I was saying that's what she said. I'm not telling you to leave it. No.
I should get the fuck out of here and take a shit. I didn't hear what you were taking molds of her pussy while she was asleep. He looks like he used to, he sells dope now, but he used to sell candy in high school.
One thing I will say about this guy, he really does know how to dress.
I don't know where you find dress pants shorts, but I want them. You have to go to a formal event after this.
Andrew, what do you do for a living?
I work for the USPS mail carrier. I was working at Best Buy too, so mail universe.
You believe you work in mail with that delivery, like when you still waiting on one of the package punchlines to arrive.
He's the king.
My dad said that he was a mail carrier, and then all of a sudden he introduced me to another cat.
How long have you been working with the Postal Service?
3 years.
Wow. Are you like, what do you do?
I drive on the boxes, so I'm a mailman.
Wow, you're a real mailman.
Like a substitute, like you go on vacation, I work.
You're a substitute mailman? Holy shit.
Hey, cheater.
Oh my god.
If any packages today, man, go on Andrew.
You're going to a hat. We need you. ASAP.
Every time they call me, he goes, I said I was telling that shit. Getting too old for it, man. Come on, Andrew, we need you.
Is it like being a substitute teacher? Your people like not take you seriously when you arrive?
Sometimes I'm like,
oh, fuck you, dude. You're not my real mailman.
sometimes like, oh, what are you doing? I'm like, I've been here for 3 years. Please be on and off. It's like, oh, is this your first day? It's a small town, so there's only 2 routes. So there's 2 women who do it. And if they want a day off, they take off. I don't know why that makes me so uncomfortable.
Then rude. He made sure we knew they were both women, and they barely were. So I'm just saying.
They're good. They're like amazing. I was like, I can do this. You see, like
sorry.
You don't even let funny happen around you. Just cancel everything out, huh? Put in a box, tape it up, and send it somewhere else. Fuck yeah.
Sorry.
So what made your, I cut you off, what made your relationship end? Your relationship briefly ended, you said that's why she broke up with me. I don't remember what you said.
She had a terminal case of cooties.
What went wrong? What went wrong there, Andrew? How long were you with her?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
And then she broke it off?
We just got musical.
Yeah, kinda.
Scott wasn't working. She was farting a lot.
Come on, Andrew, stop trying to be funny. It's too late for that now. What do you think really happened? Like a serious part of the interview?
No, we're still friends at school. It's not sad at all. Sure was going to turn into a cry. I just let it go.
All her dreams of being with a sometimes mailman didn't pan out to all she thought they were going to be. Just a drawer full of unopened birthday cards that got delivered to the wrong house. Gonna open these up, baby, see if we can get dinner.
It's been a while, but this is one of the saddest things I've ever heard. Not sad at all. Well, Andrew, you have a long way to go, buddy. No, it was a lot of fun. Take note that, some of the laughs you got tonight were accidentally talking about real shit that it seemed like you didn't actually want to talk about. That's one of the secrets of comedy is sort of like, being honest and letting some shit out that makes you feel sort of uncomfortable, I guess, maybe in your case. So, but you had the balls to sign up here tonight. You got the party started off with a bang, whether it was your intention or not. There you go. Andrew Delaviano. It's on Twitter at No Friggin' Way Podcast. We got a podcast. So if you like podcasts about punchlines, check that out. No Friggin' Way.
This girl's sleeping with a black guy right now.
Yes, she is. A full-time mailman. She likes to be in uniform.
That's the mailman that would ask him to work someday and then he goes on this shit. Oh, Andrew, I could use you today, man.
Hey, Andrew, I'm not feeling so hot, dude. I need you to step in. Hey, can you turn your pillow over before you leave? I pulled another name out of the bucket. You guys get it? You having fun yet? Anything can happen. Put your hands together for Christian Milapone. Milapone. Here he comes. Here comes Christian. Come on, make some noise one more time for Christian Milapone.
My wife and I have a unique destination. The husband, Mount Sinai Hospital. I now have a shunt in my head, which is a medical device which drains cerebral fluid down to my brain through a small tube into my abdomen. So essentially, inside my body there is a 2.5-foot long crazy straw. If anybody here wants to touch it, I'll be over there after the set. It'll be $1. My father recommended that I charge $5. I think of a deal. I guess this is Skate Fest, so I'll let them a dark note. I guess I won't.
You can finish. I'll let you finish.
Mass shootings are like Star Wars movies. I used to be able to count them all in one hand. But now there's a new one coming out every week.
part-time mailman, everybody. UPS. Is that true? No. What do you do for work? I'm an optician. You're an optician? I'm an optician. I am. Well, here we go. Let's get into it, Christian.
I thought he was a trophy for best Starbucks barista.
Wow. How about you dump in Trussell?
Ari Shafir his shot from 2008.
I thought he was a big downtown idiot.
Christian, how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 months.
5 months. Fuck yeah. And you have you opened up with your honeymoon destination was Mount Sinai, but that's a hospital.
That is shit.
Right, and that's here in New York.
I live here too.
Yeah, the hospital is Mount Sinai, the famous hospital. That is correct. It's not famous in this here.
Apparently not.
And then you said that you have like a straw in your body that drains fluid from your brain to your abdomen.
Yes.
Why does your brain produce so much extra fluid?
Because I had a tumor. I had a brain tumor.
Cancer?
Thankfully not. No.
How long ago was that you had the tumor?
2 years ago.
Wow. How did you How did you find out that you had a tumor? Most people start to, like, their eyesight starts to get a little wobbly.
That didn't happen. And then I also,
So you were just a really shitty optician for a second.
optician, yes.
Optician, sure, yeah. No one gives a fuck. I have heard of business. I'll never need to know what the name of your job is. I have the eyes of an eagle and a brain that produces the perfect amount of fluid.
You're always wagging dick about your brain fluid secretions, Tony. I mean, not everyone's as lucky as you.
It's one of my credits that I like to get brought on stage to, you know, as host with Gil Tony and a perfect amount of brain fluid, ladies and gentlemen. But Andrew, you've been doing it 5 months. Are you getting a lot of stage time?
My name is not Andrew.
You are correct. Very good. Wow. Your king of the paper slipped off the pad there for a second.
No, bro, we're just testing your brain fluid. Good work. Good job, Mount Sinai. Shout out to Mount Sinai. All my Sinai heads. Maybe your Mount Sinai reference report is taken to 300 people. Not a single one of them has health insurance. Sorry, sore subject.
They get hurt, they're pretty much dead. It's like they go to Mount Sayonara. So Christian, you seem like a guy that has some cool hobbies. You still play like Magic the Gathering or some shit like that? Like, what are you into?
I like watching baseball a lot. Me too.
Yeah, you a Yankees fan?
No, I like the Mets and the Dodgers.
Oh, that's why you're into humor. Well, then, what else about you? You like watching baseball? Like, if you were going to make a Tinder profile, what would that look like? What would be on your bio?
Well, I'm married, so I won't make a Tinder
Okay, if
profile.
you were going to make a Grindr profile, what would you?
I play bass in a reggae band.
Really? I really do. Wait, and what kind of band?
Reggae?
Reggae?
Reggae.
Wow.
Even I know, but not put that on Grindr.
How long you been playing bass in a reggae band?
This band for about a little over 3 years.
Wow. That's cool. What's the name of your band?
Parties.
Parties?
The Fart.
You had to tell a reggae band that you had a brain tumor and had to take a break for a minute. That'd be a fun conversation. Oh, get better, hon. Sorry to hear about your brain fluid.
We're training. We're training. We're training. We're training brain fluid too. Raise your abdomen. That's the best thing they came up with. Just digest your own brain fluid. Why not just have it like leak out of out of a tree.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah. No one can see this guy's brain fluid too. What were you talking about?
Alright,
There he is. Here it is.
reveal.
Wait, what is it?
Alright, so this is just like you and then inserted it.
Oh, what a letdown. I thought it was on the outside.
I thought we were going to see fucking auto or something.
Wow.
Is it ever get clogged or anything? Does it smell?
Maybe you don't got clogger, open up your flesh and smell your brain too. Alright.
No.
How long you been married for?
Just over 2 years, right before the brain surgery.
You meet your wife while you were playing bass for the reggae band?
Before that. We actually went to college.
Yeah, we just studied in college. Political science, just like any good ophthalmologist. It's an optician. Alright. How'd you switch to what happened with political science? You became the
So I just lost all hope in politics. It would have,
Why? Things are more stable than ever.
honestly just fell into the job of optician. So it just,
how'd you fall into it? How do you fall into that?
I started working for a company that had a free training program. So it took me,
Wow,
so you followed your dreams.
free training. I'll do it. Well, just think of how close you were to being a U.S. soldier. Alright. Christian, what's the most physical activity you've ever done? You're built like me, and that's an insult.
The most physical activity, I did like 2 weeks of freshman football when I was in high school.
Whoa. You did 2 weeks of freshman football while you were in high school?
I saw this bench pressing a Taylor once.
What happened when you were playing football?
I ended up at the bottom of the pile and I just realized it wasn't for me.
You could have just said the inevitable happened.
Heard that.
What happened to football? Just what you pictured.
Yeah, the bottom of a pile. So what happened when you were on the football field? Anyway, alright, Christian. That's about you getting butt raped. It was nice to meet you, dude. Congratulations, you got pulled out of my hands. Christian Filippone. He's on Twitter and it's Freely, F-R-E-L-Y. You guys having fun? Here, hands together for another Italian-sounding name. This is from New York. Put your hands together for Anthony Passaretti, huh? Welcome to fucking Skate Fest. Anthony Passaretti live in New York City. Come on, everybody, one more time for Anthony Passaretti.
I'm looking for a new job right now, but it's not going well because the one I want, I don't know if it's real. Do you guys think Wheel of Fortune staffs full-time writers? Like, think about it, right? Like, there might be some guy out there who, like, wasn't prepared. They could be like, what do you got today? He's like, oh, I've got this one thing. Because that's a little sure, go home. Write one page of anything you want at night. It'd be a great job, I don't know. I used to valet cars. So this kid's first day, he gathered us all up and he was like, hey, you guys do drugs? I do all of them. We were like, we're valeting cars right now. So, like, yeah, but later. Not now. That kid got fired because he crashed his car into one of the cars we parked, which was the only thing they told us not to do the whole time. I worked in a lot of restaurants, like being a bartender, because you could like fuck with people back. You can't do that as a waiter. Like I'd only ID people I didn't like. Like once some guy came in and was like, "Hi, can I have a rum and Pepsi?" I was like, "ID, not you say that you're weirdo." I wanted to make sure he was a person.
Yeah, Anthony Passaretti. Hi, Anthony. How's it going? How long you been on stand-up?
About 2 years.
jobs in all of business right now. File puller at a doctor's office. What do you do when you're not pulling the file?
Pretty much this.
You do comedy in between pulling files.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you must be fun in the office, right? I love it. Well, that's interesting. How old are you? 24. 24. What other things do you do? Like, what else are you into? You seem like stand-up's a good fit for you, but I can't picture you really doing anything at all whatsoever.
Yeah, I must have just stared at walls waiting for spot.
Exactly what I was just gonna say. Is you seem like you've just been sitting at a table like by yourself and just look forward. Don't really read any
5 hours to comedy and or file pulling.
So what else is there to it? There must be something. There must be something you're passionate about.
Yeah, I like guitar. I like guitar.
You play guitar? You have in a band too?
I used to be not when I was in high school. College.
You ever think about joining a reggae band?
No, I was pretty hard. Like pop music, it's for people who can't play. A guy with a fucking tumor tube to his belly plays it. How hard could it be? I played in bad bands.
You ever sing in this band?
No, I'm a horrible singer.
Bands are too bulky, expensive, and unreal productivity. I've read the economic reports. I have a master's in computer.
Screen doors of lamps. Various dress waves.
Okay, you're right. Wow, yeah, I totally believe you.
Is God just back here? Someone playing God.
You have a girlfriend?
Yeah,
How long you been with her?
about a year.
Where'd you meet her?
At an open mic.
She's a comedian too.
She was just in the wrong spot.
She was an audience member.
Yeah,
Yeah. And so did she come up to you after your set?
yeah.
And what'd she say?
Said, I want my money back.
And you think she paid to see him? I got a bridge to tell you. Go ahead, what'd she say?
Oh, she was just amazing. Stuff like you're funny. You want to buy me a drink? Girls sound like they're the worst.
Wow. So you bought her a drink?
Yeah.
Did you hook up that night?
Yeah.
Wow, look at you, little fucking stone cold killer.
Did you know that Jacob was missing something? And a lot of the
Did you? Pulled out, where did you shoot it at?
Condoms.
You shot it in the condom.
Yeah.
Did you pull out with the condom on, or did you just keep coming inside, but with the condom on? Right.
Is that because you came super quick and you just kept going and but you didn't?
Good. Not that time. Not that time. You lasted a while the first time?
I don't know. What's a while?
For you, 25 seconds. Wow. Did you do anything else crazy in bed? Did you pull her hair like it was a file?
So make the reflection like he's looking for one.
Do you have any special moves that you do in the bedroom?
I'm like the signature.
No signature moves. Jesus, what is this? I didn't ask if you have a finisher, like Hulk Hogan or something like that. Oh, you mean an inverted leg drop that makes all the ladies squirt?
I usually just eat a pussy from that 15 minutes and hit her with the DDT.
Oh, nice.
Never saw it coming. Do you have any cool catchphrases like whoops? I don't know. I'm gonna try to incorporate
What's
it.
the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you in the bedroom? You seem like a guy that's like, stuff happen to him. Anything like that? Any embarrassing moments? You ever like, accidentally like,
Yeah, once during a girl was like, wow, you're the funniest thing I've ever done this with.
you repeat that for me?
She was so out of my league and she realized it like in the middle. She was like, you're the ugliest dude I've ever done.
She told you you're the ugliest dude? Hell yeah, you must have came so hard immediately, right? You're damn right, you stupid bitch. Oh.
about comedy. You know, like that's an experience like everyone can relate to it. Like, isn't that the worst when you're fucking attending and she wakes up? You know, like it's like, damn it.
How do you hook up with a hot chick that is so far out of your league? College alcohol. Yeah. Alright, Anthony. Well, anything else you guys want to ask Anthony or talk to him about? I mean, that's
I made her feel bad. I don't like that girl calling you ugly. Just, you know, the market does decide when things are created and moments like that, what the donkey punch is made for.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jay, I love when you talk free market. I know you do. Jay doesn't get into economics much, but when he does, he's always on point. I almost leaned in you and went, market decides, right? That's right. Okay, I'll say it.
There you go, Anthony. I can't remember a damn thing you talked about up here tonight, but we had fun interviewing you afterwards, and that's pretty much all that matters. There he goes, Anthony Pazzaretti, everybody. He's on Twitter at Anthony Paz94. Just keep flying through it. How about another hand for the great and powerful Jeremiah Watkins over there? All right, here we go.
Mario Scorpiolucci.
No, this is a pretty American-sounding name. We're here to go for Danny Bratt. Danny Bratt, here he is, coming right in the second row.
My name is Danny Bratt. I live in a small town in New Jersey. I don't know if you saw this in the news, but a couple months ago, a guy died in our Walmart bathroom. When I saw that, I was like, that must be the greatest shit of all time. But to kill him, incredible. The guy died on a Sunday night. They found him, get this, Tuesday morning. Do you know what that means? That means the person that checks off in the bathroom is bullshit. Because you know the Monday morning person comes in, opens up the door, goes, nope, that's the Tuesday problem, clean. And people are always saying like, oh, I want to die in my sleep. But that's because they don't know Walmart bathrooms and options.
There you go, Danny Bratt. Probably the best set of the night so far. That's fun. You got a big applause break there. Fun, full joke. Flemington, New Jersey. How far is that from here?
That one was Wednesday, trying to
Hell yeah. You've been on stand-up a while?
3 years.
3 years. Fuck yeah.
That's right.
Okay. The hardest part's over. Just answer the questions honestly. And you'll be fine. It's just cruise control at this point. This feels like a trick. Anyway, yeah, if you just answer honestly, everything's gonna be fine. What's the creepiest thing you've ever done?
Like a magic.
Really? Oh, I love it. Can you show us a little something? What can we give you or do? You know, that's what they all say. Hold on a second. I didn't bring any of my stuff. Grab it, pitch it.
That's the problem. He's already hit all of his rabbits to death. So he's trying to learn some card shit with the transition period. Not another. Just gotta flip the hat over and it falls out.
What's one of your coolest magic tricks that you know how to do? Like,
I have to think of a card with all of the cards. I don't know. Just
no, that's the answer.
Dude, you just had to explain the magic trick that dude that makes some cool shit up. And my mom reappears in North Korea.
make an elephant appear on the Can you make my dad reappear?
Danny, you get a lot of pussy in the magic business. No.
there's different styles. I mean, like you're David Blaine, you're going to listen to that.
Right.
There's different styles. One is to be good looking. And it's the thing you leave.
Oh yeah, you're like Christine from Toothpaste.
Do you have a magic name? Like, do you have a name? No, but I'll tell you an answer. When I was young, I started when I was like 7, and I used to go when I was little and went by African Danny.
Wait, what?
When I was like little and it was first started, I used to go by African Danny.
African Danny? Wow. Fuck yeah.
When did you lose that name? Were you like 14, 17, 12?
Well, I feel like I'm hanging up the magic forever. How many rabbits fall out of it? Alright, well, I mean, do magic. What do you do for a living?
I work at Costco in Los Angeles.
Wow, getting high on your own supply, huh, Danny? Would you like to try some of these slices of ham? I can personally guarantee they are delicious. Fuck yeah.
Danny even come to makes the pizza bagels. Pizza beer. Are you ready?
How long you been working at Costco?
Over a year now.
And how do you think that's different than other grocery stores when it comes to paying you guys individually for these things? Do you find people want more? Did they get mad? What was the reason?
So it sucks because well, it sucks.
No, it sucks. I can't even imagine doing a job like that. But go ahead.
But like depending on what you're doing, if you're doing something you have to like fucking cook, and it takes forever to make it, and they're gone in 30 seconds, and you turn it.
God, that sounds like the worst action movie ever, right? Gone in 30 seconds. The tale of bagel bites at Costco.
But what's funny, like sometimes someone will come up to me and how long did it be? It's gonna be like 1 minute before it's ready, like 10 minutes. They'll just have to wet and cut it out. It's long, yes. It's not really bad.
Well, I think it's a 10-minute news. Well, how long do they take once they're on the thing?
I count it more time on purpose just to know what
Interesting. So not only, now that we know that you work at Costco, we are also aware that your joke is anti-Walmart.
there's more to it than I do at the time that I go into Costco's.
You have a much bigger joke about Costco than what you said about Walmart. That makes sense. Alright, Danny. Well, what else? What else do you do for fun that makes you different than other humans other than comedy?
I don't do that much other than comedy magic at Costco.
Comedy magic at Costco. Can you make something special? Please call it that. Comedy magic at Costco. Class and gold. Alright. Well, Danny, you had an absolutely hilarious joke here tonight, and fun stuff. So, congratulations. There you go, Danny Rapp. This fun train moving along. Let's get Justin Finkelstein. Here we go. Justin Finkelstein.
That's exactly what I was picturing when you read the name. If you just said, guess this guy's name, I would have said Justin Finkelstein.
Let's get started. One more time for Justin Finkelstein, everybody.
Holy shit, dream come true.
Alright, so I'm not usually performing for an audience this small. I'm a little bit nervous here tonight. Alright, so like two extra tickets to stage event this week. And it's all no problem. And I posted on Twitter. I posted on Twitter and these tickets and Ben Comedy from Better Site from Fort Wayne, Indiana. He says Finkelstein person, Jewish. He says, check it out.
might cost you dearly. And he was a star right down below it. And so if you see a girl named Rachel here finishing a pound of flesh, just know that she's listening to respect next time he says something. Alright, that was awesome. Alright, my grandfather's from Finkelstein. My wife's Chinese.
Wow. There you go. By far the worst set of the night, but I can already tell it's definitely going to be the best interview. So let's get right into it. There's no doubt about this, Finkelstein.
Hitler never made a Jew so nervous. That was the energy of a guy who just got to show pussy for the first time. So what do I, like, flip my face, or what?
Justin Finkelstein, you have the spirit of a 13-year-old in the body of a 59-year-old. What's going on here? You're such a giggly, happy guy. Why are you so happy?
I don't know, man. I got good parents. I got good kids. I like my life.
Wow, one of my favorite things I've heard in doing this show, episode 2, like 80-something.
Dude, I mean, I don't want to get cheesy, but
You already did.
this is a bucket list item.
Why am I happy? I have good parents and good kids.
I'm sure he's white. So, I just want to, speaking of good parents, are you at the Roll Festival? I think so. No one here has that story.
What do you mean?
I live across the street from the Creek and the Cave, literally. I walked over because I wanted to see Chrysler last year. Goddamn Pound Jam discovered Kill Tony. The Jeremiah Wonders all the time. And it was just, I hang out in the back because I don't want to get seen at Skankfest or the Skanks every Wednesday night. But, huge fan. I'm quite aware I don't quite fit in here.
I think you fit in just fine, Justin. And it's funny how shit like that happens. Meanwhile, the comedians think I'm like lying to them, but I'm like, if you're just honest and, acknowledge who you truly are, it's amazing what can happen. That'll be somebody else on there. I tried fucking an incredible home punchline and,
Mr. Finkelstein?
Sir.
I don't know how to ask you this, but will you be my dad?
I cut you off when you said you were about to say something cheesy. Do you remember what that was? You said, I don't want to be hurt sensitive or whatever you said.
Yeah, this is a bucket list item right here. I'm doing I've wanted to do this for a while. I have worked in a big bank.
Wow. With the name of Finkelstein?
Oh my God, you work in a bank? That's so shocking.
Wow, it's like saving money, huh? All right.
You've been a smoked salmon or two in your life.
Yeah, what do you do in the bank?
I got a lead a team that we make dashboards and dashboards reporting for all reporting. He's getting a little technical. He chose me.
My dad Jews better than your dad.
Wow. Yeah, what do you think is the most Jewish thing about you, other than your last name?
Some might say my nose, but I don't think it's
I got my nose from you.
I think I got that. shit.
This one's for me and Jay. This one's for me and Chiblets. Bingo sign. You ever got beat up before?
Well, not in real life for a little while, but I'm starting to train jujitsu in the last 2 weeks, so
You started to train jujitsu?
I plan to.
You put the Jew in jujitsu.
I think I got my t-shirt. I work on it.
And then you're probably going to sell those t-shirts, right? At a very, very high price. Alright. How many kids do you have?
2 kids.
But you? No. 3 kids.
3 kids.
How old are they?
I got an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old.
And a 12-year-old. Wow. What else do you like to do? So you're starting to dabble in jiu-jitsu. You just didn't stand up for the first time. How old are you?
I'm 42.
42. Fuck yeah. What else?
I'm a 30-year professional wrestling fan.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, before staying at CCW was the last place that I did finish.
Amazing. Unbelievable.
I do a podcast. I want to talk and share my thoughts and get them off my head. Now episodes nobody listens to them.
3 hours.
Yes, sir.
3,000 episodes. And how many podcasts did you do today?
I did 3 today. Mostly working on my set. But, dude, we have hundreds of thousands of people listening, and we do 1 a week, and I don't want to cut down.
The name of his podcast
If
is
you
called
need to be a steak, I'll be happy to sit in there. We can all just exchange for each other at the same time.
Justin, what is the name of your podcast?
Justin Finkelstein Talks.
a.k.a. Dementia.
It's great to have a podcast, Ellie. You have to remember I before E, except after C.
Wow. All right, Justin. Well, I mean, like I said, your set just was absolute dog shit.
Can you ask me how much stand-up I showed?
What?
Can you ask me how much stand-up I showed?
How much stand-up?
This is my first time.
First time ever on stage. Wow.
Wow. My dad shows promise.
What's jiu-jitsu been going for you? Anybody that's been repeating you right from the get? Like, oh, I'm gonna fucking break this dirty Jew.
No, I'm gonna like I did, I'm pretty strong. I went to the couch to get to got some great stuff, but I figured just to keep the old man tournament, maybe have a chance to
Jeremiah?
One time my uncle put me in the rear naked choke and told me not to tell anybody. Is that bad?
Alright, Justin. Well, like I said, your set was horrible, but it was your first time. It's important to be doing fun things that you want to do that are fucking risky. Look at you. You're, a stereotypical Finkelstein, working in bags, but all of a sudden here you are doing jiu-jitsu, doing stand-up, fucking absolutely destroying in the interview portion by talking about how you don't fit in with things. You made them go crazy. Because it's so true. You truly don't fit in. And there you go. But you fucking did it here tonight. It was very, very magical, and I'm glad I got to be part of it. There you go, Justin. Take a seat. First time on stage. Come on, make some noise for him. It's his first time ever. Well, if that's proof that anything can happen, then, alright, so you're getting together for Irritated Tomcat. Should be interesting. Irritated Tomcat.
Sing fast. So I tried to for the first time. I'm from about 3.5 hours up north. And they asked me directions. They asked me, so I think it's tunnel, right? And I was like, yeah. So about 5 minutes later, we're driving down the road. It says, I think I missed the exit. So then about 5 minutes later,
girls, but I've also noticed a lot of dogs. No, like literally, like people put the profiles for this, dogs. It doesn't make any sense to me. But also, I've noticed that in their profiles, they have a lot of stuff like Grey's Anatomy and One Tree Hill. You're just naming things I'm not going to watch. So,
Tell us, hold on. Okay. Try to get out that Uber thing again. Start over and try to do it again.
I totally butchered it. It's my first time. So,
This is your first time on stage.
yeah. I've done some stage, like, I did MMA, like,
I don't want to know what you were trying to get to. I want to know what the topic was, or if you were just trying to get a 3.5 hour long Uber ride.
no.
What was like the biggest topic? Which was
It was more like a rush the next day, and I didn't want to butcher it. So I did. I'm like, you're presenting about one person.
yeah, but I killed that. I didn't go, So 3.5 hours, is that true? Did you really take an Uber?
No, I drove down and then I've been taking Ubers around the city. I didn't want to, once I got to the hotel, I didn't want to take my car out. So,
Okay.
I drove down to the hotel, they had valet parking. I parked.
You're from the hotel Holiday Inn?
No, I drove down to the hotel and I parked in the, used the valet and parked in the parking lot.
Joey, are you fact checking a disjointed story?
No. So I drove down to the city and I parked in the hotel. And then I took Uber from the hotel.
Gotcha.
It's not even that it's a bad Uber story, it's just that I'm used to taxi/Uber stories where a maniac ordering beats up a cab driver. So I've been spoiled, kind of.
This is your first time doing stand-up. How old are you?
I'm 29.
29. Why are you going by the stage name of Irritated Tomcat?
Because I didn't want to use my bastard dad's last name, so I just tagged.
Wait, your dad's a bastard too?
Yeah, and I am.
Must be generational.
I am the coolest dad in the world, Mr. Finkelstein.
So Irritated Tomcat. Why did you hate your dad so much? Tell us.
Alright, so pretty much he just took off, and then he came back, and then when he came back, I moved in with him, I thought everything was pretty cool, and then
Wait, he came back. What was the
he came back when I was 16, and then at 18, I moved in with him for a little bit, just to, get to know him, and then I moved out and moved on my own, and then one day he just gone, like, all stuff was gone.
You're not good at telling stories.
No.
Like all the stuff that doesn't matter, you tell I moved in, he moved out, wasn't good.
Well, he came back
Got
around,
to be over 3.5 hours away. Miss PXE said, should I take the tunnel? I said, sure, take the tunnel. Next thing you know,
Tinder,
By the way, the guy in the front row is my favorite guy right here. Listen, he's all body language reaction, so he went, Uber. He went, I'm swiping around Tinder, and he went,
what?
I saw that. I definitely saw that. I was trying to establish that he took off, came back, trying to establish a relationship, and then just took off again.
Took off, came back, tried to establish a relationship, and took off again. Again, these are like in Cliff Notes at Cliff Notes.
Fair enough.
But I gotcha. Like, what's like the worst thing your dad ever did to you?
Probably cheat on my mom all the time and take off. I mean,
Who did you cheat on your mom with?
I had people that literally come out of nowhere with me, your 16-year-old sister, like stuff like that. It literally happens. He can go in the Philippines. Yeah.
Wow.
So he like literally just goes around.
What does he do now?
I don't know. I got it.
When's the last time you talked to him?
Like 7 years ago.
No, I don't know where he is. We're doing full books. He's here tonight. So, wow, you hate your dad that much.
Yeah, I don't. It's just kids, and then I didn't want to put my last name.
You're afraid that stuff like this was going to happen tonight.
Oh yeah, no, I don't care about that. I just I'm gonna be honest, really honestly, but it's just one of those things I don't even want to.
What are some
You don't want to honor your father's last name with that awesome set?
No, not at all.
We just got word that your dad's actually watching the live stream of this, and he just moved further away than even the Philippines. He's trying to move to one of these.
He just proved back into you again.
What do you do for a living?
So I do like chemical fertilizer. I just like
Right, what?
chemical fertilizer. So I ride the machine around with
Mechanical fertilizing.
chemical. Like I'm saying chemical or else chemical. It makes you joke. So
Chemical fertilizing.
yeah, like I'll show up and then just like use the machine and then I'll put the stuff in there. I'm just joking. No, but I just ride the machine around and drop the fertilizer.
You drop fertilizer.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever take any of the jokes that you've written and chop them up and mix them into the mulch?
Yes. Whoa! I just got that and that was crazy good.
I don't know if you saw it, Tony, but front driveway. When you get your punchline, he didn't give you like, there you go. That's comedy. That's comedy.
But what's something that we would be surprised to find out about you? Any cool hobbies or anything that you're into or anything
I like
like
to
that?
stuff and then I used to do ring announcing for like
What was that?
I used to do I like jiu-jitsu and MMA, but I used to do ring announcing for a small MMA promotion. And like you do a lot of like crazy people like Mayhem Miller and King Low and stuff, so I just got to do like first bumper.
What do you do with those people?
No, I used to do the ring announcing. Yeah, I was actually
What's funny about that is that I literally almost can't understand anything you're saying.
I'm sorry.
You're horrible at enunciating, and you're telling me that you're sometimes a professional ring announcer.
That's usually how I follow my mom.
From Portland, Oregon. Wait. Alright, so I'm swiping right on Tinder.
Well, there you go. Here is David Tomcat for your very first time on stage. It wasn't all that bad, buddy. There you go. Here's David Tomcat. That's it. He almost tripped over the mic stand, but he saved it, people. Almost. Saved it. Why don't we do something fun? You guys like special surprises? Well, this show has always had, for many years, a different group of regulars that have been part of the show. We currently have a young man named Malcolm that leads the guitar that's freakishly hilarious comedian. But we've also, years ago, and for quite a few years, had a regular that is an absolute monster. I think she's one of the funniest comedians of any age or anything, and she's here for you right now. She started on the show when she was 19 years old, wrote and performed a New Minute for years. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Tony legend, Allie Makovsky, everybody.
Hi. That's me. Here, just by a round of applause, who here thinks I'm a lesbian? Alright, cool. I'm just trying to figure it out. I've had a crush on this guy, Bobby, for 4 years. He's so hot. And the other night, he texted me at 10 p.m. saying what's up, and I was like, holy shit, this is not about to be innocent. So I'm like, nothing. I run home, I shave my legs and other stuff, my toes. Why are they so hairy? Why are my toes so hairy? We have hair as a defense mechanism. It's a protection device, but I've never stubbed my toe and been like, oh, thank God I didn't shave.
Same goes with butt stuff. So I drive over to Bobby's. I'm doing Kegels on my way there. And that's when women clench their vagina. I don't know why. It's not fooling anyone. Doing Kegels right before sex is like going to the gym for 30 minutes and then entering a bodybuilding competition. Thank you. There you go, Allie the cop. Strong man. You really have hairy toes? Oh my god, so hairy. And then you said your butthole's hairy too? Oh yeah. Why would my toes be hairy and then my butthole just like not? I don't know. That'd be kind of cool though. I mean, I don't really know how it works. Me neither.
Smooth asshole, she'll spit and goes natural.
Brown very hairy. Fuck yeah. Happy trail and everything. Is that true? Yeah. I get it waxed. Yeah. What else do you get waxed? I get it all waxed. Butt will get waxed? Oh yeah. It feels so good. Really? Yeah, because it's like this warm heat on. It's just nice to have your butt touched, but not like penetrated. You know?
Listen to all the fellas out there.
Well, that's fun. This is your first time at Snake Fest. You're gonna have a fun weekend. It's so much fun. Yeah. It's so fun. It's nice because, like, you know, it's hot out here and I'm smelly, but everyone else is too, so you're not worried about it. You're just like, we're all here. We're all smelling things.
Yeah, I've always found you can feel good about yourself when you're amongst garbage.
Yeah. And there's a lot of dudes here, so I'm just like, oh my god, does everyone want to fuck me? That's how I felt all weekend too. And then yeah, like, so what else is going on in life? Anything else crazy? Nothing too crazy. Oh, a guy, so I work at this wings place, and this guy walked out because of me. He was training, it was like his 4th day, and he just walked out, and he said I threw him under the bus. So, like, it's not a reality show. I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to toss buffalo, and that's it. Sorry, Alan, you gotta go. Wow. And, like, I don't want to be there just as much as you. I just need money, so. Yeah. What kind of bus did he say that you threw him under? I don't know, he must have been order, but I do that all the time. Right. Yeah. So we're on the same short bus, you know? Yeah. Maybe. You get free chicken wings. Oh my god, I eat chicken all the time. I'm literally like full of chicken. Eating chicken makes your toes and asshole hairy.
But the whole way, let's get put hair in your asshole right there. Oh, not on the hair, let's get put hair in your goddamn toes. I'll be honest with you, that's a release.
It's worth it. Yeah. Well, that's fun. Well, Allie has been writing and performing brand new minutes for many performances on this show, and I think she's a monster comedian. Making this your live. I started mine last night. Amazing. Freaking longer to say. Absolutely destroys on real stand-up shows. And one of the cool things I think about her doing a little guest on here today that you guys are going to remember that you watched her do a minute, because I think she's going to be one of the best comedians in the world one day. Freaking funny. Already opening for Rogan and me and a bunch of other great comedians. There she goes. Allie Bukowski, everybody. Maybe go back to this bucket again, huh? Oh, everybody knows, if you've ever listened to this show, that I love one-word names. And it almost always works. You know, 2-word names, say for like a irritated tomcat, they don't always work. You know what I mean? But a one-word name, let's see what happens. They're putting it together for Judy. Judy. Oh, here comes Judy. Exactly what I'm telling you. Come on, Judy, get up here. Come on, everybody. It's only 2:40 p.m. Make some noise for Judy. You still have energy left in you. What's up, guys? My name is Judy.
This fucking thing.
You don't know when this weekend is.
Pterodactyl.
The
Oh, there it is.
valuable.
Oh my god.
Sit up and walk away. Something else.
Did I get it?
Maybe a
Yeah.
7.
I didn't get this thing bug.
No, sorry.
Got it. Pterodactyl, you little bitch. What up, Zoot? Yo, Zoot, what's new? Zoot.
I mean, it went well. The opening was good. The closing was good, but the bits in between kind of sucked. It's still good.
All right, well that's great, dude. So do you feel as if you're getting better?
Yeah. Monday night. I'm going Monday night.
All right. What are you gonna do?
I had a weird dream last night.
All
I
right.
had multiple dreams actually.
Okay.
They were kind of connected to each other.
Okay. They were all related. They were all about me or something.
What?
Were they all about me?
No, you weren't in them.
No, I was in all of them. Maybe you just don't even know it. Okay. What happened, big man?
I Trent got died in the dream.
Okay, that's a cool story.
So the first one, like, my mom looked different, and then like she had a different personality, and she was freaking out because my brother was getting like my brother was like streaming like some AI thing in his room, and like he was playing like a game, and it became like viral, and like everyone in the world started going into his bedroom, and like she was worried that like people were gonna find out where he lived. And I was just like, you should be celebrating this and stuff. And then she had a seizure, then I had a seizure, and then I died. I think I died, and then like as I died, there was a choice. I went into like my front yard, and then I started flying up, and I had a choice. There were three symbols there. There was the Christian symbol, there was the Islam symbol, and there was the Jewish symbol. And I chose to be Christian. And then I came back and I was reincarnated as like in Africa somewhere as an African boy. And then like I had visions of my life, and then for like for 3 years, like I can remember up to when I was like 3 years old, like kind of remember my birth, and then I was 3 years old. Um, yeah, I remember going around asking, like there were tourists in this like African like country, like it was like this beautiful like little village with like this little lake. I asked them, "Do you know who this person?" And I said my name, and they asked what happened, and they said, "Do you know who this is?" And I was like, "No." And then I asked them what year it was, and then they were like 1999, and it was a really weird dream.
That's wild, dog. What do you think it means?
It's not what?
Yeah, what do you think it means?
Well, I think it means
Yeah, that's why I just asked you, big man.
dreams are weird.
Where, dog?
And then I got then I didn't die in the extreme, but I was like I was in the process. I had like all these cords around me. I was about to be electrocuted, and I was like, oh shit.
Okay, what was the
And then I
second?
woke up. Then I woke up. I was like, oh, that was just a dream. Holy shit, that was a weird dream.
Okay, so those were the two dreams you
You
had.
ever you have those dreams where you like try to wake up and thinking like you wake up, you wake up in a dream and you think you're awake, but then you realize it's so vivid that you think you're awake, but then you realize you're not awake, and then you try to wake up. You know that dream like that.
Yeah, I think so. Say it again.
The dream, like you think you're awake, right? The dream so vivid, you think you're awake, but then you realize, oh shit, I'm not awake, and all I want to do is wake up. And you try and wake up and you can't.
Oh, I think I always wake up when I want to. All right, so you had two wild dreams. One, your brother went viral and your mother was concerned, and the second one, you were electric. You're going to be electrocuted.
Um, no, where you forgot the one where I was reincarnated.
No, so okay. Which one was the first one?
The first one was the viral one. The second one was the one where I was reincarnated in Africa, and I was trying to remember who I was. And I asked people if they knew who I was in my past life, and they said no. I was a free hero. I asked, and they said it was 1999 when I asked what year it was.
Okay, and then the third one was electrocuted one. Okay. Were any of these dreams scary to you, or they were all okay? Dude,
I think the last one was scary.
okay.
The second one, the second one was like the second one was like oh like the second one was like the second one was like oh maybe I'm not gonna no one's gonna remember who I am in this next life, right? Even though that it's kind of it's kind of weird, brother.
What's kind of weird, dude?
If I was in 1999 at 3 years old and was born in the same year,
No.
so that's what
What did you say that again?
if I if it was 1999 and I was 3 years old and I was going to be born in the same year in this dream.
You and I?
No. The person I was reincarnated as.
Oh, okay. And what are your thoughts on that?
I wonder if that's a real person.
Did you like get a chance to look in the mirror and see if you were the same person?
No, it's black.
Oh, you were black? Did you say that?
Yeah, I did. I said I was born in Africa.
That doesn't mean you're black.
You? I should have said that. Yeah.
Ever heard of South Africans or
No,
people
I
from
was born in
Morocco or
Nigeria.
Egypt or a lot of other
I saw
places?
my arms were black.
Okay, very well. Are you gonna call Riser and tell him to come in so we can play mini golf and all kinds of other fun?
It wasn't. It wasn't like. It was like. It was like I couldn't see much of the world because I was a child, like a very young child, so I couldn't process much of the world. It was 3 years.
I wish I had an answer for you, big dog. I appreciate you sharing your dream. Do you think you're gonna call Riser and let him know that you're here?
Um, yeah, I'm up and back later. I'm gonna go get medication. Yeah, I forgot to take my medication last night. That's why I think I got some good dreams. Like that's what happens when you're a busy person.
Okay. Has your medication been working?
I stopped self-harming.
That's great, dude. That's great. Congratulations, man. That's really good. I'm not kidding. That's what I wanted to hear from you. That's great.
I stopped talking about wanting to, you know,
Yeah, absolutely. I know. Well, that's great, dude.
but the thoughts have gotten less dark. They're still there. But they're just not as frequent.
Okay, that's good. Now here's my question: are you gonna play mini golf now or later?
Later. And
Okay.
how are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names, baby. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. I'm scheduled to be on a podcast. I think on Saturday and another one on Tuesday. I'm rocking out with my cock out, baby.
Oh, but the side effect is I can't come.
All right. Well, shit happens, man. All right. So, are we gonna play, or are you just gonna not play? Are we going to? We're gonna play. Okay. We'll call Riser. He
Not fun.
he comes when
I'll be
you.
back.
No, no, no. I thought we're gonna play.
I didn't say that. I said we're going out. I'm going to have a shower first. Go get my medication. I'll be back.
Okay. Sounds like a plan, big man.
Because I really need to do that.
Okay.
Otherwise,
All right. You go take care of yourself, big man.
Logically, he knows of other uses for him. That's a fair.
I'm that West Side Tip.
Yeah, at the beginning you sort of had a little footing. You actually had it, and you lost it. There was a part where you were just sort of really letting it rip and being honest, and sort of talking about being present, and then you started through that vehicle. You actually started trying to do jokes. This audience has been sniffing out Kinder and Uber premises from the beginning, and I think you had it there when you're like, I'm just going to talk from the heart. You had it for a second, and you sort of bailed ship on that. So, what were you planning on talking about if you got pulled out of the book? Were you just going to rip it like that?
Yeah, I mean,
Did you have a go-to plan that you had in action, like before you signed up?
not really. I mean, that was kind of the plan that I was going to get to. It was only 60 seconds. I was going to say that I didn't realize I'm being an asshole, but I'm like a lot of comedians. I use my dad's phone number. So.
You do have your dad's phone number. We all know how to get a hold of your dad. It's called praying to God.
Yes.
Where there was one footprint because Judy gave his pal a piggy bank, right? You get a lot of pussy looking like short Jesus.
Yes.
What happened?
He died and came back 3 weeks later.
The dog won, Rock Nation, he's not allowed to.
Rules are rules.
So you seem like a pretty free spirit. What else are you into? Like the way you look. You do yoga. Yeah. What else? Play music. Play didgeridoo.
Never.
Yeah. What do you play? Acoustic drum. Acoustic drum.
Yeah, those chicks with hairy toes.
I have them.
We give our heads up, she'll shake those things.
This guy makes me feel icky.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an actor.
Wow, really? And you play drums?
I've been playing drums for a long time.
But you're a musician for a living?
I toured for a long time.
With a band? What's the name of the band?
Needle Point.
Needle Point. Did you ever sing any of the lyrics?
Like, as a singer.
Yeah. Were you
I sung the lyrics, but not on stage.
not on my job? That's not your job. You just play the drums. All right. And then you did some acting. What did you act in?
I was in a Funny or Die video that premiered yesterday.
Wow. What did you play in that?
Die. Wow, man, I'll take it for anything.
But you do that for a living? That's how you make your money? Wow. You still live in Philly? You still live with your parents? No. You have your own place? Do you have a roommate?
No. Have you ever done an interview before? These one-word answers are the absolute worst. They're making this audience hate you more and more.
Like you're checking off the waiting room of a hospital right now.
Yes, no, yes.
You're like an interrogation at Guantanamo.
Hey! It looks like one too. Judy, if you were going to tell us like the most interesting fun fact about you, if this was the book of Judy, what would a big plot line be? Like, what's an interesting thing about you? You have any special skills or talent? Like, you can get hard on command or things like that?
Harder than all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
You want to just show the audience how long your tongue is?
Thank you for having us, Judy.
What do you say? One more time? Go to the bucket one more?
Sure you don't want to end on Judy's charisma? You're taking a risk here. Go haywire.
All right, here you go. Your final comedian of the night will be Billy Procida. Billy Procida? Billy Procida. Here he comes. Wow. Hey, Josh Martin, can you grab the that weed bag thing that they gave me earlier? It's back there. Make some noise for Billy Procida, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been a really rough week for me. The kid I went to high school with jumped in front of the A train and killed himself. That was really shocking for all of us who knew him because, like, we thought he was 8 years ago. Kind of like losing a friend twice. Warren's really old. I don't know if you've ever thought about this, how old Warren is. Like, ancient Rome is that Warren. Back in the day, they had these erotic murals in the bedrooms and bathhouses. That was their pornography. Which meant that 3,000 years ago, if you got bored of your porn, you just had to go jerk off in a different dude's house. Like, be grateful. Okay, when you're scrolling too long for the right clip, you don't have to break in to hunt to find the guy with the painting you're into that day.
Fuck yeah, Billy Procida. Am I saying that right, Procida?
Procida, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, you're a New York comedian.
Yeah.
Been doing it a few years. Fuck yeah. 3, 4, 5 years.
I'm way sadly long.
6, 7, 9,
35.
9 years.
Yeah.
All right, well that's fun. We can tell that was a good tight set. You originally from New York?
Jersey.
Yeah.
I've been here about a decade. It's not like the put Jersey in the past.
Right.
I wish we could all.
How do you survive out here in New York? How do you make money?
Podcast.
How do you make money?
I sell dog t-shirts like this. I do a podcast. I'm very poor. I'm very poor person.
I don't understand how you people survive, but okay.
Something like building this, I would assume. You guys all like it, right? Maybe not. I don't know.
What did you just try to do right there?
I said how someone survive with a podcast. You don't get that or disagree with me. Partially because they had no idea what you were asking.
Well, that's cool, Billy. You've been doing it years and years. It's fun for you. You've been doing other shows here at Gangfest.
Yeah, I was on the Naked Roast Battle last night.
Wow, you did Naked Roast Battle.
Yeah.
Go up again.
Your boss was.
Wow. Hopefully Nick wasn't as long as his name.
Yeah.
God, and you did that fun thing, and you came out wearing no clothes.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you remember any of the jokes that they made about you? Did anything hurt your feelings? You sort of remembered it.
What up,
like,
Billy?
God damn it, my balls never like that.
He was pretty nice. Normally people just like call me like fat, call me with AIDS, stuff like that. He's like that.
How many people see your naked body?
Good show. Yeah.
They are chunky.
Yeah.
You in love?
No.
The last relationship you've been in, how long ago was that?
I got dumped on Super Bowl Sunday.
Wow, like an hour before. Were you dating Tom Brady?
I was dating this chick, and I was in San Francisco visiting my sister, and we had a big fight on the phone an hour before the game. They dumped me, and then
They dumped you. You got dumped by the sister too?
my ex uses they them pronouns, and I'm not happy with that. Wait, what? Yeah. So this 3
You're done. They don't too.
Yeah, exactly. You said it right. There you go.
Alright, well,
And Billy did last year. You didn't think the most battle against your girl you dated, right?
2 years ago, but yeah, the first Skate Fest, my ex Andrea Allen, who's a very funny comic in New York. Yeah, we got it.
You don't sell it so hard.
I'm alright, you know, I won.
but now, did you win last night?
Yes, I did. I can only win Skate Fest battles when I'm naked.
Well, you should have done Kill Tony naked too. No, I'm kidding. It was a fun set. What else about you, Billy? Any other fun facts about you that we would find interesting?
I have a crippling gambling addiction and played 12 hours of backgammon 3 days ago in Union Square.
Wow. 12 hours of backgammon? You're gambling, playing backgammon?
Yeah.
Jesus, that is the best gambling
That's
addiction.
my question. How do you gamble? I think they're Chinese checkers or something.
1-800-BET-OFF. Backgammon, how do you get that deep? The backgammon.
It's a deep dark hole, dude. Just one homeless guy waves you over in Union Square, and 12 hours later, you owe him $4.
Or,
In the 12 hours, I'd rather lose hundreds of dollars than just $4.
Who you was that homeless guy? Nothing.
That's right.
so backgammon is just something you do all the time. That was sort of just a random,
No, I mean, not all the time, but I play here and there.
what are some of the other things that you watch somebody doing and playing?
Uh,
Do you gamble on pretty much anything? Are you one of those guys?
yeah, I'm a big craps guy. That's my favorite game.
Craps?
Yeah.
Really?
You know craps?
Yeah, I know the game, yeah. What's the most amount of money you've ever lost?
In like one session?
In pretty much, I mean, to answer the
My
question,
wife, there's like, I probably get something to college. No,
you have a kid?
no, thank God, no, I don't.
In that case, I'd probably use the terminology like could have bought a new car or something like that. I think it's weird that you would say could have sent a kid to college.
Choose not to.
Like when I gamble, I like gambling on Mohegan Sun because like I feel like when I lose, I did some good. Like I bought textbooks for some kids.
Or an Indian kid.
Well, because at the Indian casinos, like they all get when they turn 18, like a shit ton of money that partially comes from the revenue of the casinos. They'll often use that to go to college.
And so it's a midnight film. So shut the fuck up, Indians. Take your school books for free.
Love it. Well, Billy, do you smoke pot?
When I have pot, yeah.
Wow.
I've never paid for pot in this country. Let's turn this back into a money back. Yeah. Double down.
Very interesting, Billy.
Maybe not that interesting.
Yeah.
He wants me on stage. This guy.
Well, Billy, I sort of want you on stage too, and I don't know how to wrap it up. So I think we're even on it.
Body language, anything?
There you go, Billy Brazil, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you what, from the great people at Infinite CBD, they gave me the coolest thing to give out today. On top of a CBD beard oil and a t-shirt, They have this amazing thing called the Genius Pipe. Am I saying that right? It's Genius Pipe, and this is an official, actually, no, this is the one that I'm supposed to have, and the other one. I got a Tommy Chong one, but in here is an official, if you slide this thing, it's an official Legion of Skanks one. And, I was going to give it to somebody random, but you know what? I think Body Language Guy earned this shit tonight, right? What's the noise for Body Language Guy? Just going to show you can even kill from the audience here on Phil Sony. So anything you guys want to plug or anything? I mean, we're already in the middle of Skankfest, so let these fuckers know. Anything else? How about make some noise for the great Dave Smith and Big J Okerson, everybody? How about the great powerful Jeremiah Watkins? Jeremiah has his own show later today, Stand Up on the Spot.
Yeah, and also I got inflatable saxophones and my shirt right over here, so you want after the show.
Make some noise for one of our favorite comedians in the world, an absolute killer stand-up and a producer of Phil Sony, Josh Markins here from Los Angeles, everybody. He's helped us with every episode of this show ever. One more time for the great, powerful Allie McCoskey, Ryan Redman, we're taking the show on the road to Montreal, Cleveland, Fort Wayne, Nashville, Lansing, Grand Rapids, Detroit, and Danny Brown, and Toronto, Canada, all in the month of September. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And we've always, most times that we've done this show in New York City, had so much fun. So thank you, live audience. And we're going to bring it back again. We'll be back here before next year's Skankfest. So be on the lookout for that. We love New York City. You guys are always so much fun. So thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night. That was Phil Sony live from New York at Skankfest.
Tony Hitchcock, everybody.
Yeah. Hey, also, if you didn't get picked to perform, sign up for Pain or Pain in the drunk tank. streaming guys, and that comes to the live show. Very exciting, right? You guys are here live in the home of it all. Better for your guys' seat stuff. I've been doing the 5 and 2s. You're all the way over there. You can get by the band in a second. Not going to be able to see any across the nation. You're not supposed to be skating there. It takes 4 door guys to not do this job correctly. It's incredible how terrible they are. You know, I was a door, not a lot of people know this, but I was a door guy for 4 years. And I had an extremely high attention to detail every night while working here. And that's spread into all the jobs that I've gotten since, all the continuous work in the Writers Guild, stand-up, the live podcast, everything is an extension of my natural work ethic. There you go. Make some noise for Rich Slayton, everybody. He did it. He knows how to take a hit. Look at that. Killing it. Rich does big live podcasts here once a month. Prime, everybody. Him and the great John Komashevsky. I'm a big fan of their work. And I think he does a good job. Yeah, he does a good job. That's why he just gave his podcast a shout out. That's like my, I love it. You know, and it's important to hire good people. The Comedy Store has a real name. Some of the great people that work there. Letterman, Jim Carrey was 6 years. Hiring is a challenging thing. There's one place you can go where hiring is simple, fast, and smart. A place where growing businesses connect with qualified candidates. That place is ZipRecruiter.com/Kilzone.
With their powerful messaging technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find people with the right experience, like them to apply for their jobs. Applications come in, ZipRecruiter analyzes what else. Each one spotlights the top candidates so you can never miss your match. ZipRecruiter is so effective that 80% of employers are focused on ZipRecruiter and quality candidates through the site within just 1 day, that's 24 hours.
Wow, with results like that, it's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the highest rated hiring site in America. And right now, our listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free at this exclusive web address. ZipRecruiter.com/Kilzone. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLZONY. ZipRecruiter.com/Kilzone. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You guys ready to start this show or what? Every single week, I give you 2 of the greatest comedians in the world. This week is absolutely no different. We have a first-time guest and the return of one of our favorite guests on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great Moshe Kesher and Tom Rhodes. Come on! Here we are. Yeah! Tom motherfucking Rhodes. Moshe Kesher. And now, welcome, gentlemen. Thank you. Hey, good to have you guys here on the show. Welcome. Pumped about this. Comedy is one of my favorite comedians. I watch your comedy sports monsters. Moshe, welcome back.
How's Dad like? How's it going? Good. You have a lot of good dad material. Oh, yeah, man. Things are wacky up and down.
We have a band on this show. Different characters. You never know what they're going to be. Maybe they're police officers. One week, maybe mechanics. One week they were Joe Rogan. And so we mentioned what Brian Red band. You never know what's going to happen. They're the best damn band in the land. It's the Kilzone Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg, Joel Jimenez, and Chroma Chris. What is it going to be tonight? Oh, wow. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Oh, definitely doctors. No doubt about this one. All right. Good on that. I don't know what Rihanna has to do with the big doctors. Wow. It's not how I was expecting Michael Richards' return to the stage to go. But, welcome. Oh, man, that one stung. nurse over there, some type of dental assistant, and clearly back here we have some type of Mexican Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
Are you a nurse?
Yeah?
I don't know.
Welcome back to Emo Villains. Welcome back to Meetings Anatomy. I'm not proud of that joke, but it's the only thing that was critical to my brain that had to come out.
Pretty much dialed in at this point. Doc, are you ready for this?
I'm actually a nurse, so it's not a big deal, but I will be a doctor soon.
Oh, okay. So you're all nurses. Alright.
Wait, that's how it works? You go to nursing school and then you become a doctor? Yeah, this is actually. Oh, you know my work.
Well, this isn't even the show. I feel like I can hang out with these nurses and do comedians all day, but I have a bucket filled with comedians' names here. They signed up for the hour before the show. If I pull your name out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds of stage time, and then you get interviewed and talked to by me and my amazing guests in the band. You get 60 seconds, though, at first. You know your 60 seconds is up when you get the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Seems furious. I don't think he likes it when we do shows on the road. You guys ready to start this thing or what? It's still Tony live at the Comedy Store. Anything can happen. Seems like a pretty mellow crowd. Looks like everybody had a hard day at the office today, huh? Just yaw. Everybody actually answered it. Very good. We're tripping them right. Alright, I'm excited about this. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for your first comedian. He goes by the name of Raphael DiCamargo. Here he comes. Here comes Raphael, everyone. Clap one more time for Raphael, everybody.
So when I was born, my mom was uncomfortable with the doctors touching me, so I wasn't circumcised. But I moved to the United States from Brazil, and I went to see my doctor. It'd probably be a good idea. So my mom had a change of heart, and I was circumcised at the age of 8 years old. Yeah, it was real good. It was a good time. As I'm being wheeled into surgery, the nurse wanted to be comforting with me, so she threw an object in the stretcher with me. She threw a Furby next to me. From those from the 90s dolls that go, gyrate and shit. Well, I'm being black, like I'm right before I black out. The last thing I see is ha ha ha. I wake up, my whole family is flown out to see me, and every 45 minutes when the doctor would come up and like check on my dick, my grandma would be like, "Yes, I saw you ate it," which in Portuguese that means the turtle has left its shell.
I guess so. I guess you just want to look at me before your time's up and assume that I'm going to save you. You can do that if you want, Raphael.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. It's a good closer, though. He's going to come on the road with you if you ever want to do that.
Yeah, that was incredible. I had no idea what you talked about. Do you remember your circumcision? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
How old were you when that happened?
I was 8.
8 years old.
I thought you could say, oh, because I'm Brazilian. Thank you. No laughter. A couple of applause. That's what you want. And then at the end, you look at Tony. That's comedy, baby. All right. Welcome to the big time. Thank you. Why did you focus on the pain of being circumcised at 8 years old? Yeah, it was brutal. But every time I've talked about it on stage, it does not go over well. Like the painful aspects of it. It's a true story.
Did they do everybody that late into that Brazilian thing?
No, like my mom just told me she was uncomfortable with it when I was born. So when I went to the doctor when I was 8, she was like, I felt better about it, so we had it done. No, when I was born, when I was a baby, like when I was first born, she didn't want them to touch me at all. Oh, thank God that he just wanted to do it. I don't think I understand, Tom. I tell you, I'm a Brazilian person.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
7 months.
7 months. Wow.
Were you awake when it was happening? Where you get off and put in the towel? I love that place. No, they put me under. good at using. No. Oh, man. I don't know if that was an option. Could I have done that? Really? No, if you had, you would. I feel chips now.
There's Jeremiah.
Thank you. Wait, did you say that every time you talk about it? No, when I talk about how painful it was, and like that part of the process, I usually, so I try to keep it a little bit silly. So yeah, they're like, they do the Furby, and they're like, count backwards from 10. And I was just looking right in its eyes, so like 10, 9, 8, and I passed out. It freaked me out. It was scary. Yeah. The Furby is like, you know, or whatever.
How old were you when you moved to Australia?
I was 4 years old. 4? Yeah. 7 years.
You were here in America when this actually happened.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And where did your parents move to?
We moved to Waco, Texas. Like Brazil. Yeah. We got to go to salsa scene down there. And, no, I think we were the only Brazilians in that town. I live in Orange County, but I've been out here since 2008. I work as a server at a comic book to beach called London.
How long have you been on that for?
3 months now.
What comedy club?
The record?
Oh, it's called The Record.
Oh, yeah. We can't even listen to you while we're talking. Tony, we're going to have to check your ears. This whole interview has been like, so, have you ever been circumcised at all? Or did you move from another country? Where are you from again?
Anyway, Raphael, what do you do when you're not doing stand-up?
Mostly drink.
What's your drinking choice?
Maker's Mark. 8. Usually a double. Every night.
Wow. You're just getting by on this. Yeah. Doesn't really make sense. Sounds like it does, but it doesn't. All right.
Actually,
So,
Tony, checks out.
really? Wow. I don't know if we can figure this room out tonight so far. So, what's the craziest thing you've ever done while getting drunk on Maker's Mark? For those of you that aren't heavy drinkers, I can tell you that Maker's Mark is one of the types of liquor that tends to get you more fired up than others. Like it's like a heavy, it's like an angry Jack Daniels.
I don't think I do anything crazy. I just get really giggly and then pass out.
All right. Wow, you're fucking amazing interview.
This audience was pronounced dead.
Wow. Well, Raphael, anything else super Brazilian about you? Anything that you think is in your genetics?
My name is Rafael Quagliardi Carvalho de Camargo. I feel longer than the people who are here.
Alright, Raphael. Well,
We had a soccer and all that. Only when the World Cup comes around. Alright, you know what? Quick comedy, man. You're out. No, you're a good person.
yeah, you're a good person. I love that you did admit it, which you admitted afterwards. The unfortunately never works. We did tonight. But the turtle shell thing, you know,
Wow, thank you.
say cute words, sound funny at the right time, it works. I mean, there's people I know that have careers and shit like that. So, anyway, maybe you'll get better at it too.
Thank you for the advice.
Indeed. I can see you, be working at a lot of comedy clubs one day. So, congratulations to you. There you go. First time I feel Tony Raphael D. Camargo. You gotta show people some tough love. He's 7 months and we're trying to get them. So you gotta break some bones so they can come back stronger. There's just Rocky. Rocky, here he comes. Movement. He's running. I like a guy that's here. He's on a mission. He's got a steady jog. Mike Rocky, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey guys, I'm just going to talk about a couple things I hate. I hate public displays of affection. Makes me really uncomfortable, right? And this couple, they were making out right next to me like I wasn't even there, right? Really made me angry, so I did my secret weapon. You guys can do this too. I pretended to be really, really into it, right? Yeah. I just looked at them while they were making out like, you guys look so sexy. I love to watch, that's my thing, alright? They stopped immediately, folks. It was great. It works. Just pretend to like it. That's how I got my dad to stop spanking me, alright? It works. Yeah, because you can punish a kid by spanking him, but if he yells harder, you're going to stop, alright? You're definitely going to stop. Me and my dad don't talk anymore. That's alright. Okay.
Yeah, Mike Rocky.
This
Here
person,
we go.
all transgender, looks exactly
Mike,
like
you've been on the show before, right?
Yes, I did the belly room one time. Yeah.
the bitch.
Is he better than Mike?
No, it crushed it that time.
Wow, look at you. Wow. Look at the ego on this guy.
Don't eat this guy's food.
Yeah,
This guy's progression, Mike. I like the, you get to keep going with that thing. Yeah, it's fake. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I also thought of a little back where you wanted, yeah. Or we sex, maybe. Or we fuck. Okay, yeah, that'd be even better. Don't punch out that which has already been punched out. We got a huge pop in the room. As a man that has undeserved confidence, much like you, I would say, go with that. No, but it was funny. At that harder line, that's about as funny as you as I know. That was very funny. Thank you. Harder father. I really like that.
what's your dad like? Used to, for those of you listening to the podcast, Mike has like a hipster lumberjack sort of build to him. Do you become dad?
No, he's a tiny little Polish guy. I'm actually going to see him in a few weeks. He lives in the Philippines. Yeah, I think he fled America because he was in debt. I'm not sure.
What does he do for work?
I think he just retired.
How do you think he got so much debt?
Well, we were never in good shape financially growing up. I was actually homeless for a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, I got one brother and then two. My dad had another family. Two half brothers and a half sister. No, he left half of luxury to yeah.
Was the other family Filipino?
No. It's for the hookers. I was in the Philippines a few months ago. So is your father a pedophile? A midget boxer? Why can't it be both, Tom? Why can't it be both? Yeah.
Like when you guys were home, were you guys on the street?
It was kind of cool. It was like camping. I was in second grade. Yeah.
So, were you on the street?
No, we were in a campground. Yeah, like a tent. Yeah.
For how long?
6 months. Probably better than now. That's where we were in campground. It was officially campground in Illinois. Maybe Vernon does. It's a great place if you guys ever want your lives to fall apart after war. So you don't know if I put in his oh, maybe. I actually think about becoming famous.
Mike Rocky, the guy who built 62nd women hires. Mike, how long have you been in Los Angeles?
6 months. I think I'm gonna leave, but
Why?
oh, second drive was great.
Why are you thinking about leaving?
Just
No one we don't know. Stop saying that.
everybody's fake and bullshit. This is like probably the biggest audience I've had since I've been and it's great. It was a great. You're leaving town for the crowd.
Yeah,
it's just tough. I don't know if Hollywood's looking for a guy like me.
No, they're not, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
It takes everyone a while to get used to it. Like 3 years. You don't get it in 6 months.
I think you're doing a good thing. This is the third time I've lived here. Twice I left this Los Angeles. And look, yeah, you know, maybe just coming back there. Yeah. How long have you been coming? 5 years. No, I was gonna quit, and I decided I'm not gonna quit. I'm just gonna. Sure. Yeah.
Where are you thinking about going with your comedy career where you're going to get bigger crowds?
I was thinking like going to Berlin or something. Or go to Europe. They love Berlin.
Yeah.
So they bet one you hustle on every second Thursday of the month. Yeah, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, I heard they like camps in Berlin.
yeah. And also in sense and banking is gonna be a great place for you.
You know, what happens if you get there and you hit a wall?
Why Berlin?
Don't you love it? It's a great place. Beach Lake. Just get something to live in. Why Berlin? It's cool. Germany's cool. You can like buy a beer at a grocery store, just drink it on the street.
Oh, you're an alcoholic.
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, the list goes on and on. But it's like a sad poem. It's like beautiful. Like you move to LA, but they never perform on big crowds. So I'm gonna move to Berlin. Why? Because I can drink a beer on the sidewalk. When I was home.
Mike, what do you do for a living?
I work at a bar. I'm
Working at a bar.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
Since I moved here 6 months.
Yeah, you make a decent money.
Now,
That makes sense to me.
I live in a room in a house. It's not bad.
I live in a house.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Like a traditional situation.
it's like part of a fucking answer. Other people live in the house.
I talked about it last time, but Filipino lady actually was there. Mommy! And I live with another comic and then some other random Craigslist person. What would you do for money in Berlin? Just English stuff.
English stuff?
Short, short talk.
What? What do you think is going on there?
Yeah, like I can do arbitrage and profits and like not saving the queen. Like teaching or like translating, stuff like that. Do you have any experience in that? None. Wait, are you, is that real though? Is there a real opportunity? Yeah, I've got friends there. Yeah, you can do English comedy. Yeah,
You can't, Tom. You can't Moshe. You cannot like property. You cannot take money in Berlin doing stand-up. But you can drink a beer on the street. Fucking mind-blowing. Totally worth the trip.
I mean, Berlin is a pretty fucking awesome city. Yeah, the car dealerships and the bars. It's pretty Mercedes, BMW in Berlin. If you go in there, there's like a bar. You can order a glass of wine or a beer and like just sit among these brand new cars and drink them.
You hear that?
And there's supermarkets. You have Wendy's in the fucking sausage aisles. Yeah. Oh my god, they love sausage.
They have bars in their car dealerships. You can work at a bar in a car dealership in Berlin.
Yeah. I'm living LA. I'm sold.
Mike, what's the best thing that's happened to you in, Mike, what's the best thing that's happened to you in 6 months here in,
Oh, I got laid once. That was cool. It's so fun, right? Yeah, it's good. The end part is fucking awesome.
Mike, how did that happen?
Oh, that's it. Dad came back from the Philippines.
You were on Tinder?
Yeah, I did a little Tinder thing. No.
I'm curious, just figured I'd ask. Why not ask that? I mean, what's fair question? It's not like I have restrictions or sponsors. You think ZipRecruiter is going to be mad? They're not. They're not. I just said ZipRecruiter again. That totally makes up for everything. You said she was a skinny girl?
Yeah, she's in shape.
So, what was that meetup like?
I went to a tiki bar thing or whatever, and kind of smelled like kick on the inside, but that was cool. I like dive bars. And her or the bar? The bar. She was fine. It was a fine experience.
How much you last?
One good question. I didn't time it, but I think this is the normal kind of. Raw dog.
Wow. Yeah.
Watch out for Lynn. Yeah. In the Philippines, they actually eat raw dogs.
It's over. Mike, I don't know what you're thinking, dude. If your other stand-up is as funny as a couple minutes that you've done on this show, then maybe the part that you're missing, you work nights at that bar, a lot of nights, 5 nights a week,
2 nights a week.
2 nights a week. You work maybe 3 nights a week, you'd have more money, and you can spend those other 4 nights, hanging out, meeting people, being funny, making friends. You're making friends in the 6 months that you're here.
I have made some.
There you go. I would say keep doing that, dude. I wouldn't run this fast. 6 months.
Pretty quick.
There you go. Mike Rocky. He doesn't use Twitter. It says it right on the line where people put their Twitter handle. He doesn't believe in Twitter. It's going to really help his career take off in Berlin, Germany. All right. We'll put the name out. You guys having fun? You get the show yet? Anything can happen. Sometimes it's somebody's first time on stage. Sometimes it's a genius. Who knows? The next comedian goes by the name of Jacob Charmack. Jacob Charmack? Wow, from the farthest corner. Seems like all of these are always from the furthest part of the comedy store. One more time for Jacob Charmack, everybody.
How's everyone doing tonight? Good. I just drove here from Maryland, cross country. One thing I realized is driving cross country takes longer than running cross country. I don't know if you guys know that. I never found out. Think about it. Yeah. I'm thinking about it. So I'm very poor now. I have like no money, and all I have in my freezer are Totino's pizza rolls, and I'm really like flimsy. I need to get some bulk. So I'm just eating that like at the bottom, just the meat inside, the filling. I don't need the crust. And I've been walking around my apartment. It's on carpet, and I realized like my feet are cracking. Like that's not healthy. My feet are cracking. And should I finish?
Holy fucking shit. Yeah, finish. Jacob, finish. Stop. Let him finish.
My feet are cracking. My floor's carpet, and all I can think about is, I have, my feet are cracking. I have like hardwood that's like splitting in half all the time. That's what I think. That didn't work.
Hold on. Oh, let me just try to understand this for a second. Just give me a chance to understand.
Beautiful. Tony, before you're too rough with it, he does have extra credit. He did call me special last week, so there's that.
Jacob, over here. You're not trying to be funny.
I'm not.
What do you mean your hardwood is cracked?
I have carpet, and my feet cracked, so I think. Like,
Hello! Hi, everybody! Make some fucking noise! We're the #1 live podcast in the world. Brian Redbands here. Our bags are packed. We're ready to head to Montreal, Canada tomorrow to do a film. Tony there. Ryan J. Abel's here drawing tonight's episode. He has amazing new Kill Tony 5-year poster that I just got framed up on my wall.
Nice yellow frame.
Yeah, great idea. I went to the actual frame store and I took a bunch of different colors and styles of frames and I did that shit for like 7 minutes until I found the right frame. Anyway, it's pretty exciting.
Talk more about frame.
I framed it right. We're going to Montreal for a big show in 2 days at the Boston Day Arts on July 25th this Wednesday. And then next week we could take the show to Cleveland, Ohio. For those of you listening, perhaps maybe you're watching streaming from all the way from Ohio. Maybe you're anywhere. We're going to Cleveland August 1st to do a Kill Tony there. We do stand up in Cleveland on the 2nd. And then we do Kill Tony and stand up the next night, August 3rd in Cincinnati, Ohio. And then August 4th, we do Kill Tony, and I think I have it set. That seems to be the general consensus in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and festival there. And August 9th and 11th, we do stand up in Lexington. And then we do a Kill Tony August 12th in Nashville. And then September 20th, 21st, and 22nd, we're in Michigan, Lansing, Grand Rapids, and Detroit. And then we go to Toronto the 25th and the 29th, JFL 42, Toronto. Our Kill Tony is on the 28th. That's a Friday night at midnight. I'm pretty excited to have a big, fancy midnight Kill Tony in Toronto. It's one of the first places we ever took it on the road. It was chaos then, 4 years ago. And it's certainly going to be chaos.
We should just actually do our dates when we're back in LA. It seems like it's I have
No idea what you
There's
just
so many days. We should just say, hey, we're back in LA for 1 week in August, 4 days.
not true at all. We're in town every Monday till Tony. I'm really sending a mixed message. I didn't get it. Just so that you're not confused, listen to the podcast. We do the show back in LA every single Monday for the foreseeable future. Who knows when we're going to Australia or London, and then we might miss a Monday, but you'll know about that because we're going to plug that shit for 4 months before we go there. But tonight's about tonight, right? We are in the main room of the Comedy Store. I have a bucket filled with comedians' names. It might be somebody's first time. It might be a goddamn veteran that's just been waiting to make their breakthrough on Kill Tony. You never know what's going to happen. And every week I always have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show to talk to people, to meet people with us. This one's super fucking special because these guys are truly two of the funniest human beings in the world. Comedy Store fucking monsters. They have an unbelievable podcast and so many funny things. Make some noise for the great Ryan O'Neal and Jeff Danish, everybody. Here we are. Danish and O'Neal, Comedy Store built fucking thoroughbreds. Guys that were hosting the open mic when I started. Ryan O'Neal, the first MC to ever bring me up for my first time ever doing stand-up.
That is true, I was. That was your very first time. You brought like 15 people. I had no choice.
That's right.
Entire audience.
That's how I do it. You know what I mean? I always have a support system with me. That's what tonight is. All these people are here to laugh at me.
You bumped it from 15 to however many are here tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
60.
We're increasing. You guys are hilarious. Always have been. Always will be. Unbelievable Comedy Store MCs, which is where this sort of stemmed from, was me hosting a lot, watching people do 3 minutes, and then we go up and down.
And shitting on them for the next 6.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much.
Why give them 3 when we can have 1?
Yeah, absolutely. And just fly through it. So I'm excited you guys are back. Ryan O'Neal, for those of you that might not know, is fighting Louis J. Gomez.
Yeah. Who here is a Louis J. Gomez fan?
Who here is a Ryan O'Neal fan? Wow, look at that. You're getting the Kill Tony bump tonight.
Yes, I definitely have.
Louis J. didn't even do our podcast when we were at Skankfest. He was down there weighing in with you.
What a pussy.
Yeah, exactly. We had the rest of the Skanks on. That was a lot of fun.
Are you nervous about this at all? Like, are you second guessing this whole fight?
Not at all, man.
I fucking feel great. You feel better now? I feel fucking great.
You feel better now that after being in New York and like seeing him in person
and seeing how fat he is? Yes. Seeing how much he drinks?
Do you feel
like how little willpower he has? Absolutely.
Do you feel he might use any Puerto Rican advantages, like perhaps being
I'm not sure there are any advantages to being Puerto Rican.
Well, I heard that the way that they like to fight is they like to make sure that the power is turned off and just take you off the ground.
You might make like a shank out of his fingernails or something to keep it buried in their shoe.
Well, this is just a taste of some of the fun that we're going to have tonight. And the show also has a band, everybody, every single week. I don't know if they were always doing this last time you guys were here, but the band guys, they come into different characters every week, and you never know what they're going to be. Maybe they're policemen, or, what were they, the guy from Hogwarts or whatever.
The guy from Hogwarts? Yeah. Harry Potter? That guy?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Fuck yeah. So we don't know what they're going to do, so let's see what they're going to do. This is the Kill Tony band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, and Chroma Chris. The Kill Tony band. Oh shit. Here we go. Oh, wow. What? Holy shit. Holy shit. And it appears as though these are famous Disney females? Wow. Holy shit.
Wait, I'm confused. You introduced them with male names and 3 hot fucking ladies.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Damn.
Ladies, I'm pretty sure that's Emo Phillips up there. And then we have
telling a lot of lies for that knows. What the fuck?
And then we have on guitar, clearly we have Dog the Bounty Hunter's wife.
Elsa? She looks great, man.
Yeah. Is that what his wife's name is?
Oh yeah, that's the Bounty Hunter. She got it legally changed.
worst episode of To Catch a Predator of all time. Just come in, guys. Come wear your costume.
The only thing you're catching is gonorrhea.
Snow White, how's it going up there?
I'm so well, Tommy.
Wow.
Couldn't find high heels. Committed everywhere else, but none of them found you.
Well, I am very cool.
Oh, for those of you that know the history of Snow White, I believe she was a pretty poor.
I'm telling you, retard.
I didn't even know that the guy from Hogwarts was called Harry Potter. I mean, all right. So we have a bucket full of comedians' names. They get to perform in front of the comedy store's greats and some Disney females. And you get 60 seconds. People, you know your 60 seconds stuff, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. So stick to your goddamn time. We'll interview you about the rest of your thoughts afterwards. You guys ready for this shit? It's Kill Tony Live with Dana Shin O'Neill. Into the bucket we go. Your first person breaking the ice tonight goes by the name of John Joan Smith. John Smith.
Blacklisted.
Oh no. John. J-O-N-N-E, the second one. He's definitely lost. I'll tell you who's not lost is this guy who's been on the show multiple times. Always funny. Put your hands together for Mikey McKernan, everyone. Here he comes. This guy's never missed a goddamn spot in his life. One of our favorites here on Kill Tony is Mikey McKernan, everybody.
Overtime for not having a pre-show. It's really happy to be here tonight. I love doing stand-up comedy on the road because a lot of girls think we have workaholics. That's awesome because sometimes you don't make enough money on these gigs, so you get excited when a girl asks you to come back after a gig. And this one night, things got pretty serious. Then they got romantic. And after 2 hours of dry humping, she finally told me she was a virgin. I don't know what to say. I was like, well, every time a virgin doesn't put out, an angel loses a boner. It's because she was a Christian girl. That confused me because I was like, what am I doing to attract Christian girls?
There you go, Mikey McKernan, everybody. You did a Jesus impression there at the end, and you fucking nailed it, dude.
Thank you. Little prom comedy.
Yeah.
Tony, that was his first time doing his signature.
Yeah.
What's his signature?
He does, and if you would end the joke and sort of be like, all like, yeah, can you do another joke? I actually agree with Snow White. I'm stepping in.
Right when I thought I was going to do something different, it's like it's a picture. I choked on a granola bar while jogging. Worst running gag ever.
What up, big dog? How you doing, Tim? I'm hearing you, baby. Listen, I'm all ears. I've been waiting all fucking day for you. Go ahead, big man. Yeah, Doug, I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
Yeah, so we add to the time travel AI algorithm how the time travel into a time where we can go back before AI was a thing, and then erase AI completely from existence, and we see what a world with AI looks like.
Doug, I like AI.
Yeah, what if we use AI to erase AI? That's like, yeah, no one would ever know.
I mean, eventually society would evolve into developing a similar tool. Likely, nothing's guaranteed.
Do you think it's possible that the universe just gets all erased and eventually everybody just gets like universe ends and everything gets erased and they never existed at all.
What does solar rays have to do with this?
Okay.
What does solar rays have to do with this?
What?
What do solar rays have to do with this?
What solar ray?
You just said, do you think that the universe would have solar rays that would like engulf it or something?
Or get erased.
Oh, get erased.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what the Big Crunch is?
Big Crunch?
Yeah, opposite of the Big Bang. Do you know what the opposite of a black hole is, dog? I'll wait.
What?
Yeah, that's right, big dog. It just shoots out energy all the time. What are your thoughts?
That's scary.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. But what are you gonna when you get riser?
What is the opposite of black hole?
It's called a white hole, dog.
As opposite of black hole just be anything that's not a black hole?
I mean, it depends how you define opposite. Are you gonna get riser, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off?
I'm gonna jerk myself off.
Okay, well that doesn't surprise me at all. Why don't you go get riser, dog?
Because of these SSRIs, I haven't been able to stop in like 15 days.
Oh,
That's
a cool story. You know who would like to hear that story? Riser.
I had sex yesterday.
All right, that's cool. What was his name? Oh, it was a chick? Okay, what was her name? What was her name, dog?
Angelina.
All right, tight. Scalar, 0 to 10.
9. Awesome.
Where'd you meet this chick?
So I made it.
Yeah.
Station Lounge.
Where? Oh, the Hashish Lounge? Wow. And you weren't able to blast?
No.
Did she have a good time?
So I met her sorry, like a few months ago. And then she came back to Adelaide. She lives in Perth.
Oh, so she's just visiting?
Yeah, she works mainly in Perth. She lives in Perth. She like works in Adelaide sometimes.
Okay, what did she do?
Real estate.
Are you going to call Riser now?
No.
Why not, dog? Why aren't you calling him? Shout out to Angelina for taking one for the team. Yo, dog, are you gonna call Riser, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
You call Riser. I'm trying to charge my phone.
No, he never picks up my call because one time I called him like 50 times in a row. What is this bullshit, Zoo? Yo, dog, charge your phone or whatever, but call Riser.
I'm going to the chemist.
You're going to the chemist?
Yeah, I'll take like 10. Take a little bit. Look who it is.
Who is it?
It is it's Turris.
Yeah. So where's the chemist, dog?
Kevin.
Okay, are you gonna call Riser?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll try to get back.
Okay, sounds like a plan, big man.
It's so hard to be in front of Dash on you. These guys are kind of fucking legends.
You're damn right they are. You look like a fourth generation Confederate flag maker. I have to know what's in your back pocket.
It says stickers that says I'm not funny. Chihuahua. Yeah, I can't get them out anymore because they're showing up on this place. I don't want trouble.
That's true. You don't want them to show up here. It's a whole business. Well, Mikey, what else has changed in life since the last time that you've been on? Normally, you work at try to wrap your heads around this, guys. He works at the Bubba Gum Shrimp Factory in real life. In Santa Monica on the pier?
No, Universal Shitty.
Oh, okay, the good one. Do they walk around on their knees like the Lieutenant Dan? Would be great.
Some servers have though.
Some server, the only server there that probably looks identical to him.
That was a good Halloween costume.
And then you could be like, "Do you want the shrimp?" And they're
I got recognized from Kiltonian clearly on Sunday. Yeah.
Wow, I bet the person probably went there trying to see if you were working.
They said they were hoping about it.
Wow.
Yeah, shout out to John and Jacob.
Wow, John and Jacob. I believe he missed this spot.
No, but I broke up with my girlfriend.
Whoa, wow. I went from Bubba Gum to Bubba Dumps. You know what I'm saying? How did this go down? Now, remind us of the situation. You were with her for a while. I think she also worked there or something like that.
Yeah, 5 years. I met her there.
Wow.
Yeah, I trained her to blow weed off her the first night.
Oh, that's romance. Not my parents.
just told myself there's gonna be next time it's gonna be no us.
Do you still see her? Does she still work there?
No.
How'd the breakup go down?
I literally just was like, yeah, this is not gonna be forever.
And you were all like, wow, did you? Come on, they're very vague though. It could be like 6 months.
No, I mean, there was some.
You told her she was a terrible lover?
Yeah, no,
Did you at least go, ooh, afterwards?
No, she immediately after we broke up, she posted that she had to pretend that she thought it was funny.
Wow. You were with her for 5 years?
Yeah.
It took you that long to realize she was a terrible lover? No, fuck, you're slow. Why are you let me try one more time to see if she can step it out? One more. What makes her a bad lover?
No, she said she just laid there. Sex was not. It's not a happy place for her to go to.
Wow, Jesus, what were you raping her?
No, that was her past.
You met her in Bubba Gump and you're surprised she was a dead fish. Oh, you didn't think that she had it all together? Were you guys both wearing your uniforms?
No,
I joined those aprons together?
she was not into any of that. Yeah.
What did she post on her Facebook? She said she doesn't have one and you're not funny.
Yeah, she thought like that.
You still follow her on Facebook?
No, not anymore.
So someone told you that she said that?
Yeah, there's a couple people who really. My coworkers actually, whatever, like a week later too, she like had to come back and get the rug, and she like ripped me apart again.
I don't want to make some housekeeping. I love the rug so much that you're like, I gotta get that rug back. You're not keeping that. It wasn't her. She wanted one last fuck from the tremendous lover over.
I didn't give it to her.
How do you know that you weren't the bad lover?
That's. So I don't have video.
Okay, let me fuck her, and then let me fuck you, and then I'll decide. So that emotion in the ocean, nobody knows that better than me. Is your story true about the virgin?
Yeah, that's true.
She was ever how old was she?
She was 28.
Yeah. Took a girl's virginity.
No, I didn't go through with it. Yeah, she didn't want to stick around for the resurrection.
Oh, shit. That was George Cinderella. Snow White, who is that? For those of you listening to the podcast, he just launched his he arched his backpack and ran into Jeremiah trying to do a movie right there.
Sorry.
You broke a princess's party, bitch.
Wow. All right, Mikey. Well, another fun set. Always a fun interview. He's a good guy. Yeah, a good guy. A badass motherfucker. We love him here at Chiltonians. Mikey McKernan, everyone. Getting the party started. Follow him on Twitter and Instagram at Mikey McKernan. MikeyMcKerna. By the way, when you said, like, this guy's been on the show before, like, 10 people all stood up. They're like, it's my time to shine. How it happens. This guy's goddamn. Say it again. This guy's been on the show multiple times. I don't know if we've met this guy before. Put your hands together for Nathan Driver. Nathan Driver. Here we go. I don't know if we've met Nathan before. Here he comes. Wow, there's two guys coming. Are you Nathan Driver? Guy in the pink hat. You're not Nathan Driver. I'm not? Oh, I thought it was Nathan Driver. Yeah, I thought there was two. Like, so you're it's not me. I thought that. There you go. You gotta go. There he goes. Wait, what's your name? Nathan somebody else. Keep going. There he goes. It's all good. You just gotta listen. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. For the real Nathan Driver. Thank you. You guys like politics? Okay. My dad got on Facebook in 2018. It's actually how I found out he was a Trump supporter. There were definitely signs before that. My dad's a big NASCAR fan. His favorite race is the Daytona 500. His least favorite race is Hispanic people. Oh, I'm nervous, guys. Okay. I live at home right now with my parents. It's kind of interesting dynamic. My mom's a real hippie liberal. My dad's a staunch conservative Christian. They're always getting little fights. Like their biggest fight was over whether or not getting circumcised. My dad would say, it's in the Bible, it's what we should do. My mom would say, it's genital mutilation, it's cruel, he doesn't have a lot there. Are you sure we should be taking it away? They fought about this forever, man. But it was my dad. My dad went on me and this
decided to get me circumcised, so they went to church, they hired a pastor, he ordered a bunch of food. You guys are doing anything this weekend? Thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
Do we have a date? Do we have a date and all?
I was actually thinking about that as well. What do you think? Do you think we should do it? I'll leave it up to our guy.
I think we should. Absolutely.
All right, for the first ever time in Keltoni history, this is an official Nathan off. No, you stay up here, Nathan driving. Just stand on the other side of Joelberg, yeah?
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the other Nathan driver, everyone. Here we go. Let's see what happens.
It's a word. I'm half Filipino, half white. I'll be whatever you want me to be. I'm pretty insecure. I'm off for a tour of the Philippines and worked really hard so that I could go middle class, which is awesome, giving up for my mom. But now the only thing is, no matter how successful I get, nothing will compare to me coming from the Philippines. So growing up for me was like I started a new video game with my mom's memory card. Because no matter what level I get to, she can be like, yeah, but that's because I beat most of the game for you. The only reason you're in college is because I beat Manny Pacquiao on hard mode. And I gotta be like, yeah, but you did marry white dude, so then it's kind of like a cheat code. So, pretty sure that's game over, bitch.
Alright. Stay up there, get back up there. You come back down too.
I want to apologize for bringing up the Nathan off. Nathan, too, wore his good pajama pants there, so he was ready to get up on stage.
Nathan, too, it did not go great for you. Snow White, what do you think about this?
I like the white one.
Alright, let's see how the interview portion goes. How about this? Every time I ask a question, Nathan 1 answers first, and then as soon as he's done, Nathan 2, you answer the exact same question. You guys ready for this? It's a goddamn Nathan off. Should first name actually Nathan, or you just Nathan what? What's your last name? Nathan Mosher. But if anybody said Nathan, you were just like, I'm taking this shit tonight.
Your handwriting is so bad that Mosher could turn into driver?
Yeah,
Look, you're David Price.
Yeah, I know sometimes when you order an Uber, you never know when the Mosher is gonna pull up, and you have to get into it.
I really think these two guys should combine forces because this guy's got confidence and this guy's better jokes.
Yeah, it's true.
This guy's got better credits. He was on King of the Hill as the Native American son. That guy. True.
You don't talk to Mowgli like that. Alright, Nathan Driver, step up to the mic. How long you been doing stand-up? Nathan, get back over there. Nathan, get your ass back over there.
Nathan for 2.
So you answer the question, then you step in and answer the same question. How long you been doing? How long?
7 months.
Get away.
This isn't gonna feel good.
How long have you been doing stand-up? 3 years. Look at you. Switch to the other knee. Get the fuck out.
Oh. I didn't even realize you're wearing fucking sweatpants right now. What the fuck do you have in those pockets, dude? Wearing, work boot, Maggie Keys. It's a weird look.
Snow White?
He looks like he surfs it. He looks like a surf ninja.
Surf Ninja reference, for those of you Surf Ninja fans out there. So, Nathan, you've been doing it, what'd you say, a few months?
7 months in San Diego.
Where you from? San Diego.
Well, I'm from North Carolina, but I do it in San Diego.
Why do you think you don't have confidence?
Dude, I'm just insanely nervous up there. I'm normally not, but...
Oh, yeah. Your turn. Nathan, step up. Why do you think you were so confident?
I wouldn't say I'm very confident. This guy tried to steal this guy's identity in front of his face. That's the most, like, how could he not be a confident guy? You literally saw him. I don't know, that's right. Other man walking up here and you go, I know it's not the right last name, but this guy can't pass.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
This motherfucker's Shanghai bar mitzvah sometimes on Saturdays, and it takes all the money the kid gets.
You Filipino all the way? Half. Half of that, half with the other half.
Wait.
Oh. What do you do for a living?
I just graduated and I'm actually just working part-time, living at home.
Yeah, what's the part-time job?
I just work at a church.
What do you do at a church?
They need it sounds very shady when you don't answer. So big, cable, isn't it? Or what? Yeah. I think the tarps up so the priest's jizz doesn't get all over the walls. churches over here.
All right. Nathan Driver, what do you do for work?
I work on a bioengineer.
Wow.
What the fuck are you doing in here? Just leave comedy behind.
How long have you been doing that for?
Like 2 years. That's why I moved to San Diego for.
What?
You offended only 2 years? I was hoping for 4 at least.
So, wow. So you don't live with your parents?
No, my mom's here though.
Wow.
Wow. Minnie Driver, everybody. Minnie Driver.
You raised a great Nathan, fam.
It could have turned out like this.
Yeah.
Wrong turn.
Look what you could have got. Good thing you didn't fuck a Filipino man.
Who came inside of you? That's what he meant.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
All respect to Mrs. Driver,
Yes. Fuck the Filipino man with no condom.
Yeah.
In the vagina, not the ass.
Yes. Fine, you gotta be specific.
Jeez, this is so fun. Nathan, what are you afraid of? What scares you?
I'm having this guy steal like that. Identity theft. No, I'm allergic to peanuts. So I have like an irrational peanut fear. The Charlie Brown cartoon? No, the Looney one.
I hope you're not allergic to that good pussy.
Alright, I'm gonna switch to Nathan 2 real quick. Nathan 2, what scares you? What are you afraid of?
Wait, quick side question. Is your mother here?
No, she's not here. Probably, yeah, I'm afraid of that.
She doing making your race car bed, so when you get home.
Is that what you said? You're afraid of your mom?
No, I said I would be afraid of bombing in front of my mom.
You'd be afraid of bombing in front of your mom?
Which I have.
Wow, you've done that before?
Yeah.
Where your mom went and saw you? Where was that show at?
I did the Black Room for the very first time in New York.
That's totally the show to invite your mom to. Hey, Mom, doing a Black Room for the first time. You're going to love the show and the audience. We know how Filipinos and blacks get along. Bling, 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 bling. Not much.
Hey, Mom, want to see me get dragged off the Apollo stage? This is a good night to be proud of me.
I almost feel bad. You look really pissed off. Like something's been ruined inside you. It's, by the way, at your job tomorrow, if you see this motherfucker in the parking lot, run. Yeah, kill him.
Get the fuck out. Bioengineer a weapon and stab him in the face. I don't know if I used that correctly, but I'm not a bioengineer, so.
Nathan 2, is everything okay?
Jesus. Having a bad hair day. A lot of questions.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's only one Nathan can win. Nathan 2, I think we're going to go with Nathan 1 over here. Nathan off. Nathan 1, step up to the mic if there's anyone you'd like to thank or anything like that.
Your mother, my mom, obviously.
Yeah, look at that. Can you name it one more time? Nathan 2, you can go back to your seat. There he goes. Nathan 2, making sure he doesn't break my neck. What's your Twitter, Nathan? No, he probably doesn't want to plug it. That's a good point. Just hashtag bomb on Twitter.
Yeah, the whole version of Kill Tony.
Go away.
Nathan, did you see my friends in there on the shooting?
Fucking disgusting. Chroma Chris's feet have made an appearance on the show. Well, you just visiting LA or you live here now?
No, I'm just visiting.
How long you visiting for?
Just like a couple days.
Well, look at that. You've been doing it a few months. You're in town a couple days. You got on the main city comedy store in front of your fucking
I know.
You won the first ever Nathan off. There he is, everybody. Nathan Shriver. He's on Twitter. Now he's on Instagram at Nathan.Shriver. He's only on Instagram.
That was brutal.
All right.
Nathan 2 really did have that look in his face like he's going to be a shooter soon. Sometimes you have to go up against somebody with your name and lose. It happens to the best of us.
It's a lesson.
Jeff Foxworthy has been beating me for years.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. This guy has 2 first names, so it might get really wacky. Put your hands together for Scott Anthony. Here he comes. Scott Anthony. There's only one.
Alright, guys, yeah, so we'll do some
recently just turned 30 years old. All right. And, for 30 right here. Yes. And also just sold my car man for like 10 years. And it was kind of sad because it reminded me of how I just recently joined this dating app. Because when you're 30 years old and you're on a dating app, it's kind of like selling a used car. There's a lot of wear and tear. There's some mileage. A lot of it's emotional and mental. But it's funny though, because I'm on that app. It's kind of hard when you're skinny. Like I look like I did like a half-half shot of finishing puberty altogether. And it's interesting. Nobody has sympathy for that though, for being skinny. All right, it's like being a redhead person complaining about people's use of the word ginger. Like nobody gives a shit. It's not that kind of a hard R slur. Also, when I'm on that app, it's like I'm not picky. I'm not picky, okay, which is a nice way of saying I'm lonely. Damn, that was great. Holy shit. All right, sweet.
There you go, Scott Anthony. All right. Well, Scott, this is your first time on the show, right?
First time.
Hell yeah. That was an interesting set. I think I saw Snow White dozing off a couple times.
She did. I think she did.
Scott, how's it going, man? How long have you been doing stand-up?
Dude, that was actually my third time.
Third time
Ever.
Wow. You're 30 years old. What made you want to start doing stand-up?
It was always one of those things I love. I love stand-up. I love going to comedy shows, and there's just been some different nights where I was just, I'm having some fun with friends. Everyone's kind of laughing. I was like, let's go throw my name in the hat. I've been a huge fan of yours, huge fan of the podcast. Watch it all the time.
Anyone ever told you that you look like a grown-up version of the Boss Baby?
Oh, I was gonna say it looks like they stretched out way back.
Oh shit, Schulberg is arrived. There he is. Oh shit. Getting warmed up in round 2 back there. Uh-oh.
You seem very comfortable on stage, dude. Were you in like plays or?
No, I've watched just so much fucking comedy over the years.
You're the backup point guard of your grade school basketball team.
I was.
Did I actually write about that?
I actually was. I could only hit threes. There was no vertical.
Backup point guard. I called the position and we're in the fucking lineup. You look like every backup point guard.
I do. I really do. You really do.
Yeah.
You're the black one. Because they have talent and don't look like you. Basketball talent. Who are some of your comedic influences? Oh man, besides this guy sitting right here, huge fan, oh man, Chris D'Elia, Joe Rogan, Anthony Jeselnik, Bill Burr's my favorite of all time. Love Bill Burr.
I'm sure you're right around the corner here. Anyway.
He was 2 away from me. Almost there.
So Scott, that's cool. What do you do for a living?
I am a dog trainer, professional dog trainer.
A dog trainer? Wow.
We have a lot in common.
How long have you been training dogs for?
I have been training dogs for, this August will be 3 years.
Wow.
What's the weirdest trick that somebody's asked you to train their dog to do?
One was suck my dick when he hears the doorknob open.
I want him to get his head around the corner. I want him to give me the paper that's 69, man. I want to have a personal dog trainer.
Exactly. So the things that you can get them to do when no one's looking at some
I've been doing a lot of coke.
Good God. Is this a job that you think you're going to stay at for a while?
Yeah, I'm having fun with it right now, so I'm going to keep with it.
So you're going to stay. Alright. Is there a high rollover rate in that business?
Holy shit.
You know this going in? You're running real juice?
Oh, yeah.
You're just ever a dog trainer.
Are you going to take it or leash it?
Sorry, guys.
You have a lot of rough days. Oh, shit. I just said that was rough.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry. How much tail do you get being a dog trainer?
Oh, shit. Yeah, being a dog, I actually had a girl one time ask me if I could fuck your dog.
Yeah. What'd the girl say to you?
She actually asked me if
you wanted to go for a walk?
Yes. If leash on her, go for a walk. She's like, hey, can you try this on me real quick? See this car.
Is that true?
It is very true. I've been there. I've done that.
You put a dog collar on a girl?
She wanted to drink out of a dog bowl of water too.
Wow.
Is it an actual dog or a person? I don't know. Looking back, I'm not sure now.
Was she a comedian or a regular citizen? Stop it, Brian.
She was a regular person. You still have your phone number in your phone. Red Band would like to know.
Did she want to go to the ice house this Friday?
From the dog house to the ice house.
Dog died, yeah, so. Red Band's got an old leash that's not going to use itself.
Wow. So did you put the collar on her?
Yeah, it would.
Of course. At least you could do. Alright, come on, guys. We've gone too far down this rabbit hole, which is also what dogs love to do. Anyway, alright.
Did you put the lampshade thing on her? She didn't like kind of lick her with it.
I don't think she could. She was so big. I don't think she could do that with or without the leg.
All or fat?
Oh, that's why the dog collar wouldn't fit on her?
Nothing would fit on her. Yeah.
Too soon, man.
I'm going to be honest with you, Scott. I have a 4-month-old puppy right now running around my house. And one of the cool things that I did a couple weeks ago is I watched the Netflix version of The Dog Whisperer. It's called Caesar 911. And I was amazed by the 6 episodes that I saw. I learned a lot, not just about dogs, but about human behavior and whatnot. And then I was bragging about it here somewhere else and about how amazed I was. And they told me that all those dogs on that show are professional actor dogs. And that I got fooled. Is there any truth to this? Do you know about that?
I don't know nothing about that. I mean, you know, my dogs that I train might look like that, but they're not big. They're not big off. No actors.
Are you afraid of Caesar Milan?
Why won't you answer the question?
He's a terrifying man.
Let me ask you this. Like, put it to you this way. What's like the meanest thing? Because I mean, there has to be something crazy that you guys do, you dog trainers, to take a fucking wild, crazy fucking puppy and turn it into some militant thing. So what's like the meanest thing you've ever done to a dog?
Really? I mean, well, I wouldn't say mean, but if you've ever had like a little CBD treat, and it works great for dogs, you can actually give CBD treats to dogs.
You ever wear a Michael Vick jersey just to let him know you mean business?
That's actually what it was for Halloween. You know, I had Michael Vick jersey, and I actually had a dog trainer on the back of it.
So is CBD really a way to like calm a dog down?
Jim calms me down.
All right, Scott.
That's the worst dog trainer I've ever seen in my life. Like, if they go to Lansing, put some cocaine on the inside of their asshole, rub it around. I swear to God, it works.
Sounds like you're making puppy soldiers. You live here in LA?
Actually, from San Diego.
San Diego.
I had to drive up.
Drive home with business truck.
You're to high school with Nathan?
No, I don't want to go to any school with Nathan. If you're talking about Nathan too, I don't want to go to school with him.
No, Nathan, a good dude.
Oh, Nathan, yeah, you look like kind of like Dean Ambrose. Yeah, I would definitely, I'd go to school with him. I'd play Chelmsford test.
You should have closed on the I don't want to go to school with Nathan Driver too, or Nathan too. You should have gone on the show.
Anyway, Scott, here you are. You made the drive all the way up to San Diego for this. You got pulled out of the bucket. The odds of that are incredible.
I actually called my shop too, my best friend, and I called and said, hey, I'm just coming up next.
Wow. Well, look at that. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? There you go. Scott Anthony, everybody.
Thank you.
There he goes.
Sit, Scott, sit.
Stay. Yeah. All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for DJ Sandu. DJ Sandu. No, I don't see any movement. Oh.
Is there any penalty for that? Like, wow, he gets caned if he comes back next week?
You get blacklisted unless it's it's impossible to keep track of that. We didn't know somebody specifically was watching how the thing was going. Your hands go for Lizzie Weissman. That sounds like a new name. Here she comes. Be careful. It's on a chair. Just making it over. It's a long walk. All the way from the farthest wing of the Comedy Store. There she comes. Yeah. Come on, Comedy Store. Put your hands together for Lizzie Weissman.
Hello.
She's cool. She's trying to set me up with people. She's like, Lizzie, set you up with this guy. He works for Disney. You're the big head of the company. Everybody loves him. Everybody knows him. Go out with him. You guys, he was Mickey Mouse at Disneyland. I mean, it was a cool day till I had a stick in my mouth and he shouted, "Oh, boy, I'm slow." Like, bitch, I'm bringing one home with you, okay? No, seriously, Goofy's in the corner like, okay, yeah. You guys, I don't know, people are like, go out, you know, go to these adult summer camps, you know, that's a way to meet somebody. I was like, Jews in camps. We don't have a great relationship, so. I don't know, there's just too many apps. Tinder, Bumble, Come Fuck Me, I mean, you know. We all been on that. But everyone's talking about curvy bodies. Curvy bodies are in. I'm feeling it. Listen, don't be the motherfucker who says, I like a girl with a curvy body and talk to the skinniest bitch in the whole room. What kind of curves do you like? Scoliosis?
Jesus, so close.
So close.
How does it end? What kind of curvy body do you like? What? How does it end? What kind of
curves do you like? Scoliosis?
Oh, there you go.
Everyone likes some good back humor.
So white. What do you think of there?
She gives me poison apple buds.
Oh, shit. Snow White never forgets.
She's got a lot of skills. Cat skills.
Yeah, Lizzie, this is your first time ever on the show. You are one of the funniest weather ladies we've ever had on, for sure, in the history of all of our newscasts that we've had.
She looks like a Jew who somehow infiltrated Telemundo's weather program. Tell a Jew no.
Exactly. Love it. Oh, that's great.
How long have you been with stand-up?
Like 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
Like all continuously?
You know. Yeah.
Okay.
Little stand-up, I was a preschool teacher too. Oh, yeah.
Holla.
Exactly. Yeah.
How long did you teach preschool?
7 years.
Is that what you do for a living?
I actually work in higher education now.
Higher education? What does that even mean?
College?
Yeah.
I'm a college recruiter. Most people would just say I work at a college now. Why'd you say higher education?
When you're going preschool,
That's a big jump.
preschool to college?
I know, right? Like, fuck high school. It's just bullshit.
It's a lot better for the romances with the students.
Yeah.
Hell fucking yeah. I was like a hot teacher, you know.
Have you ever thought about having sex with one of your students?
When you're
The preschooler?
absolutely the preschooler. You're like, that kid finger paints well. I bet he could do some good.
Exactly. I potty train kids. I see what's up.
Like in 7 years, I'll have that in my mouth.
Exactly. Going on a show. I'm like, what's up there?
Should drag 30 into the galaxy. Let's get the camera in the bathroom and pull James Gunn humor over there from Red Man.
Alright, so you've been doing it a few years.
Yeah.
You've done improv as well.
Yeah.
You study improv at.
Second City. Yeah. And that was fun. It's good stuff.
Do you like improv better or
Stand up.
What do you do at the college that you teach at? What do you specialize in?
I recruit students to go to school, so I'm just like,
drive around in a van?
I'm like, hey, come to
You want to see more of these?
I'm the person behind the table with all the pamphlets, and I'm a, schmoozer, so
What's the school?
I don't think I should.
I think you should. Who thinks you should? Maybe a student and you want to go.
Yeah.
Somebody might be
All
looking.
right. Anybody know who the Jayhawks are? Yes.
You live in LA now?
Yeah. Born and
You're an
raised.
LA recruiter.
Yeah, I do on the West Coast.
I believe we have an alumni sitting right over there. This is Snow White.
Really, can you? No, Josie, can you give me a joke?
What was your team? So, guys, they were the Jayhawks. You were the.
They couldn't even afford a good mascot. The first time I saw a Confederate flag was in Kansas. I was like, oh, okay. You should just be a duty rat.
Wow. Lizzie, you've been single a while.
Is that an assumption?
Just,
No, like 8 months now.
you've been you on the Jewish dating sites or normal dating sites?
I was on J-Swipe for a minute.
Terrible name.
It is. I said it feels very Holocausty to me, It's
Oh,
Coffee means bagel. That's Jewish. Coffee means bagel. But I heard it's a lot of like Jewish guys and then Asian women. that's the
That's bagel means Nick Fujian.
that's the matchup.
Is your goal to stay in that gene pool? Are you looking to expand?
I don't want taste tags for my children. No, like taste tags. You know what taste tag is? The Jew disease.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we're the chosen one.
Clearly.
Disease is another.
No, I mean I've actually never dated a Jew, so me neither. I never will.
That's all multi-ethnic speaking. Still white. Don't let it come after you. Still white power. That's your Halloween costume.
So, Lizzie, what else about you? You have a big family. You guys from LA?
I am from LA. My mom's from England. My dad, I have like baby boomer parents. My dad's actually 83 years old, and he like produces black gospel music. So that's kind of interesting. Ew, gross. Yeah.
How old's your mom?
Hold on. She's 72. Yeah.
Oh, they have you. They were like 68.
My dad was 50 when he had me. Yeah.
How long has your dad been producing black gospel music?
As long as I've been alive. I don't know how long that's time. I mean, it's his hobby. It's what he does.
It's so strange to be a Jewish guy helping other people, musicians, produce their own thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And then you take the money. You don't believe in the gospel side.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How long's your dad been producing children? Are you like the oldest or?
No, it's just me and my sister.
Okay.
We're 5 years apart.
He's like, all right.
Yeah, he's like, I've been trying for a long time. Yeah.
It's clever how you use the word produce there.
Yeah,
Crowd
there you
picking
go.
up on that.
Yeah.
They hated it.
Great, Lizzie. Well,
Was that good for you?
wow. Lord,
Now we're looking into a lot like where maybe going wrong.
someone needs to get laid. What's next? Are you going to light a cigarette over there? Or like the money on the next hand?
You know, it'd be perfect for Nathan too.
Yeah, for sure.
Get in on some of that.
Take all that energy, please.
Take a slice of that Filipinas.
It'll be an easy transition. He's used to living with his mom, so. Alright. Lizzie, you're great.
This is fun.
There
Thank
you
you.
go, Lizzie Weiss.
Thank you so much.
There she goes. She's on Twitter, Lizzie_Weiss, WEISMAN.
Talk about this show. It's like she had to climb over like 15 people to get to stage.
It was incredible.
Mine must be
Unbelievable athleticism.
our red band's game.
Red Band does have a full-blown cage for you podcast listeners, by the way.
Did you have to buy that or did you just have that like in store?
No, it went to CVS, and they only had sparkly blue or sparkly pink. They don't have like anything in between.
That's only women go to CVS for
That's where you go.
Oh, the red jean.
Swoosh.
Put your hands together for Jerome Tennyson, everyone. Here we go. Jerome Tennyson. Here he comes. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, go Power Rangers. One of four songs they go Power Rangers.
Yeah, what's up, Comedy Store? So it's summertime for me. I'm a high school math teacher, so I'm enjoying the summer. I love my job, but I needed a little bit of a break. You know what I mean? Because I had this one student kind of scared me. He had these tattoo teardrops under his eye. And you know, that usually means you kill somebody, right? So I remember one time students came into class and I was like, all right, yo, pop quiz. He was like, what quiz? I was like, not today. So I need an answer key. I'm enjoying the summer, but like now, like I have so much free time, I'm addicted to the strip clubs. And like they got this thing where they like make it rain, right? So this football player, he came in with like this trash bag full of money. And I knew he was a football player because he had his t-shirt on that said I play for the Rams. Like I want everybody to know. And he reached into his bag, and I don't know how much money he threw up in the air. All I know is I made $300. I was down there with the strippers. This is for anybody. Alright, that's what's up.
There you go, Jerome Tennyson. Hell yeah.
We get
go. This is an Oldberg back there. They can't all be winners.
How old are you? 33.
Oh. What's going on with the sweatpants today?
I know, man.
Is that the new style?
Yeah, on the comments we agreed. We like to wear sweatpants.
Is House Party 4 comedy jammy jam? Fuck yeah. Jerome, how long have you been teaching high school students?
This was my first full school year.
Oh, hell yeah.
How was it? I loved it, man. It's an easy job. It is. It's like, it's, you know,
You don't think you should be paid for it?
oh, I do think we should be paid for it.
It's too easy.
But it's too easy. Like, some people like get carried away, though. Some people are like, oh, you can actually do just as much like that. Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing.
They like want to teach people, and you're like, what are these assholes doing? Is it just easy for you because you're not really planning or teaching that well, or is it just like?
No, I mean, like, I'm not planning and stuff, but I mean, I just, I like that, so I improvise.
What do you teach?
I was teaching AP Calc, and then what they have called integrated math, too, which is like algebra and algebra.
That's where the whites and the blacks do the algebra integrated.
In one class,
That's the only kind of algebra I support, my friend. Integrated, segregated algebra.
It's true. It's true.
It's over. So you're like a math whiz. You're like the jizza. Because it's black. That's like with the MIT for math. The guy with the Wu-Tang shirt, the dog trainer looked that up. Yes. Jerome. So with you only been doing stand-up exclusively in LA?
Yeah, exclusively in LA. I know I've had a few gigs like out of state recently, but
This is where you're born and raised?
this one more than
What's your family like? What part of town did you grow up in?
I grew up a little bit in LA, in Gardena, and then I spent the rest of my time in high school in the suburbs.
Be honest, do you ever work out a bit on your class?
All the time. Especially if I can't make it to an open mic like that day. Oh yeah, I do.
That's why your job is easy. You're like, look at this microphone, guys.
And I've bombed in front of them a few times, and usually when I bomb, that's when the pop quizzes are.
Do you just stand up?
Oh, that's not funny.
You stand on a milk crate or anything when you give the presentation? Or you like, hey guys, what's the deal with breathing?
No, I just go right into it. I just like treat it like it's they'll come in and we'll be talking, and then I'll just go into my material.
So the other day, before we get enough of the parabola, I was fucking this woman last week. You ever have that smelly pussy? You don't like your mom had. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you guys aren't old enough to go to strip clubs yet, but they do this thing called kicking your ring there.
Yeah, but you know what? I did do that joke, strip club joke in front of them. They were seniors. It was like they were on their way out.
Yeah, they know. They're already, yeah.
They know about making it rain, so.
Mr. Jerome are not a good teacher. Tax dollars harder. I think teachers be paid half of what they're being paid now.
If you're any indication, I'd say more than 3/4.
Have you ever
I'm good at my job, though. I'm really good at it.
Have you ever had other teachers come out and watch you do stand-up shows?
No, but I've had like some of the district employees come and see me.
Okay. Superintendent, like the lunch lady.
Like the secretary of the district, and there's this one. She's like, I forget what her thing is. Not the
Secretary.
That's like the financial. She's like in charge of like the
Secretary of the Treasury. Is it true that you love going to strip clubs?
I do.
Yeah. You're single right now too?
No, I'm in a relationship. But I'm still like going to strip club.
If Jerome walks into a strip club with $458, is Tanya 171 and Bubbles 3. Okay, I lost one. Is your lady here?
No.
Okay. Does she know you like strip clubs?
Yeah.
She just lets you go?
Yeah, she's gone with me a few times.
What does she do?
She's
She's a stripper.
she's a nurse.
Oh, that's her stripper character. Wow. Damn. You ever hook up with her in like the nurse's uniform? You ever do the thing where like, all right, babe, pretend like I'm waking up from a coma or something like that?
Not. She wasn't wearing the nurse's uniform, but we have role play like that. Though.
You were saying pretend I can't move my dick. Try to
See what you can do.
You said that you have role played. What are the more interesting roles that you've played then? Can you give us a little example?
I played a professor. She was a student. I didn't want
to like, let's use your real first and last name.
No way.
Use your character. Do you want to be my student? professor and student? Any other wild one?
That's pretty much like it.
So that's all you live with is all.
Big Star Wars fan? I am. Yeah, I am. Although I haven't seen the last one. I heard it's great. I'm not a big fan, but
I like this guy. He's smart. He's got his shit together. He's funny. Loves strippers. Yeah, you got a good son. His education. What's not to love about your role?
John, we love you. The only reason you're getting a 96% tonight is because of the sweatpants. So. There you go. Drum tennis, everybody. Let's keep moving it along. He's on Twitter at Is That Oklahoma. You guys get the show, right? You guys having fun out there? Huh? Just gonna keep moving along. Let's see what happens. Oh, Snow White. This looks like definitely a new name. Put your hands together for Noah Shark Robertson. Noah Shark Robertson. Might be one of the coolest middle names we've ever had on this show. Hell yeah. One more time, everybody, for Noah Shark Robinson.
What's going on? My name is Noah Shark Robertson. I'm normally a musician. I'm from Texas, the friendly state. Yeah, they're just confused about that title that you guys are, trust me.
We don't take too kindly to your kind of rap these guys of birds.
Real fucking friendly. I realized quickly I had to get the hell out of there. I packed up my drums and my clothes in my car and I moved to Hollywood. It actually ended up working out pretty nice for me. I ended up signing record deals. I got on the Billboard charts, toured the fucking world, and now I'm taking a short break from music. I'm driving for Uber, and that's pretty cool. Another cool thing I've been doing lately is living in my car, and it doesn't really help with the ladies, you know. Like I'm at a bar and the chick's like, "What do you do?" And I'm just like, "I work from home." All right, that's it.
There he is. Noah Shark Robertson. Nailing it in 58 seconds. Living in his car. Changing his life. No longer a musician.
A lot of questions.
Yeah, let's fucking get it started. I love it. Snow White, you want to jump in first? Noah Shark Robertson. Where do we even begin? How about with a little bit something from Snow White?
I got excited. How many times have you tried to hang yourself with a chain wallet?
Fuck yeah.
Did you forget your jokes and just decide to read your resume instead? Because literally we know everything about you. Are you really a world-renowned musician?
I wouldn't say world-renowned, but I have traveled the world and I've signed record deals and I've done all that stuff.
Damn, look at you. Like the king of the weed.
I didn't quit music. I've always wanted to do comedy, so I'm very new to comedy.
You keep the gold records in the Uber, like in the window,
Yeah.
so like they're like, oh, this guy check me out. You know you're supposed to play with your drumsticks, not eat them, right?
Oh, damn.
Says the guy dressed like a princess.
Oh, you guys know what that means.
Drama.
We've done it a few times. Shoulder is undefeated, and this is the Mexican drama. Drumming first. Joe, get out of here. Drumming, you gotta do it, Jerome. I'm sorry, you gotta give us a little drum solo. You wanna jump back there? Yeah, let me remind you, this might be your first time seeing it. Let me update the cast here, Danish and O'Neill. Guys, we've had a few of these before. Basically, anytime anybody has ever said that they know how to play drums, Joel comes off, takes off his clothes, and they play a song. It's never really as amazing as anybody thought it was going to be. And Joel comes out, does a drum solo, and fucking crushes. Now, what's exciting about this one, if you can't tell, is it appears to me by all, where does it go? Son of a bitch. Did you take it? Noah Shark Roberts. It appears that this might be the first guy that can actually beat Schulberg. So, I don't know how much more naked Schulberg can get back there, but hopefully he works a miracle here tonight. Oh, Jesus, get back there. Wait a second. Oh, he's gonna judge you. He's gonna judge you like a fucking Mexican guard.
smell. It looks like a chupacabra. All right, shall we do it? Are you ready, Noah? It's the weirdest cancer ward I've ever been in. So what am I doing? You're just going to do a drum set. Come on, Sean. You're gonna fucking do it. It's basically like we'll give you like a 30 to 40 second fucking super showcase. Bang the shit out and show us something crazy. Maybe 20 seconds if you're feeling that. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Noah Shark Robertson. It's a Mexican drama. Wow. All right, Noah, you gotta hand him over. Here he is, only wearing a tube sock. It's true.
Well, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck shows up. Just as I'm about to restart my streams. Look who the fuck showed up. Look who the fuck shows up.
I'm glad I joined at this wonderful time. I enjoy waiting 45 minutes for you to reset your stream to 2 hours.
Definitely.
45 minutes to 2 hours.
It's probably going to be.
I hope it's 3 hours.
Probably going to be even longer.
We can talk about the fighter and the kid for all 3.
Oh, you read my fucking mind. You read my fucking mind. I have a question for you, and this is one of the most important. One of the most important questions I think you've ever been asked, and potentially anybody's ever been asked in the history.
You didn't even know about the Tom Green show.
Well, I invented it.
Forwarded that information. You didn't even know.
It's not the Tom Green show, dog. That's different.
The farm show, whatever. He's on a farm. There's that one. May 29th. Is May 29th the blue moon? Is that why everyone is releasing everything on May 29th?
Well, you're asking questions that, frankly, nobody gives a fuck about.
You don't think that the moon cycle influences people's release date decisions?
It could, perhaps.
It does. It does a lot.
Okay. Is that your story?
It's not a story, it's a fact. And I'm keeping it 100.
Are you proud of that story?
No, but I think Marlon Hill would be.
Don't you dare mention my friend.
All the hills. What's your shitty thing that you wanted to say that no one gives a shit about?
Hold on. I am concerned that I uploaded too much information to Rumble and it might be in trouble with them. I don't know this for a fact, but all my streams just like went blank for some reason, and I don't know why. And I'm concerned. Miranda Cosgrove's concerned.
What information do you think you would have possibly said to piss off Rumble?
Dude, I created 10.
You constantly promote Rumble and shill Rumble.
I know.
You're Rumble's #1 fan.
No, I know. I created 10 additional accounts today, and
WTF, bro? I told you, don't do that. You don't need 10 Rumble.
I know. It's just like I got that dog in me. If you let me do it, I'm going to do it.
It's platform manipulation and shit if you do that. You know that.
Dude, I'm the king of that.
Or whatever BS excuse. Did you really make 10 Rumble accounts?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. And then I uploaded like 50 podcasts to it. So, and now my
And you
shit.
thought that was a good idea?
I didn't think it was necessarily a bad idea.
Does their little terms of service thing explicitly say can't have multiple accounts?
Now, here's the thing: nobody reads that shit. I don't read that shit. Miranda Cosgrove doesn't read that shit.
Just give me the mean potatoes.
I mean, I already did. I told you. I'm figuring it out. You're coming in here all fucking thinking that the world revolves around you, dog. And it does not. Have you seen The Big Lebowski, yes or no? I'll wait. Dog, you haven't. And that's why
I've seen the Mike Wazowski.
Dog, that's not a thing. And I don't know why you would even bring that up. You haven't seen The Big Lebowski?
I've definitely heard of it and seen the memes.
Okay, so why haven't you watched it?
I mean, it came out 1 year after I came out.
Okay.
So,
do you need me to ask this question again? Why haven't you watched The Big Lebowski? I'll wait, dog.
I can name 500 things that you haven't watched. And one of them is the Doug De Niro Grenadier review, aka the Grenadier review.
Speaking.
I'm just saying, like, what's so good about this particular crime comedy movie from 1998?
Dude, you seriously don't know about it?
They're so obsessed about it.
It's because I'm the dude. Everybody knows that.
Did that guy in the movie create multiple Rumble accounts?
He just didn't give a shit about anything.
Okay.
How's Yellow? Yo, Doug, remember that time I asked a really good question?
Yeah, no, just some person in a Subaru thinks that they have the authority to just spam honk someone 50 times for no reason. Yeah, Yellow's good. We went to the beach today. Had a beautiful blue sky beach day. Happiness and calmness levels increased due to the solar radiation impacting my skull.
It
felt nice.
Just for me.
There's a nice puppy. Yeah. You're tough on it.
Big dog. Did this fucker leave? What the fuck is this shit?
So you missed me.
Yeah, I said, give me a
Wow.
minute. The world does not stop and start at your behest. That's a line from the Big Lebowski. Now here's my question to you. How was the beach?
The beat. Yeah, I truly believe this. I mean, going to send you a photo of it.
No, I know what the beach is like.
No, I don't think you did. I really don't think you do.
Send me whatever you want to send me.
I don't know what you think the beach looks like, but
Whatever beach I'm thinking of is much nicer than the beach you're gonna send me. This is like talking to a Ferrari driver and you're gonna send them a fucking Buick. But that's cool.
this beach is nicer than any beach that I went to in California.
Well, just because
And
you
I've
took
seen
a
every
dog
single
shit
beach in
to
California.
that just because you took a dog shit vacation here 500 years ago does not mean that some fucking beach in Vancouver is nicer. That's not a fucking beach, but okay. That's a rocky crag.
Look, I sent you a photo.
I'm looking at it, dog. That's not a beach.
There's a beach, dude. It's perfect. It's covered. It's littered in sand right by the water.
Dude, you can see snow.
Yeah.
That's not the beach, but that's cool. If there's snow, it's not a real fucking beach. But that is
What are you talking about?
that is pretty cool that you can
No.
see snow and
It's called a mountain.
yeah,
It's called a mountain.
yeah, exactly. That's a cool story, and everybody liked it. I liked it.
Look,
You liked
this
it.
makes Trump Golf Course, Trump National look like a shitty page out of a shitty magazine. It makes Pebble Beach look like a dumpster behind 7-Eleven. It makes that house that you stayed at in San Francisco look like the back of William Montgomery's eczema on his calf.
Dude, why are you calling it eczema? It's not a fucking beer from the 90s. It's eczema, dog.
Look, I know that you're from the U.S. and you pronounce Z's, Z's, and you don't. Even though you'll play as Zed, you'll literally play Zed in Literati like half the time. And you've never once played a Z in Literati. So I get that the proper pronunciation of words is confusing to you, but it actually is pronounced eczema, not eczema.
It's eczema, dog. Nobody calls it eczema. But that's a cool story. My question to you is this.
Do you even know where the movie are you going to say that the movie Ex Machina is Ex Machina? Because I bet you will.
No.
I bet you will say that the movie Ex Machina is pronounced Ex Machina.
No, I wouldn't. Do I even know?
Yeah, you would.
No, I wouldn't. Why are you throwing shit?
Do you know where it's filmed?
Vancouver?
Oh, what a terrible guess. What an astronomically horrific guess.
Doug, you're just throwing shit today.
It was filmed in Norway.
That's a cool story. Okay. I'll watch Ex Machina when you watch.
I've already seen that movie.
Big Lebowski. All right, so here's my question to you. How did you become independently wealthy where you can play paddleball all day and go to the beach?
Because I'm a G.
Yeah, I know. Tell us your secrets. You've never made us aware. I mean, I'm able to live within my means because I've had a job, like a career, multiple. How are you able to do it?
I'm a wizard.
No.
I hack into people's Wi-Fi networks and then steal every single dollar and then upload it to the dark web. Press play.
That's a cool story. No, seriously, how are you able to like not have to work?
I do work.
No, dude, how don't you have to work a 9 to 5 job?
Like I watched the Big Lebowski
No, I'm asking a serious
I do
question.
whatever that character does.
Did you get an inheritance or something?
No.
Okay, I mean, how you've got rent, you've got food, you've got utilities. Like, you don't work enough to be able to cover that, and you're in a high, um, an expensive area. How are you able to do that?
I told you, man. I was there.
I mean, why wouldn't you just tell me?
Because it'll give away my secret. I can't tell the secret way that I do things. Unfortunately. I don't do anything illegal.
I mean, why wouldn't you like if a girl asked you what do you do for a living or how do you support yourself? What would you say?
AI architect.
You're not any of that. Your rent's like $1,500 a month or not or more. How are you able to pay for your life?
Why are you so curious about this all of a sudden?
You're extremely secretive about it, and so I'm inquiring. I mean, it's always been a question in my mind. Like, okay, the last job he said he had was like working at a grocery store. That doesn't pay anything. So he either has to get money from his family or an inheritance because he's not into crypto to the point where he could like pay for this lifestyle.
What makes you say I'm not in the crypto?
Because you've told me.
I've been in crypto since 2017.
Okay. I mean, that's fine, but
all
like,
sorts of smart contracts.
Dog, shut the fuck up. You don't have dividends though that are paying for your lifestyle. So how are you able to do it? It's a simple question. If you don't want to answer it, that's fine. It's just kind of weird.
It's a secret.
I mean, why wouldn't you just say like what you?
Because now it's funnier to want to do scratch your head.
No, it just shows that like you. I'm not scratching my head over it. It's got to be an inheritance or your family pays for your lifestyle because you just haven't lived enough time to be able to amass a certain amount of wealth to be able to do that. I mean, it's as simple as that. Which is cool. If somebody pays for your lifestyle, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying you can say that. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's not exactly that.
Okay, then what is it?
A wizard.
Okay.
Everything is free in life.
That's lame. I don't know why you have to be immature about the discussion. It's a serious discussion. What is your parnasa? What is your ability? How do you pay for your lifestyle? Like, it's a question that you're going to get asked. I haven't asked it because I haven't really cared, but like, it's like, wow, you go to the beach every day and play with your dog like 4 or 5 hours a day and don't, um, and like, you live in a high, um, a relatively affluent area, and so you just must have family money, which is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I would just say I would just say I have an inheritance. Okay, that's cool.
I don't want people to figure out that have a lot of money and then come track me down and kidnap me.
Okay. Well, I don't think you have to worry about that. Um,
I'm paranoid as fuck about that.
I mean, you live in an apartment. You don't have like huge amounts of money. Your mother works. It's not like you're Bruce Wayne here.
I guess. I have offshore accounts with millions.
No, you just had a rich grandfather or somebody who bestowed money upon you, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. Like,
Okay.
you shouldn't be ashamed of that. In fact, it shows like
Yeah.
that people in your family cared about you and were looking out for you. But I wouldn't feel.
Yeah. If that's what you want to think, go for it.
Okay, I mean, why so secretive about the matter? It's like you ask me all the time about every little part of my um, business life, like down to like really minute, like to the minutia of it, and that's cool. But then, like when I ask about your life at all, it's like you-
I just, I just,
you're extremely secretive.
I just go with the flow. I just go with the flow.
That's not going with the flow. Going with the flow would be like, I have an inheritance, so I don't have to work. I'd be like, okay, that's cool.
I pray to the universe, and the universe got my back.
No, it, that to me is an immature way to handle that question. You can say it's not your business, and that's fine. I never say that to you, but you just you should have the maturity to just say I have independent wealth from my family or something like that, and that's cool. But you shouldn't also feel like you're so wealthy that somebody's going to hunt you down because that's just not true. If you were that wealthy, you would like be able to like bankroll your ad marketplace like super easily. You wouldn't have to be like, I found $10,000 in crypto, or your mom wouldn't have to be like, we were thinking like we could, um, like I would invest in it, but like she's a working person. So
Yeah. No, if you want the truth,
that's all I want.
I pull basically just carbon copy of the Zoot.
You live with
But
your family?
no, Zoot just gets checks from the government.
Oh no way! Really?
Yeah.
How are you?
But
How are you? How
I'm
are you?
looking to change my murals and stuff.
Okay, how are you able to pull that off? Like, what's the rule in Canada?
Everything is free.
Yeah, but I mean, like um, your housing isn't, your food isn't.
I don't want to go into the details really, but that's the gist of it.
Okay, so you just live off the government. That's fine. There's not, I was talking with somebody earlier today, and I was trying to get them to do that because they really needed it. Do you have any intention to get a real job like your mom has?
I'm painting a mural soon downtown Flamish, and then hopefully I'll do a really good job, and then I can just leverage that and then travel around the world painting murals that are really dope.
Okay.
I think I can do it. Pretty confident I can do it.
All right.
I'm also,
And there's no.
going.
Go ahead.
Yeah, also just going all in on the ad marketplace too.
Okay.
So one of those two things will hit.
Okay. And I appreciate you telling me. I mean, it's like, from as your friend, it's like, okay, well, that makes sense. And but if you're like, I'm so independently wealthy, I'm afraid of people hunting me down. It's like, independently wealthy people live like extremely independently wealthy. You know, they live like in their own like manners and stuff. Okay, are you ready to lose?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I've won like five to 8 times in a row, but
I'm glad that you lost track of counting.
consider that
So
a loss. And yeah.
So if a chick says, "How do you support yourself?" What do you say?
Artist.
Okay. Have you ever been paid for your art?
Yeah. And it's not enough to make a career right now, but hopefully in a week that'll change.
Oh, something happens in a week?
Yeah, I'm painting a mural in my town.
Okay, and so last we spoke on this matter, and I could be wrong, but didn't they say like, hey, you have to do something like, or there was like somebody who said you couldn't do it?
Yeah, but and I was able to basically weasel my way past that and still obtain permission and just be like, yeah, I was already secured permission from the building owner. If you want to use that wall for the mural festival, that's great. I don't care. You can paint over my thing, but I just want to finish what I started.
And what
So
did
they're like, okay.
what did they say to that? They were like, okay,
Yep.
and they're paying you to do this?
No, I'm using my own paint, but I have like a lot of spray paint, so I'm just using that.
Okay, what are you gonna paint?
It is. If you've ever seen like a patchwork of, you know what patchwork is, like sewing.
Yeah.
Or like a quilt that's like a bunch of different pieces of fabric sewn together. So like thing I'm painting is an animal sleeping beside its stuffed animal with like this patchwork blanket that is like transitioning into flowers and clouds with like these other things around it or underneath it. So,
Do you have to like show them what you're gonna paint beforehand, and they have to approve it, or do you?
yeah, I already did that.
Okay, cool. And they were like, "This looks great."
Yep.
All right. Well, when you're done, send a picture. We'll just see it. And so this is your first work.
Most definitely.
Is this your first mural?
I've done some unsanctioned work
No, I know that.
before, and I've painted like pretty large pieces of canvas that are like 12 feet long. I've been a really long time ago. I painted in like Graffiti Alley in Toronto, but it's been a while since I've done a mural, and I don't really count those as murals, but I basically have not done a mural.
So this is a really big deal for you.
Yeah.
Well,
So I've been planning this one for a while, so I just need to like execute it.
And the person who was like, we don't want Riser to do this until it becomes it's supposed to be a prize or whatever. Um, do you think they'll raise a stick right away once they see you start painting?
Sorry, what was the question?
So somebody,
they'll like allow it to, sorry, what?
You
It's hard
said,
to play and answer questions.
I understand. So somebody said that, like you said, somebody was gonna raise a stink, um, if you painted this, and do you think they're gonna raise a stink still if you, like, as soon as you start to paint, do you think they're gonna raise a stink?
That was banned. What do you mean resisting? Like someone doesn't want me to paint it?
I thought there was already somebody who said we don't want this painted yet until the contest or whatever.
Yeah, that was the business association, but because I made it clear to the district that this mural won't interfere with that at all, it'll just be painted like a few months before, then they're like, okay.
And they officially said that was okay?
Yep.
Okay, well that's great. So at least you know that this will be your first mural that is published legitimately.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. I just need, if I can execute the design in my head how I have it envisioned, I think it'll open up doors to like paint wherever in the world and travel around.
And how does that how does that work? Do you have like social media for it, or
Yeah, there's this Facebook group that I'm part of just called Mural Artists, and people post their murals in there all the time.
And then you get commissions from there?
Yeah, I'll post in there. Who knows if that'll do anything. But yeah, if I just have the piece of work to showcase it around, then if I apply mural festivals or private gigs, then I'll be able to hopefully use that as like have enough leverage to convince them to want to hire me as a mural artist.
So that sounds fun. How many days do you think it's going to take you?
I reserved like 3 days, and I think I can get it done in either 1 or 2 days.
Oh, okay. So you got this bad boy down.
Yeah, right now I'm just I need insurance, so I've just been contacting places trying to get $5 million worth of general liability insurance.
And you have to get this insurance by next week?
What?
You have to get this insurance by next week?
No, I'm gonna get it as soon as possible. The date, I don't know the exact date, but it's flexible. But I'm just gonna do it all as soon as I can.
Are you saying the insurance is flexible or the
date that I paint
the date that you paint?
Flexible.
Okay, well that works.
Yeah.
And so they didn't say it has to be next week. So if it took, because like usually that stuff takes a while.
No, the insurance I should be able to get pretty soon. That's basically what I'm waiting for now. And then I just have to order pylons and then fabricate some kind of jerry rig sandwich board. That'll be good.
Do you have to get caution tape so no one like walks in your like so that people don't walk where you're painting?
There's just two like sandwich boards basically. Literally just say, please use the other side or whatever, like use the other sidewalk parallel to this one on the opposite side of the road. And then just a bunch of random pylons, I guess.
Wow, 60 points. Puts him
I
back.
haven't played that org before.
Whoa, what an excellent word. If I'm going to lose, I want to lose.
Damn, I almost caught up to you for a sec.
If I'm going to lose, I want to lose to a quote. Whoa. What a phenomenal play.
Isn't it cloth?
I think it's close. Well, I mean, I guess it could be either, but to me, it is like to quote something, but like in the like old way that they used to talk about it. You're saying it's flop?
I don't know. I thought I've heard people say cloth before.
Fudge. Give it back, please.
Like I've heard quotes, like it's usually quote the Raven Nevermore, but maybe it's quote whatever it is. It's a huge word, one of the best words that I've seen played. So that was really good. Sausage, excellent word.
Almost ran out of time there.
I'll give it back. Thank you.
Oh no.
Good. Excellent. Oh, that's a word. Everybody knows that which is a word. I know it's a word. If this, dude, I was gonna say, if this doesn't go down as a word, someone's trying to make a picture. Veg and green. What the fuck was the third F? Veg and green. Yeah. Interesting. How many tiles are left?
6.
Six. Brennan. That's a good word. It is a very good word.
Are you serious? I can't swap? That is so fucking bullshit. These are criminal tiles to use on there.
G. Where the fuck is the third G?
I'm gonna lose. You also play G over J. J-E-E. They really gave me all vowels at the end.
Wait, quote? You want to hit me with quote?
I believe it's quap.
It's quote. It's like quote the Raven. Nobody says quote. People say eczema machine.
I say it all the time. Karen?
I'm looking it up. No, hold on. Quote pronunciation.
altered said, um, archaic use, fossilized. How do you say it? How do you pronounce it? It like rhymes with. It's rhymes with oath. It rhymes with oak. So hold on. But perfect rhymes moth. And didn't you say cloth?
Yeah.
But then they also put both, which would be like maybe it's both. Words that rhyme
Yeah,
with
it could be pronounced both ways.
perfect rhymes. Loath, both, loath, cloth, moth, both, and loath. Um, yeah, I'll play Carom, but you got to give me a little bit of time. So in the meantime, um, you want to know what's new with Zoo?
We can just talk about something random.
All right. Well, I'm on a podcast on Tuesday. That's cool, and I'm on another one on Saturday, which is cool, and maybe more. So I'm pretty jazzed about that. And I have been uploading podcasts all fucking day, and um, what else? That's been my fucking day.
Have you seen the new Ferrari?
Which one?
The blue chair?
I think I invented it, but let's make sure.
It's the first electric Ferrari.
Oh, this is baller. Is that what you want?
No.
You could have any car. What would
They
you,
really messed up the styling a lot.
if you could have any car, what would you want?
Like for what purpose? Like my actual the car that I want practically, or just a car to just drive around?
What one would you want practically, and what would you want to just drive around? Well, isn't that the same thing?
No, because like a sports car, it's not practical for like traveling around in. But I
Okay,
want like a camper van car,
like
a
F Cruiser,
like a Land Cruiser.
FJ Cruiser,
What the heck's a J Cruiser?
FJ Cruiser. It's Toyota. They built this thing.
Oh, that one. The the car wizard, if you've ever looked on YouTube, he's a mechanic and he fixes a lot of 50s garages, cars that he buys that are terrible. And he was a mechanic in the military, and this mechanic he swears by Toyotas and like Lexuses, and he specifically bought a FJ Cruiser for his daughter who was going to college because he, the mechanic, didn't want to do any maintenance, and so that is the car that he selected.
I was
I
gonna.
think they look kind of distinct and fun,
Oh, they are.
and I think they're a pretty solid choice, pretty damn base choice. You you can, I guess. I'm assuming you can sleep in them if you had to.
Poor dog.
And you could probably off-road it, and it's probably decent. I'm not like fair enough on mileage or whatever.
Yeah,
I want like an actual
like camper van, like a Mercedes Sprinter or Ford Transit or something like that. Some people they buy like little like those cargo vans and then they like chop the roof off and like extend the roof, or they buy like those like old Chevy like motor home kind of mini motorhome vans. But and I was looking at one of those on like Facebook because of this used brown one, but there's like this weird quirk where like these like 80s and 90s like GM, I believe they're like GMCs or Chevys or one of the two. There's like a specific model where the odometer only counts to 5 digits before it just like resets around, and so for whatever reason, everyone like posts their car and it has only like 84,000 kilometers on it, but really often that's not true at all because it literally is a 5-digit odometer, and I believe you can verify with checking the CPU, but just every single ad that I saw, it's like these like 30-year-old cars definitely don't all have like 80,000 kilometers on them.
Yeah. So the FJ Cruiser, is like the #1 car that is shipped to like Central America, and they actually, I think at some point there's like they go up in value, and I knew a girl who had one, and she absolutely loved it, and it was big in yellow, and she called it the school bus, and they're just really like of all the cars like I've never heard a bad thing about those things. Like with any car, they always say like, "Oh, this goes out and this goes out," but the FJ Cruiser is like it. I don't want to say it's like the perfect car, but it's like pretty close to having no issues with it. That's why when you were talking about that mechanic guy, I'm like, if this guy doesn't like the FJ Cruiser, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But then it turned out it was the one thing that he did like. Yeah, not the Land Cruiser. However, Land Cruiser would be a close up there too. The Toyota Land Cruiser is like, if you get the right year, they're like fucking really really strong. Same with Toyota or Toyota Tacomas. Um, in LA, every fucking like Latinx person who does any kind of like I don't want to say yeah, thank you, like landscaping or anything like that, um, or has like the tall shit, they don't want American chucks. They break down, but the um, the the Toyotas are like they go up in value. At one point, the Honda, um, maybe it was a Toyota Tacoma, when you bought it um, right off the line for the next like 3 or 4 years, it went up in value, something like that. It was like unprecedented in the car market, but because so many people were thrilled with its reliability and um, so okay, so you would want what is your daily driver? You were saying like a daily driver you'd want well, I know you said a Sprinter van, but that was like
The like practical car like that I would buy in real life that I want is like like one of like those camper vans, like a Sprinter or Ford Transit, so that I can like drive around the country and paint murals.
That's your goal. When I
around.
when I become a trillionaire and I give you all the money that you ever need,
that's what you're gonna do. Is you're just gonna drive around and do murals, right?
Yeah. I mean, don't necessarily need $1 trillion to do that.
No, I said when I'm a trillionaire, dog.
Oh,
I'm gonna be a
Then
trillionaire
you're
first, and then everybody
trillionaire.
everybody else becomes trillionaires. But that's how it's got to go down. Okay, so
Okay.
but that's your
For an actual like sick car to just drive around, I want a Porsche Taycan. Because they're like just very sleek and they have like 1,000 horsepower and they seem like pretty good deal for the money. Or just Porsches in general are just kind of luxury cars without going into like Ferrari or Lamborghinis.
yeah, it's like the low
So-
end of a supercar. Basically, it's close. And it's only gone up in value and like prestige in the last like 15 years. Um, that guy who owned that startup, he was obsessed with Porsches, and he had like a mini car museum in his office, and he had this really old Porsche. I don't know, from like 1960s or something, and it was beige, and I don't know how he had this thing like it was like a car museum, but it was you could walk really close to the cars. I mean, you could like go up and touch them and everything. And I forget what I was wearing, um, but it had something metal on it. I forget what it was, and I accidentally scratched this car, and I didn't, I didn't know if I scratched it, but when I looked, it looked like I had scratched it. No one ever found out, but it was like
It was the vintage Porsche they scrapped.
yeah, and but I'm trying to think like I didn't ever wear like jeans with rivets or anything. I was always in a suit and tie, and so I want to think maybe it was my watch or something like that that nicked it or something, but um, and I wasn't reaching for it. I was just walking past it, and it's like I don't know. I just always felt like um, that I just it got me to think. Like I remember um, this guy really liked Porsches. His wife had a Porsche Cayenne, white one, and he had a bunch of Porsches, and he um, oh I know he one time wanted to drive me in it, and um, I had somewhere I had to go, and he's like, "Come on, I just want you to we'll go around the block." I'm like, "Just bring it some other time. I gotta go," and where our office was, there like there weren't standard curbs. The curb was maybe like 1 foot high, and um, and he like opened the door or something like the passenger door to try to get me to get in, and it just like scratched the bottom of the door, and I was just like, yeesh, like you have to be really careful about that. In those really, it's like a really low car, and I don't know those kind of like novelty vehicles. I just kind of thought it was
Was he pissed that he scratched it,
no,
trying to help get you to get in?
no, he had his own body shop, so he just could have to take it off
Oh right.
and repaint it, and that's why I didn't feel too badly about his like anything about his cars. Like all the cars that he had, I knew that they were um, at one time um, they were all every single one of them was except for maybe his wife's car, um, a um, what do you call it? Salvage title. So it was like
I don't mean to say like it was useless.
Not collector's condition.
Yeah, exactly. But he had some really sweet vehicles that like if you like he would really like a TV show growing up. He liked Beverly Hills 90210, and because he was like a little older than I was, that was like a grown up show for my generation, but he was a little older than I was, and he was like, oh, like you gotta check out this car, and I'm like, okay, and so I go and I look, and he's like, you know where that's from, and I'm like, I mean, it looks like a just like a Jeep, like it's a Jeep, right? And he's like, yeah, but it's from it's the same kind they had in Beverly Hills 90210. I'm like, dude, that show is like 30 years old. Like, uh, how do you expect me to know that? He's like, you didn't watch Beverly Hills 90210? I'm like, I was 7. No, I didn't. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I always forget um, that we weren't the same age. But he had that. He had this really nice old Cadillac that I liked a lot. It was like a Men in Black car, like really old from the 1960s. He had a Ferrari, a couple Ferraris, and a couple of Lamborghinis, and um, he had like Shelby Cobras and stuff. And
Did this guy have like kids or like what is it?
he's a self-made person. I really think at the end of the day, he um, was the Armenian mafia, and I think his dad was the head of the Armenian mafia. Though they didn't come off as having like extreme wealth, they came here from Armenia without a lot of money. His dad was like an ice cream man, but not even like an ice cream man with like a truck, but like there's this thing you can do in LA when you first get here. If you're an immigrant, you can get like an ice cream cart and then just go in populated areas and sell ice cream as like a vendor. And they started that way, and then this guy, they were poor, and they went through high school. Like so, Armenia, there was this huge immigration of Armenians to Glendale, California. And like all the Armenians live in Glendale, California. Uh, to the point where it's a joke, like on Kill Tony. If anybody says Glendale, it's like, oh, you're fucking Armenian. And it's not necessarily true, but it is. Like many, many years ago, my great grandmother, um, she owned an apartment building, the entire building in Glendale. But this is like in the 1920s or something. Um, but since then, it has um, become like extremely Armenian. And a lot of people don't even know what Armenia is. It was once part of the Soviet Union and now is like in um, the Caucasus area. But it's like always at war with um, the Turks, and the Turks like have this huge genocide of the Armenian people, and so this guy like I don't want to say he couldn't stand Turkish people because he could, but there's always like this rivalry. Anyway, um, Armenians got into some industries, and automobiles was a big one of them. And the way that this guy made his money, he first started out as a valet, and then he got into like insurance scams where he would um, basically, I don't know exactly, but I just remember he would say, uh, like, he would ask me like this corner way in the valley, like the corner of like I forget exactly where it was, but it was like Van Owen and Van Nuys or something. It was like he's like when it rains at that intersection, if you drive your car through there, it will flood the car, and then um, you can get it, you can get it, you can get the insurance money for it. So if anybody was ever any of his friends, like here's another huge stereotype of Armenian people, they all drive white BMWs, and it kind of is a stereotype. Like everybody in Glendale is Armenian, drives white BMWs, smells like a ton of cologne. All the women want to look like the Kardashians. All the men look like Persian, um, like
gangsters, kind of like,
The Godfathers.
yeah, kind of. And but I really like Armenian people. So for anybody who's watching this, lavas, because that means what's up in fucking Armenian. Um, but ask anybody. This is like a stereotype on Family Guy. So anyway, this guy then started, and he got into auto auctions, which is and he got really really good in it. And then he sold his first business. Basically, um, he had a gift to some extent that he could look at a car and know the year, make, and model of it faster than anybody else. It was like almost like he did flashcards, but he was always like around cars, so he got to know cars really, really well. And so he knew what cars would sell at faster than like even like the best people in the auto auction. And he just had a feeling like he knew he had to make at least $5,000 on every car that he bid on, and he would only buy like high-end BMWs, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Rolls Royces, Bentleys, like anything over like $150,000. And then what he would do, he'd buy it, he'd put a little bit of body work into it, and then he'd sell it to Dubai or sell it to Shanghai or sell it somewhere overseas where it could be purchased and um, it could be it wouldn't have a salvage title. Like in the United States, it has a salvage title. So once he started doing that, he got a lot of money, and he ended up having to put it in places. And so he started buying real estate. And he started buying real estate in like downtown LA and buying these warehouses. But he said every time somebody would have a warehouse that was like of adequate size, they would always he would always notice the power bill would go up, and he would notice it was always a like a place where they were making like growing wheat, and he didn't want that. And then he then went into like high end um, luxury properties. He bought a beach house in like he would call it Malibu. It's not Malibu. It's Oxnard. There's a huge difference, but he would call it that. He bought, and then he did this off. He did this off like his life could have been a movie, like just what he would do. He then bought a. He started building this house in Glendale. He bought all this property, and he was building like a massive house. How big? Um, it was maybe the biggest house in Glendale, California. Like maybe it was huge, and he was building it, and um, the pandemic hit, and or maybe it was a little before the pandemic, but basically he would spend like 2 days building the house, overseeing the general contractor and stuff, and like putting like really specific of what kind of countertops he wanted and all this other stuff. And then he would spend 1 day at the auto auction and at our business, and then the rest of the time he was always traveling. Like he would go fly fishing in Northern California, or he would go to Las Vegas, which is where he ended up getting murdered. And he just was like just a really interesting person. Um, and so you asked, how did he get his money? He was self-made, um, and I'm not saying it was always on the up and up, but then he would get jealous of like there's like one Armenian. He would always call the Kardashians his cousins, and there was which were they really related? No, I don't think so. But he would just say that those are my cousins. And you asked him.
Did he know any famous people?
No, that's the thing. He did not. I knew more famous people than he knew. And I mean, I don't even know that many, but it would be like um, since he wasn't from the United States, he came here when he was 8. A lot of American culture was lost on him, and so he depended on me because you know I know Hollywood pretty well, and I know American culture extremely well, and just overall, like I'm not saying I know every movie by any means or every actor or actress, but I know Americana very well, and because I'm American, and so it's just kind of ingrained in me. So like there would be like songs and things like that he wouldn't know, but I would know, or a movie or something. He was really into movie stuff, He built an entire like theater just to watch movies. Anyway, he was just a guy who could never get enough. Excess was just always a thing. Um, he always had to have control though over absolutely everything in his life, and I was just like the one. I don't want to say the one thing he couldn't control, but
Was he making $5,000 per car?
no, he had to make at least $5,000 per car flip. So he would maybe flip like he was making okay. If you want to know, I think he was making $1 million a month just on one of his businesses. So that's like $12 million a year. That was just in the car business. So that doesn't include all the rent he was getting. And he was an inventor. An interesting thing that he invented. I could have you sit here all day long and you would not guess what he invented. So I will tell you. It's this thing called the Titan stone. Well, what the fuck is a Titan stone? So Armenians are really big into hookah and water pipes and stuff like that. And he wanted a stainless steel pipe, like thing for a bong. You know, like the thing you smoke out of, that like where the cherry goes. That little stem. You know what I'm talking about? Like you know the thing that you put weed in a bong or whatever.
The gold piece.
The bowl piece, yeah, exactly. So he made a stainless steel one of those that was like indestructible, and he patented it. And it was just like the most perfect. Like he was high one day and wanted to come up with like a better mousetrap, so to speak. And he did. And this thing was considered like the best bowl or whatever you want to consider it in the world. It didn't. There weren't that many sales. There were some. I mean, but here's the thing: there's always somebody who's going to come through and make a better one. So uh, they were doing well for a while, but then somebody just started to make that same thing in a disposable form, and that basically put that out of business. Like a plastic bowl that you could use. There's something like that, and it basically put it out of business. Um, and I mean, he wasn't out of business completely. But, what else did he do? He had just a lot of businesses. He never wanted to share them. He was like when you first met him, he would never tell you his real name. He would until you got to know him. Like then he would start to share some of his life. And like I got to meet his children and his wife and his. I knew his dad really well. His dad didn't speak much English, but he would always come in and just make sure I was doing a good job. Like when his son wasn't there, his son might have been gone for a week or so. In like I don't know, they would travel to um, just all over the world, and his dad would come in and just ask why we. When he first would come in, he would be like, "How many washes today?" And I'd be like, "Oh, 50." And he'd be like, we need more. And I'm like, I know, we're doing everything we can. And then he would come in and he'd be like, how many washes? I'd be like, 250. He'd be like, okay, that's pretty good. Like I was finally, like, he was happy where the business was going. Um, and I, I met his cousin, I met his brother. He like slowly would let me into the closeness of his family. In fact, one time he saw me really dressed up. I would dress up, but like this one time in particular, he's like, "I would let you date my dog. I would let you date my sister." And I was like, that was the highest compliment he was going to bestow upon me because he was just like he would never say something like that, but he did. Um, and it's just a really interesting person, and I think about him a lot, and wish he didn't die. Obviously, I think about that business a lot because it was a lot of fun and it was a really good idea. And he taught me a lot about startup, the grind, the business aspect of uh, advertising. We went into this. He's the person who taught me about SEO. I mean, not he. I remember it was like my fourth day at this business, and they were like, the SEO guys coming, and I'm like, what are you saying? SEO? What is that? And they're like, oh. And he's like, what does it stand for? And they're like, search engine optimization. I'm like, oh, ranking highly in Google? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And that guy came, he was from Sri Lanka, and it was not that first meeting that I had with him, but maybe like the third or fourth, that he's like, data is the number 2 resource in the entire world. Water is the only thing that's more valuable. And I was like, that like changed my life, like just hearing that. And then it would turn out like very soon thereafter, data would overtake now water and petroleum as Earth's number 1 resource. And I say that all the time. So with that being said, like that um, I really wanted, like, when I was there, I was 30. I just turned 30, and he was 36. So we were both pretty young entrepreneurs with this like multi-million-dollar idea and business that we were rolling together. And do I think if that law hadn't changed, I would still be there? There's a chance of that. There's a chance. So with that, Karam time, are you ready?
Yeah, that's kind of.
Are you proud of that shot?
That
Dude,
was one of the greatest
you,
breaks we've ever seen.
you've left me with nothing. Garbage.
Oh no. The actual like Google Carom table is so sick. It's like 6 by 6 feet. That was a cool one.
Thank you. I'm multitasking, baby.
What are you multitasking with?
Uploading like 50 fucking um, podcasts simultaneously. Oh, make it. Nice. That's the shot. Oh, that would have been a baller. Makes it easy here, though. Dude, and you make that shot really difficult. Hit at least one of my things. Hit at least one of my things. Well, you're welcome.
Thank you. What the hell is that?
Newfie.
Oh, what the other thing was like?
See, when your
Yeah,
fingers
bring it back. Bring it back.
Oh, you got the red one now. That shouldn't count. That's fucking.
That's the legitimate strategy.
Dude, that's iCarly. I don't want to hear it. It's iCarly. If it's iCarly,
Oh,
I'm gonna call it out as iCarly.
I missed the position. Actually, no, I missed that shot. Why are you trying to go for random shots? You give up already?
What are you gonna do here? That's not in. That sucks. That's terrible. Oh, you're going for the red one? That was garbage. Kevin Jonas thought that shot sucked.
Yeah, I'm trying.
If you miss this, there's a very good chance I win. If you miss this.
Oh no, I just helped you tremendously. These are like the 6 easiest shots ever. BS.
Oh, went the wrong way. Devastating. There you go. Devastating.
So easy.
Yeah, well, F off, dog. I'm busy. I'm fucking multitasking like a G. Okay, just one moment. I'm here. Um, what the fuck? All right, why don't you call Zoo?
What does that mean? I'm gonna go to sleep soon.
Okay, go to sleep. Big dog. Because I've got to reset these. I've got to reset these strings, and it sucks. It's gonna take me 45 minutes. So, sweet dreams to you. Reach out and care 'em, and I'll make.
You say that like, was it you that said it? I think so. It's like captures and stuff will be obsolete in like 2 months.
I said
The
that.
new AI.
I said that.
Yeah, so can you get like AI to do your like streaming stuff for me?
No, it's a limitation of a Chromebook that it doesn't like. Um, auto clickers don't work well enough. They're just underpowered. Like though I can use them on tablets pretty well, and I can use them on phones pretty well. Um, it's just an issue with like.
Can you stream your like Chromebook to another device?
Yep, yeah. There's Chromecast.
Yes, then can you control your Chromebook with a mouse clicker? Make a bot for it?
I mean, I could, but I have like 1, 2, 3, 4. I have like 5 Chromebooks, and that's a lot of processing for one device. Even for 2 or 3, it's like okay, that does the the clicker, but now those devices can't do anything in the meantime. They have to literally just sit there.
They do them one at a time. I don't know the process.
No, you're okay. I have um, tablets that auto click. That works. So when I'm asleep or whatever, they'll just click while I'm doing my thing. The Chromebooks are a little different. The program that you need to be able to use a Chromebook, like the auto click like that, does not, for one reason or another, it does not work on a Chromebook. It, let me see, let me make sure that's correct. It does work
Didn't
on.
they say like you could download like Linux though onto that thing? And then
Yeah, I did.
Like a Linux one?
I did, and so I did that on one of my devices, and I just haven't had a lot of time to be able to experiment with it because I've been doing all this other shit. And even if it does work, I've been told it doesn't work well. Um, the there are like there are issues that just occur that are unforeseen. Like Rumble Studio, for some reason, all of my Rumble streams simultaneously went blank. And I thought like, oh, did they like, are they on to me? Did they delete all my accounts or something? And I don't think that's true because some of my streams are still going. But if something like that happens, then the timer's not going to anticipate that. You need you need something that does image recognition at that point, and then you're just looking at a computer. Like that's a pretty heavy program to run. So in answer to your question, can't you just get apps to do, or can't you just get AI to do? Well, can't you get an auto clicker to do it? Um, it already does do it on some of my devices. Just some of my other devices, it is they're just not powerful enough to run that type of program. So all of the ones that I'm like, so all the ones that I'm like, I have to reset my thing or whatever. It's because they're not powerful enough to do that and to like restart themselves. And there are just other issues that occur. You kind of have to babysit them. Like what happens? You'll get like the like I'm sure you get this sometimes. Chrome just crashes for whatever reason. Have you ever gotten this?
I've had browser crashes every single day for the last 3 years.
There you go. There you go. Perfect. 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 So you recognize how often you get a browser crash. At least once per day for the last 3 years. And I love how you put that. So it's the same thing. Like I get crashes, and if it crashes, because because the devices are underpowered, they can't run the program that I would need. Like I could program something that could, when something crashes, like be aware of it and fix it. But it would be that mapper recorder program. But these devices are just not powerful enough to be able to run that. And maybe they could. Maybe somebody can figure that out. I'm sure it's possible, just like anything's possible. But um, actually, I don't think it's possible. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough about Linux or whatever. But even the little that I know about it, and I installed it correctly and everything, I've been told Chrome does not want Linux like people to use it, so they make it really difficult. And then I've also read, even for like the auto clicker, I can get the auto clicker to work uh, on a book, which was like a big accomplishment. However, it does not. The auto clicker, like on a computer, will click anything that you want and do anything you want. On a Chromebook, it does not override
like Chrome processes. So what do I mean by that? Like it will click things on the browser, but it will not like close the app and reopen the app. And that's usually what you need for an auto clicker. Like there's a state you have like a little bit of experience with the auto clicker, so there's a state that like you need the auto clicker to start on to work unless it's going to use image recognition. So it needs to basically start in the same position every single time. So it's really good for the auto clicker to be able to close the app and reopen it so that it opens on the same page every single time. Otherwise, uh, like it might not be on the right page, or it might there might be a timer that's off. Long story short, it works on a tablet. I can get it to work on a tablet, but the Chromebooks themselves, just it's a limitation. And I have 5 of them, and they take me a while. And then I have 3 laptops that I have to do, and then I have 2 iPhones that I have to do, and then I have one, two, three, like another 5 handheld devices that I have to do. And there's another thing. I'm sure you get this too. When you click something on a device, usually with an iPhone and stuff, it works immediately. But some like older devices, you have to click it a few times, or like it doesn't always take. And then I have an issue with iPhones as well. This is just like an issue with the Twitter app that the app will just crash on me. Sometimes right when I first start, for whatever reason, it's just like an app glitch. So I have to avoid those things. Very long story short, um, don't you? I mean, I'm sure you're aware of this. If I could automate this with as much as I automate everything, I would have done it by now. I would have done it by now. But even like this, yeah, even this device that I'm like talking on right now. Um, imagine
Is
if,
that a Chromebook?
yeah, imagine like I'm talking to you, and then it's gonna like automatically close something and reopen it and do all kinds of other stuff, and it's like, no, I'm talking to him. I don't want you to do that at this point, or whatever. So it is just kind of a manual thing. Fail to stop stream egress. Dude, that's another thing when I go viral, you have to use English. You can't say failed to stop stream egress. What the fuck does that mean? What is that? I'm asking. Failed to. I know that it means that I can't stop the stream, but like an egress is like usually something between, at least in property law, like 2 places. Um, and also people are going to have to say why something, like why isn't it working? Not just that it isn't working, but why can't it stop the egress or whatever the fuck that is? No. Okay. Um. Hold on. You need to be before you go. You need to be updated on the fighter and the kid.
No.
Oh, for sure, dog. Dog, I have to say I really enjoyed when we would watch documentaries. I know you don't want to, but I miss those times. Those were great.
I mean, if you have any good documentaries that you're down to watch.
Yeah, I have a biopic. It's called Michael. Oh wait.
That is not a documentary.
Okay. Why don't you think it's a
But
documentary?
I think you're down to watch you can watch
Uh,
that's something.
okay, so you have to know this because this is deep lore. Let me just ask if you could answer this. Okay, so many years ago, like maybe I don't know, 10, no, 7 or 8 years ago, something like that, the Fighter and the Kid put out something called the Fighter and the Kid 3D. Okay, are you following me? This won't be long. Okay, now,
Well, I have to take the dog outside for a little time.
okay,
absolute nonsense.
Okay, so if I were to tell you like, hey, you're gonna make a movie and it's called "I'm Taking Yellow Out to Go to the Bathroom" 3D, what would be something that you would expect to be a part of this movie? Oh, that's a brilliant, brilliant answer, right? So they made this movie that's called The Fighter and the Kid 3D, except it's not in 3D. And everybody shits on it. Like, why would you call your fucking podcast The Fighter and the Kid 3D, but it's not in 3D? I think that's like a perfect summary of something that they would do. And they also did this thing, which
Do
is
they have any explanation for it?
no, not to my knowledge. I've never seen it, frankly. There's this deep like this show has been on for 14 years, and I've obviously only been into it like for 2 years or so, and so I don't know all the. I've seen part of it. Dude, there's this fucking hilarious scene of Brendan. Yeah, he's been on like 2 or 3 times. Sometimes with Brian Callen, sometimes not.
You watch those episodes and is he like bad?
He's not exceptionally bad, but he's pretty quiet during the. He's not funny. Like he's one of those guests who just kind of sits there. Brian Callen, on the other hand, is super creepy. He's like, and I do this impression of other people who do impressions of him, where he's like, exactly, like they feel my primal energy. I hunt. I'm a hunter. I like to track my prey and then slaughter it and eat the meat. It's like a fudge consistency. It's like, dude, who the fuck do you think you are? And he's been doing that for a long time. Dude, his wife does these skits on TikTok, and they're just the most. They're the most. What's the word? Vapid things. They're like her skit today. Not that I watched this. It was on the subreddit. Um, was she was having like the whole skit is about how she has trouble fitting her finger into her purse because her wedding ring is too big. How vapid is it?
Opulence oriented.
Oh, completely. Part of the reason why their downfall is so enjoyable is because she's obsessed with brands. She's absolutely obsessed with brands. And she went from driving like Lamborghinis to like then Land Rovers and now I don't know, something else. And they went from like being able to afford, like a beautiful house in Los Angeles to moving to Austin to moving into a house that they can't afford either, and now they're having to move again, and just everything is like a downgrade. And yet no, that's Brian Callen's wife. So no. Brendan Schaub's wife is the one who's vapid with the ring. Brian Callen's wife is never wants to be on camera with him, basically. Like I've never seen her. Maybe I've seen like one picture of her or something, but like in comparison, she's not. She wants to stay behind the scenes, as does his ex-wife. They don't want to be in the spotlight. I think they find it embarrassing. Well, the one girl finds it embarrassing because he was cheating on her with all these other women. And when it came out, and he has 4 rape accusations. I didn't know that. I thought it was only 3. Perhaps it's 4. I don't know. Any more than 0 is an issue. So, and he, what else about him? He, he's just like not necessarily a good dude, and he wants to be like friends with his son. Not really a father to his son. So his son doesn't really respect him that much. So his son is like 14 or something, 8th grade, and will call his dad and be like, "Hey, Dad, what's a rusty trombone?" And his dad will be like, "Oh, you really want to know?" Like this is not a conversation that you have with your dad. It'd be like, "Well, it's like when you're eating the butt from behind and you start like, and the girl's like jerking off the guy, and then like they're not having this conversation in person. They're having it because the son lives in Santa Monica in LA, and Brian is in Austin, and the son is recording all of this or like has all his buddies around, and they're just making fun of him. Like they show no respect to him. And
Well, they're the one asking the question now. Like, how is that? I was just answering the question they asked. Even a troll.
well, because they think it's funny, like, hey, let's get your dad to answer um, like what we find to be like funny questions that are sexually promiscuous, I guess.
But how is that against troll? It's like barely a troll.
Yeah, I mean,
how old are these kids?
14.
Like 11?
No, 14. And they're just like, I don't know. It's just not something that I think I would ever discuss with. Like, you're old enough, you could figure out how to use the internet. Like to look up something like that. And then it would hurt me as a father if I knew you were, um, showing this to your friends. Like that would be um, you would be like violating our relationship. You mean to tell me that you were were streaming this or you were recording this? Like I'm an actor. My career depends on us like being successful. And like, if that got out, um, it just would cause issues. So I don't know. It's
No one cares about the bank balance.
right. And the fighter and the kid, everybody says it's gonna end soon. If it is, I'm sure you'll be the biggest fan. Actually, you enjoy it more than Zoot does. Zoot hates when I talk about it so much. And dude, they have this guy on Kill Tony. I know these are the only things they talk about, but they're of interest to me. They have this guy on Kill Tony on Monday night. Nobody knows who these guests were. And this guy I felt was such a dick to this one guy. This one guy goes up and gives his stand up comedy and whatever. And um, he, I can't believe I'm talking about this. He gives his like spiel or whatever. And then they go to the panel, and one of the panel guests is like, "You're just not funny. And I can't believe you would come up and do this. Like, just not cool," or something like that. And totally fucking derailed the guy, who I thought was actually pretty funny. And the people in the Kill Tony subreddit thought it was funny too. And they're like, whatever person that guy was, he's a dick. And I just wanted to say that. With that being said, have you been in the William Montgomery? Have you been in the William Montgomery subreddit recently?
Did you hear about his new sponsorship?
Everybody knows about it.
No, I'm being serious. Did you hear about his new?
Everybody knows about it, dog.
What is it?
His new sponsor is Kirkland Brands.
No, I said seriously. Did you hear about it?
Why don't you enlighten the room?
So you don't know about his new sponsor?
Now, I know about his new sponsor.
You're publicly declaring that you don't know his new sponsor? You don't have any more guesses?
No, I don't need to guess. I'm right. The Kirkland brand was once his sponsor. I know it.
No, I said his new sponsor.
Okay, well, new is subjective. Yes, I know who it is.
Okay.
His sponsor is, and everybody
New
knows.
sponsor.
Yeah, his new sponsor.
Most recent sponsor.
His most recent sponsor, which everybody knows.
Yeah, keep typing with your thumbs there for all to see.
I'm not typing anything, Doug.
You're literally frantically searching it up right
Doug, you didn't even know his podcast had ended.
It didn't end. It's still going. Because he got a new sponsor. Which you don't even know about.
Doug, why don't you just hold on?
You didn't even see his Instagram post.
I'm on Instagram right now.
It was like a story from yesterday. I don't know if it's still up.
Okay, what do you think it is?
You tell me.
Okay, well, why don't you give me a clue?
They have like snorkels. They sell snorkels and stuff.
He got a sponsorship for a snorkel company.
Yeah, there's like boxes with like snorkels and stuff.
There are boxes with snorkels and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, are you sure that it's a real company?
You didn't hear about this?
Nobody heard about this, Dog.
Dude. This car company called Grenadier.
You punk.
They're saving the William Montgomery.
Dog, I knew I was fucking. I had my finger on the pulse of that. And so it is over.
It's not over. He'll be back on the Kill Tony podcast. That's really a show in no time. Back on the William Montgomery show. That's actually a podcast. Funny how that works. William Montgomery show is a podcast. The Kill Tony podcast is a show. And he'll return to both.
Do you really think he will?
What do you think?